Chapter 1837. A fierce battle. Are all these people from the ancient times? Zhuowen stared at the figures that appeared from the surrounding black fog with a gloomy expression. The first mountain god's eyes flickered. In the end he nodded and said, "That is indeed the case. Moreover, they were all experts who had fallen in the Great War 10,000 years ago. I just don't know how they were resurrected." At this moment, Shiji and the Lord of the Divine Tomb arrived by Zhuowen's side. The Lord of the Divine Tomb remained silent, but Shiji said with a sunken face, "Zhuowen, why have you come here as well? I'm sure the Abyss Saint Dragon knows just how dangerous this place is, right?" Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Xiaohe has told me this before, but I still want to come. The underground of Heavenly Armor Planet is so mysterious. Perhaps there's something that can balance yin and yang." Shiji frowned slightly, but did not say anything else. He only looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. The Lord of the Divine Necropolis suddenly looked at the first mountain god standing next to Zhuowen and said, "You must have played a part in Zhuowen's visit, right?" The first mountain god did not look sideways as he faintly nodded his head. Shiji, on the other hand, sized up the first mountain god and asked in a deep voice, "And who are you?" The first mountain god said indifferently, "Now is not the time to question my identity. The puppets of the ancient powerhouses are about to attack us. We should think of a way to deal with them first." Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the first mountain god finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the front. They were so fast that they looked like afterimages. "Stop them!" Do Hua's expression changed slightly as he hastily shouted and executed the falling star finger. Elder Gu followed, closely behind, followed by the four lords of the battlefield and the surrounding heavenly immortal patriarchs. Other than that, only the heavenly worm incarnation of the three people with the devil face mask who had been silent all this while made a move. Yang Yi and Yen Tianwei just stood quietly behind. Yen Tianwei was using the divination ability of the divination Holy Talisman to help the heavenly worm incarnation break through the surrounding obstacles. Zhuowen looked at Celestial Insect's avatar. Since Celestial Insect had completely changed, Zhuowen was unable to immediately sense Celestial Insect's presence. However, it still gave Zhuowen a sense of familiarity. Of course, this sense of familiarity did not allow him to guess the identity of the sky worm incarnation. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the figures on the other side of the black fog flew towards Zhuowen like ghosts. "Stop them!" The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum coldly shouted. His huge stone arm hammered the ground, and the entire ground began to tremble. Then 8 thick stone walls suddenly emerged from the depths of the ground. These 8 stone walls were not ordinary. Their surfaces were surrounded by ring-shaped gray gas. The gray gas was like a spiral circling around each of the walls. It looked rather strange. Bang! 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 The moment the 8 stone walls appeared, a strange, muffled sound rang out in the surroundings. Afterwards, the surrounding stone walls shook violently. Although the stone walls shook violently, they were extremely tough. They showed no signs of collapsing at all. Zhuowen looked at the surrounding stone walls, and his heart was filled with shock. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum really was a half-god after all. Just the stone walls he condensed were so powerful and terrifying. "This place is too strange. We need to find the exit, or we'll be trapped here forever," said the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum heavily. "Probably only the black and white giant knows the exit here," said Shiji. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum nodded, and then he raised his head. His gaze landed on the black and white giant behind the countless black figures, and he said indifferently, "Then I'll capture him, swish." With that, the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum slowly vanished from where he was. His speed had basically reached a strange and unfathomable level. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly because he had sensed an extremely familiar ripple of energy from the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum earlier. The ripple was the power of Wei intent. Humph. This group of people is really not simple. They actually forced me to release these failed parasites. Although the difference between these failed parasites and the successful ones is not small. Their numbers are not small. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for these people to stop them. The black and white giant grinned. Then he took a step with his right foot and instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he had mysteriously landed behind a celestial immortal, and then his right hand unceremoniously reached into the celestial immortal's back. Uft! The ear-piercing sound of a right claw piercing flesh continuously resounded in the surroundings. Then the celestial immortal's eyes widened, and after a miserable scream, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The origin spirit in his dantian was directly pulled out and swallowed. The death of this celestial immortal immediately caused the surrounding celestial immortals to be shocked and vigilant. They all retreated, trying to get as far away from the black and white giant as possible. Unfortunately, the surrounding puppets seemed to have gone crazy. They all entangled these celestial immortals, so that they did not even have a chance to retreat. Want to escape? You'd better become my delicious meal, hee. The black and white giant laughed extremely eerily. His black and white eyes stared at the surrounding celestial immortals with greed. Swoosh, swoosh. The black and white giant instantly turned into an afterimage, and then 2 more miserable screams were heard. The other 2 celestial immortals had completely fallen, and their origin spirits were completely swallowed by the black and white giant. Chaotic star Cloudfinger. A low voice was heard. Countless starlight burst out from Do Hua's body, and the figures that were pouncing on him were all dispersed. Do Hua, on the other hand, was like an arrow that had been released from a bow, quickly sweeping in front of the black and white giant. As his finger fell, the starlight exploded, forming an extremely long and huge nebula. This nebula was like a shuttle, enveloping the entire black and white giant. The enormous nebula's power came crushing down, as if it could crush any star. Chess world. The black and white giant shouted coldly, and its body spewed out the power of black and white. This power of black and white turned into 2 black and white lines and suddenly shot into the air, constantly outlining an extremely vast chess game in the air. Bang, bang, bang. This huge chessboard was like the toughest cage, completely enveloping the black and white giants. When the chaotic star Cloudfinger came crashing down, the chessboard was as immovable as a mountain. It was in a stalemate with the black and white giants. Do Hua frowned slightly. This black and white giant was more difficult to deal with than he had expected. According to his conservative estimate, this black and white giant was at least at the middle stage of the true immortal realm, or even at the late stage of the true immortal realm. If I want to destroy this monster, do I have to use that thing? I just came in here not long ago, and if I use that thing, I'm afraid it's not good for me in the future. Do Hua's eyes flickered, and he was weighing the pros and cons. Although he was only at the middle stage of the true immortal realm, the Chaos Temple had such a long history, so he naturally had a trump card. He knew very well that if he used this trump card, the middle stage of the true immortal realm would definitely die, the late stage of the true immortal realm would definitely be seriously injured, and the peak stage of the true immortal realm would be evenly matched. With this trump card, Do Hua was not even afraid of the Lord of the Divine Tomb. Although the Lord of the Divine Tomb was indeed mysterious, and his strength might have reached the level of a demigod, the Lord of the Divine Tomb's injuries were too terrifying, and his demigod power could not be used too much. If Do Hua used his trump card, he definitely had a chance to fight the Lord of the Divine Tomb. Just as Do Hua was hesitating, the black and white giant laughed and said, "You want to trap me with this level of power? Ridiculous." As it spoke, a giant hand suddenly reached out from the chessboard around the black and white giant. This giant hand held a black chess piece and gently pressed it on the chessboard. Suddenly, the entire chessboard was filled with black, and the giant hand that placed the black chess piece was dyed black. It was like a devil's hand, and it suddenly reached out. Boom! This devil's hand that covered the sky and the sun suddenly slammed into the surrounding nebula. Then, Do Hua's face turned ugly as he realized that countless cracks had appeared on the surface of the nebula, as if it would collapse at any time. Elder Gu, help me! Do Hua's face changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice. Elder Gu's long beard fluttered in the wind, and he was dressed in a loose robe. He rushed to Do Hua's side, and his eyes were extremely serious. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and a surging mind power surged and spread around, like a vast ocean, enveloping the entire space. Myriad formation image. Elder Gu continued to draw in the void, and then a strange and unpredictable formation image appeared in the void. There were too many formation images. There were almost tens of thousands of them, and they covered the vast chessboard. As for the terrifying devil's hand that was constantly bombarding the surrounding nebula, the moment the myriad formation image appeared, its movements also stagnated. The black and white giant's eyes were indifferent. He stomped his right foot, and another white devil's hand reached out from the chessboard. This devil's hand held a white chess piece, and it quietly placed the white chess piece on the chessboard. Bang! Like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, the moment the white chess piece landed on the chessboard, the entire black chessboard was covered by white. This strange white devil's hand suddenly reached out and blasted out. Crack! The nebula that was originally on the verge of collapse collapsed the moment the devil's hand reached out. The myriad formation image that was outside the nebula did not last long and also collapsed. Elder Gu let out a muffled groan, and he kept retreating. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. Be careful! Do Hua rushed in front of Elder Gu, and with a wave of his sleeve, a surge of celestial core power swept Elder Gu away. At Elder Gu's original position, a black and a white hand reached out, and the surrounding space was instantly blasted into countless fragments, forming a vacuum. Elder Gu and Do Hua's faces turned ugly when they saw the scene. They knew that if they were hit by the black and white hands, they would suffer serious injuries. Swoosh! Swoosh! The black and white hands did not show any mercy. The moment they missed, they immediately turned around and continued to rush toward Elder Gu and Do Hua. However, the moment the black and white hands rushed out, the surrounding space instantly distorted, and the void where the black and white hands were located was isolated into an independent space. Do Hua and Elder Gu could not help but look in Yang Yi's direction. They saw Yang Yi withdraw his hands and nodded at them. Let's go. Chapter 1838. Shattering Scripture Bang. 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 The independent space only lasted for a while before it completely collapsed. The black and white hands that were blocked by the independent space shot out like 2 bolts of lightning towards Do Hua, Elder Gu, and Yang Yi. Master of the Divine Tomb, you've been hiding here for so long. Are you still not going to make a move? Yang Yi said with a faint smile with his hands behind his back. Do Hua and Elder Gu looked to the other side. In fact, they had already sensed the arrival of the Master of the Divine Tomb, but they didn't say it out loud like Yang Yi. I won't waste my power on something like this. If the 3 of you can break the chessboard in the void and force the black and white freak to appear, I'll take action, and I'll only take action once. The indifferent voice was the voice of the Master of the Divine Mausoleum. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, All right, Master God, Elder Gu, let's work together. Do Hua and Elder Gu nodded. The Master of the Divine Tomb was definitely the strongest in this group. If they could force the Master of the Divine Tomb to make a move, they might really be able to destroy the black and white giant. Immortal technique, infinite void. Yang Yi pointed with his right hand. The void several hundred feet in front of him suddenly distorted and separated into an independent space. This independent space once again froze the black and white hands. Do Hua and Elder Gu didn't hold back at all. This time, Do Hua used all three immortal techniques: Falling Star Finger, Meteor Finger, and Chaotic Star Cloud Finger. The three immortal techniques were forcefully combined by Do Hua with a powerful secret technique. In the boundless nebula, the starlight shone brightly. Countless stars fell and meteors scattered, forming a huge meteor shower. This nebula seemed to have become a world of starlight. It was colorful and dazzling. Elder Gu's eyes were solemn. He clenched his hands and took out a scroll inlaid with countless jade stones from his spirit ring. Sun and Moon Universal Portrait. Elder Gu unfurled the scroll, revealing the sun, moon, stars, heaven, and earth. It was as if the scroll contained a rich and colorful world. Pieces of shining metacrystals were released from Gu's spirit ring. These metacrystals were added to the Sun and Moon Universe portrait, causing its power to reach a terrifying level. 2 terrifying attacks instantly landed on the black and white hands that were enveloped by the independent void. A deafening and terrifying sound filled the surroundings. As the aftershock spread out, the flickering human figures nearby were all annihilated and scattered under the influence of this frightening aftershock. They did not even have the chance to struggle. On the other hand, the 4 masters of the battlefield, the other heavenly immortal realm experts, and the 10 corpse kings retreated successively because the aftershock was too terrifying, and if they were to approach it, they would probably suffer heavy injuries as well. Still not broken, Yang Yi took a step forward with his right foot, like an arrow leaving the bowstring. He instantly entered the terrifying aftermath. Then he grabbed with his right hand, and the surrounding void distorted again. At the same time, black cyclones appeared around the distorted space. These cyclones twisted together with the space and eventually formed a terrifying giant dragon that was thousands of feet long. Immortal technique, Void Dragon. Yang Yi stood at the head of the Void Dragon. Then, with a stomp of his right foot, the Void Dragon roared at the sky and directly entered the independent void. Meanwhile, Gu and Do Hua's terrifying attacks were multicolored and colorful, and they completely drowned Yang Yi's figure. After about 10 breaths of time, the independent space collapsed with a bang, and a huge void dragon rushed out, rushing towards the black and white giant in front of it as fast as lightning. Interesting, the black and white giant narrowed his eyes. It was beyond his expectations that Do Hua, Gu, and Yang Yi could actually break through his black and white hands. Unfortunately, this little bit of attack is useless against me. As he spoke, the black and white giant pinched his fingers together and took out a black and white pair of twins. Then he suddenly threw them forward. The black and white twins rapidly flew in the air and turned into black and white tracks. The moment the black and white twins arrived in front of the void dragon, they suddenly burst out with 2 extremely blazing rays of black and white light. Then, the 2 rays of light constantly wriggled and fused, finally combining into a giant black and white dragon. As soon as the giant black and white dragon formed, it unceremoniously bit at the void dragon. Its power was far greater than the void dragon's, and it actually almost crushed the void dragon's neck in an instant. Yang Yi's pupils shrank slightly. His right foot lightly stepped on the void, and he immediately left the void dragon. Boom! 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 The moment Yang Yi left, the giant black and white dragon swung its tail and wrapped around the void dragon. With a sudden force, the void dragon wailed and collapsed inch by inch. Master of the Divine Tomb, are you still not going to act? Yang Yi said indifferently. Whoosh! As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, 4 giant figures suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. These 4 figures were all tall stone statues. They were the 4 tomb guards of the Divine Tomb. Dongfang, Nangong, Beichen, Shimin. The 4 of you formed the 4 symbols formation. The master of the Divine Tomb's indifferent voice rang out. The 4 tomb guards each unleashed a terrifying power. Then, A beam of light shot out from each of the tomb guards. The 4 beams of light were of different colors. The east was cyan, the south was red, the west was white, and the north was black. The moment the 4 beams of light of different colors shot into the sky, they converged into 4 thick chains of different colors. Clang! The thick chains swept out and smashed heavily on the illusory chessboard surrounding the black and white giant. Then the black and white giant's pupils shrank as it found that the surface of the chessboard had begun to crack. Bang! 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 After the first strike, the chains quickly smashed out one after another. Instantly, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the illusory chessboard. Finally, the cracks spread throughout the entire chessboard. The moment the chessboard collapsed, the thick chains swept out like a giant dragon, trying to completely bind the black and white giant. The black and white giant's eyes were gloomy as it retreated rapidly. At the same time, it summoned the black and white dragon from the other side. This black and white dragon was truly amazing. It pounced over without fear of death and actually completely blocked the strange chain for a moment. The black and white giant breathed a sigh of relief, but soon an ominous premonition rose in its heart. Then it only heard the terrifying sound of wind whistling behind it. The sound of the wind was very soft, but it was like an explosion in the black and white giant's ears. The sense of crisis in its heart came from the sound of the wind. Retreat! The black and white giant growled. It clenched its right hand and swiped it behind its back. Suddenly, the black and white chi outlined the illusory image of a chessboard behind it. Boom! Unfortunately, as soon as the illusory image of the chessboard was formed, it shattered instantly. Then, a huge fist came whistling and blasted directly toward the black and white giant's chest. It was so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Trap! The black and white giant's eyes flickered. Suddenly, many small bumps appeared on its body. If one looked carefully, there were black and white chess pieces that rushed out of its body. There were many chess pieces that rushed out, and they were constantly arranged in the void. They were extremely fast, as if someone was holding these chess pieces and constantly arranging them. After all the arrangements were displayed by these chess pieces, the illusory image of a mountain appeared in front of the black and white giant. Bang! The fist rushed over in an instant and blasted the mountain, shattering it with a single punch. However, after the mountain was shattered, another mountain rose from the ground and blocked the fist again. Bang! 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 Mountains were pierced through one after another, and new mountains rose up one after another. It was as if there was no end to the mountains, forming a never-ending trap. The black and white giant's gaze fell on the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum. He frowned slightly. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum had restrained his aura before, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now, the aura that the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum had erupted with made him feel a little frightened. This was not something that an ordinary true immortal could compare to. A demigod. But the power that he's exerting doesn't seem to have reached the level of a demigod. The black and white giant's eyes became incomparably fearful. He immediately guessed the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum's cultivation level, but he was surprised that the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum didn't use too much strength this time. Scripture of Annihilation. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum said indifferently. Then he pointed at the void with his right hand. Immediately, surging immortal core power gushed out, forming strands of black energy with the power of annihilation. These black energy strands were not simple. They contained the power of annihilation. Moreover, the black energy strands condensed one after another, forming a black storm that blasted on the trap. Instantly, the mountain with the ability to regenerate was shattered into nothingness by the black storm. With the trap broken, the black and white giant's face turned pale. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. He said in a deep voice, "Death trap!" The chess pieces in the void changed again. Countless saber lights and sword shadows flashed, and an incomparably huge battlefield appeared in the area covered by the chess pieces. This battlefield was filled with a terrifying, murderous aura. Unfortunately, the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum did not intend to hold back at this moment. The black energy condensed by the scripture of annihilation transformed into a huge black saber that slashed down from the sky, shattering the battlefield formed by the death trap. As the saber slashed down, an incomparably huge saber aura swept toward the black and white giant like a shadow. It was so fast that it was like a meteor. Slash! The saber aura swept past in an instant. The black and white giant only had time to move sideways. The saber aura instantly slashed across his right hand, and then his right hand soared into the sky and was shattered into nothingness. The black and white giant's regenerative ability was terrifying, but the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum used the power of the scripture of annihilation, a power that could destroy everything into nothingness. The black and white giant's regenerative ability was completely useless. Whoosh! Chapter 1839 that shattered the black and white giant's pupils constricted. He felt the threat of death, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the Lord of the Divine Tomb. There was no doubt that the Lord of the Divine Tomb had fully displayed the power of a demigod. Although the black and white giant was strong, there was still a large gap between it and a demigod. Damn it, I won't die here. If anyone is going to die, it's you intruders. The black and white giant growled. His body suddenly swelled and then exploded. Countless pieces of black and white flesh splattered in all directions. The moment the black and white giant collapsed into countless pieces of black and white flesh, the countless figures who were fighting in the surroundings surprisingly stopped in unison. Then these figures rushed up into the sky as if they had gone mad. What are they doing? Zhuowen stared at the countless figures gathering in the sky from the 8 rock walls, and a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. Countless figures gathered and merged in the sky, finally forming a huge black vortex. As more and more figures gathered in this space, the black vortex's surface area continued to expand. The Lord of the Divine Tomb frowned slightly, because the black and white giant had self-detonated in advance and collapsed into countless pieces of black and white flesh. The blade of annihilation did not hit the giant at all. It's not that easy to escape. The Lord of the Divine Tomb's voice was filled with indifference. He pointed with his right hand, and the blade of annihilation was annihilated, turning into countless small black knives. These small black knives shot out like sharp arrows, piercing towards the collapsed pieces of black and white flesh. Bang, bang, bang. Every piece of black and white flesh that was pierced by the small black knives was completely annihilated. At the same time, the black and white giant's miserable cries rang out in the surroundings. Bastards, you intruders, remember this, I will never let you go. Even if I have to sacrifice all the failed parasites here, I will kill you all. The black and white giant's vicious voice echoed in everyone's ears. For a moment, an ominous premonition rose in everyone's hearts. The Lord of the Divine Tomb narrowed his eyes. Although the blade of annihilation had destroyed most of the black and white giant's flesh, a small part of it still escaped. With the giant's regenerative ability, it probably wouldn't die at all. As long as it was given enough time, it could recover again. Look, the black vortex in the sky is shattering. What a terrifying power! Suddenly, someone pointed at the black vortex formed by the fusion of countless strange human figures. Zhuowen also looked in that direction and saw countless cracks on the surface of the vortex. As more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the whirlpool, a destructive force swept out. This force was getting more and more terrifying. The moment the black whirlpool completely collapsed, the black whirlpool suddenly collapsed. This destructive power underwent an earth-shattering change. A huge whirlwind swept out from the collapsed vortex. This whirlwind was too terrifying as if it could annihilate all living things. Do Hua, Old Man Gu, and Yang Yi's expressions changed slightly as they quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the whirlwind that could tear everything apart. Besides that, the four masters of the battlefield and the other heavenly immortal realm experts left this place with astounded expressions. Miserable shrieks suddenly rang out. Because two heavenly immortal patriarchs were a step too slow, they were immediately swept into the whirlwind that could shatter heaven and earth. The shrieks stopped abruptly as the two heavenly immortal patriarchs were directly shattered. Even the primordial spirits in their dantians were unable to survive. This scene caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts, especially the other heavenly immortal patriarchs. Their eyes were filled with shock as they quickly retreated, distancing themselves from this terrifying whirlwind. The 8 walls that were originally arranged around Zhuowen and the first mountain god instantly cracked upon contact with the collapsing force of the black whirlwind. Then they collapsed. The first mountain god narrowed his eyes. He waved his right sleeve and immediately retreated with Zhuowen out of the range of the black whirlwind. Shiji followed closely behind. For a moment, everyone in the surroundings dispersed and distanced themselves from the terrifying whirlwind. Their eyes narrowed into needles as they stared at the whirlwind that was getting more and more terrifying. The black whirlwind whistled out and immediately caused the entire space to tremble violently. Then, countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Rumble. This tremor was too terrifying. Not only was it transmitted within the space, but it was also transmitted outside the space. The entire heavenly armor planet was trembling violently. The cracks on the surface of the heavenly armor planet, which was already riddled with holes, were increasing continuously. What's going on? What's going on inside the heavenly armor planet? In a barren desert, Ji Qinyan took a step forward and flew into the sky. Looking at the countless howling yellow sandstorms around her, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. In particular, the terrifying tremor that came from the depths of the earth caused Ji Qinyan's beautiful eyes to be filled with uncertainty. The tremor was too intense. Ji Qinyan could even clearly hear her own heartbeat being deeply affected by the tremor. Not only Ji Qinyan, but the other cultivators in various places of the heavenly armor planet were also shocked. They all flew into the sky, not daring to come into contact with the crumbling surface of the heavenly armor planet. As for some unlucky cultivators, because they were closer to the Black Lake, where the tremor was the strongest, they were caught off guard and instantly turned into dust. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Boom! 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 At the same time, in the sky above the mysterious space deep underground, the cracks in the black vortex that was constantly rotating almost spread all over its body. Then it directly collapsed, and an unimaginably terrifying power spread out in all directions. Then an impact force spread out in all directions like a monstrous tsunami. In an instant, the entire mysterious space was filled with it. Uft! Many heavenly immortal patriarchs who had retreated to the edge of the space were pale as snow when they came in contact with the terrifying impact force. Then they spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly used all their skills to resist the powerful impact force. However, the impact force was too terrifying. Even if these heavenly immortal patriarchs used all their skills, they were still barely able to resist it. Among them, Ji Wubing of the Immortal Clan, He Wushang of the Wang Rin Clan, Wei Wuyin of the Beast Envoy Clan, Dong Fangxin of the Heavy Shield Clan, and Kong Lianshuan of the Blood Sacrifice Clan all took out their respective saint talismans. With the help of the saint talismans, the 5 of them were in a much better condition than the other heavenly immortals. However, it was still obvious that they were barely holding on. Bang! 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 On the other side, 5 of the 10 corpse kings' coffins directly exploded, and 5 corpses with dense death chi walked out from within. The 5 corpses growled as they constantly resisted the terrifying impact force. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the The 5 corpses did not resist for long before they were directly blasted into powder by the terrifying impact force. They were dead to begin with, and it was only because of their coffins that their corpses were perfectly preserved. Once their coffins were destroyed, they were actually much weaker than ordinary celestial immortals. Now, under this terrifying impact, there was no way for them to survive. The other 5 corpse kings were greatly shocked. The death chi on the surface of their coffins became denser and denser as they tried their best to resist the terrifying impact force from the surroundings. The cultivation of the 4 lords of the battlefield, Do Hua, Old Gu, and the others was far superior to the others. Resisting the impact force at the edge of the area was not too much of a problem. Zhuowen, be careful! The first mountain god stood in front of Zhuowen and resisted the powerful impact force from the front with his powerful body. All of you must die! When everyone barely managed to stand firm under the impact force, a resentful voice suddenly sounded, and then everyone heard the sound of glass shattering. Crack! Crack! The sound of glass shattering became denser and denser, almost converging into an ear-piercing symphony. Do Hua's pupils shrank as he said in a low voice, "This space is completely shattered. That guy is so ruthless. In order to annihilate us, he actually intends to shatter this entire space." Unfortunately, as soon as Do Hua finished speaking, the space completely collapsed. Gusts of void storms rushed into the sky, covering the world as if the end of the world had arrived. The moment the space shattered, the impact force that had originally spread in all directions suddenly became even more terrifying. There were only 9 heavenly immortals left, but 4 of them could not withstand this terrifying force, and all of them collapsed and were annihilated. Even their primordial spirits did not escape. As for He Wushang, Ji Wubbing, and the other 4, with the help of the holy talisman, although they all spat out a mouthful of blood, they still managed to withstand it. Of the remaining 5 corpse kings, 4 of them had their coffins shattered, and the corpse kings had also died unnatural deaths. For a moment, only the first corpse king was still bitterly holding on among the 10 great corpse kings. Not only them, but Do Hua and the other true immortals also began to struggle. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space exploded, and then the others who were still struggling to hold on were scattered and flew out of the shattered space. Even experts at the level of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and Do Hua were no exception. The first mountain god, who had been blocking in front of Zhuowen, groaned, and his stalwart body involuntarily flew out. The moment the first mountain god flew out, Zhuowen immediately displayed his perfect sacred body, and at the same time formed the gate of reincarnation with millions of underworld water droplets, blocking in front of him. Puff! The impact force swept over, but the gate of reincarnation only lasted for a few breaths of time before the impact force slammed heavily on Zhuowen's body. A sharp pain filled Zhuowen's entire body, and he felt as if his whole body was being torn apart. Then he flew out in another direction. When everyone was sent flying out of the space, the originally fragmented space suddenly exploded. An unimaginable explosive force spread out in the space with a loud bang. When the people who flew out saw the space explode, a look of relief appeared in their eyes. However, the aftermath of the space explosion was not so easy to resist, and many people were seriously injured by the explosive force. Puff! Chapter 1840. Imbuement after the space shattered, the people who were sent flying discovered that their surroundings were filled with distorted, 7-colored light. On the surface of these 7-colored lights, countless lights were wriggling, and within these lights, there should be many restrictions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the figures who were sent flying came into contact with the 7-colored light at the edge, they all disappeared. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he landed on a 7-colored light. Then he felt a suction force surrounding his body. Next, he felt as if he was passing through space. Zhuowen wanted to lift his eyelids, but he discovered that his eyelids were exceptionally heavy as if they were filled with lead. Zhuo Wen's eyes continued to struggle. In the end, his eyes opened a slit. Then, an illusory figure appeared in front of him in the distance. This figure sat on a throne in the depths of a large hall. Flickering candlelight floated in front of this figure. However, these candlelight were too dim, as if they would be extinguished at any time. Through these candlelight, Zhuo discovered in shock that the surroundings of the hall where this figure sat were actually filled with countless black veins. These black veins varied in thickness, as if they were the meridians of a human body. They constantly pulsed as if they were alive. Looking at these pulsing black veins, Zhuo narrowed his eyes. He felt a strong sense of danger from these black veins. It was as if he might die if he came into contact with these black veins. The figure sitting on the throne seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and his gaze landed on Zhuo. The moment this gaze landed on Zhuo felt his body explode. He stared at this gaze. From this gaze, he saw endless deathly stillness and a terrifying aura and power that could shake one's soul. It was as if the owner of this gaze would completely destroy him if he revealed even the slightest bit of killing intent. The moment this gaze focused on Zhuo, he felt a vast and terrifying power sweep over him. Zhuo narrowed his eyes and flicked his right hand. Immediately, countless yellow springs water droplets flew out and turned into a huge gate of reincarnation in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous muffled sounds came from the gate of reincarnation. Then Zhuo's pupil shrank as he discovered that the surface of the huge gate of reincarnation was instantly covered with countless cracks. Zhuo let out a muffled groan and retreated. His expression was extremely gloomy. The moment Zhuo retreated, the gate of reincarnation collapsed. Zhuo frowned as he stared at the mysterious figure in front of him. The mysterious figure opened his eyes slightly and stared indifferently at Zhuo. Then he slowly raised his right hand. A white light floated in his right hand, and a hexahedral crystal quietly floated in the white light. Whoosh! The white light was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It instantly cut through the spatial barrier and finally landed in front of Zhuo. When the white light passed through countless barriers and finally arrived in front of Zhuo let out a sigh of relief. He stopped in his tracks and silently stared at the white crystal floating in front of him. His eyes flickered. He slowly stretched out his right hand and held the white crystal in his hand. He only felt a cold feeling coming from his palm. Then his entire body felt refreshed. Zhuo raised his head and looked at the mysterious figure. However, he discovered that the mysterious figure and the hall that the mysterious figure was in were slowly disappearing. After the mysterious figure and the ancient hall disappeared, a powerful suction force came from below. Then Zhuo was pulled down by the suction force. When Zhuo opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was in a vast ocean. Looking around, he found that other than this vast ocean, there was no land or island. Zhuo's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. Then he took a step with his right foot and quickly disappeared from the spot like a rainbow. After flying in this vast sea for half a day, Zhuo discovered that there was nothing at all. Let's check this white crystal first. And who was that mysterious figure that appeared? Why did he give this white crystal to me? Zhuo's gaze fell on the white crystal. Then he discovered that on the surface of the white crystal, there was a white whirlpool. Zhuo's attention was immediately attracted by the white whirlpool. After pondering for a while, Zhuo decided to explore the white whirlpool with his consciousness. After summoning the Blood Immortal and instructing her to protect him, Zhuo set up a powerful restriction around him. Then he sat cross-legged in the air and slowly explored the white crystal with his consciousness. This aura! The moment Zhuo's consciousness entered the white crystal, an extremely strong aura exploded from the white crystal. As soon as this aura exploded, Xiaohei, who was hiding in Zhuo's sea of consciousness, suddenly jumped up. Whoosh! Xiaohei, came out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Its eyes stared at the white crystal. It muttered in a low voice, "Master, Master's aura." Because Zhuowen's consciousness was all in the white crystal, he did not hear Xiaohei's words. At this moment, Zhuowen's consciousness was spread inside the white crystal. He kept wandering in the white world. After an unknown amount of time, at the end of the white world, a stalwart figure slowly appeared in front of Zhuowen. The imposing figure was a middle-aged man. He wore white clothes, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. It was as if his eyes contained the endless sun and moon of the universe. When Zhuowen's eyes met with this person's, there was an explosion in his mind. He could not help but take a few steps back. He frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He sensed a familiar aura from this person. He had sensed this aura from the mysterious figure that had mysteriously appeared in front of him before. "Second child of destiny, hello." The middle-aged man smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen stared at the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, "Child of destiny? What on earth is that?" The middle-aged man did not think much of it. He slowly explained, "The so-called child of destiny is actually the child of destiny. It is also the person that I calculated with my lifetime's effort. You were able to obtain the Fushi cauldron, so you are the child of destiny." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He had obtained the Fushi cauldron from Earth. His transmigration was closely related to the Fushi cauldron. Now, the middle-aged man said that the person who possessed the Fushi cauldron was the child of destiny. Did that mean that Zhuowen's transmigration was also arranged by this person? You don't have to be confused. It was not my arrangement that you came to the heavenly armor continent. It was destiny because I did not know the whereabouts of the Fushi cauldron back then. I only know that the person who obtained the Fushi cauldron must be the child of destiny. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "Senior, who are you?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. The middle-aged man looked melancholy and said, "I am Sangjie. Originally, I was sincerely happy that the second child of destiny had appeared. However, your cultivation is too low. You are still far from being able to grow." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhuowen felt as if his mind had exploded. His pupils constricted as he stared at the middle-aged man and muttered in a low voice, "Sangjie, the master of Xiaohei, the strongest person in the heavenly armor continent back then." He carefully looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and realized that this middle-aged man was indeed very similar to the stone statue of Sangjie in the main hall. "Little guy, everything is predestined. You obtained the Fushi cauldron and followed it to this place. I'm afraid it was destiny's arrangement, right?" Sangjie stared at Zhuowen in front of him with a complicated gaze. Then he pointed a finger with his right hand and pointed between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Zhuowen wanted to dodge, but Sangjie's strength was too strong. He could not move at all. He could only watch as Sangjie's right finger pressed between his eyebrows. "What do you want to do?" Zhuowen asked vigilantly. Sangjie was silent. A surge of power swept from Sangjie's fingertip into Zhuowen's eyebrows and entered his body. With the influx of this power, Zhuowen felt that the celestial core power in his body was constantly increasing. This increased celestial core power was like rivers flowing into the sea into Zhuowen's dantian. Boom! About half a day later, Zhuowen's aura reached its peak. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the aura around him surged up and turned into an invisible, terrible storm, constantly sweeping around. The peak of the earthly immortal realm, feeling the sudden increase in his aura, Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. He knew that Sangjie might have enlightened him and made his cultivation break through to the peak of the earthly immortal realm. At this moment, there was a touch of exhaustion on Sangjie's face. However, he did not stop. Instead, he poured the remaining power into Zhuowen's body without hesitation. Zhuowen groaned. Too much power gathered in his body, making Zhuowen feel that his whole body was full of swelling. This feeling was very painful. "Hold on." Sangjia's tired voice came. Zhuowen's eyes showed a firm expression. He knew that since Sangjia continued to enlighten him, it should be to help him break through to the fairy immortal realm. Therefore he endured the pain. At the same time, the celestial core power in his body ran extremely fast, digesting the surging power that suddenly poured into his body. For 3 days and 3 nights, Zhuowen endured the intense pain. After enduring for 3 days and 3 nights, his clothes were already drenched in sweat, but Zhuowen didn't feel it at all. Boom! Finally, on this day, Zhuowen's aura soared countless times again, and this time it was much more powerful than before. The blood immortal, who was guarding Zhuowen, naturally noticed this scene. Her pupils shrank as she stared at Zhuowen. She could not help but retreat dozens of steps and said, "No way. 3 days ago, Master just broke through to the peak of the earthly immortal realm. Is he going to break through again?" As soon as the blood immortal's voice fell, all the restrictions set by Zhuowen around them collapsed. The vast aura swept up a terrifying whirlwind in the sky. This whirlwind was so horrible that the blood immortal did not dare to approach it. It was as if she would be torn to pieces if she approached. Chapter 1841. Dachan by however. Just as the heavenly tribulation was about to descend, the white crystal in Zhuowen's palm burst out and rushed directly into the clouds. Not long after the white crystal rushed into the clouds, the heavenly tribulation that was brewing in the clouds collapsed with a loud bang. The condensed heavenly tribulation also disappeared without a trace. I have helped you offset the heavenly tribulation. You can only rely on yourself now. I don't have much time left. When I enlightened you just now, most of the maps of this place have been transmitted into your sea of consciousness. Little guy, I hope you can reach where I am soon. The moment Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, a blazing light burst out from his eyes. Sangjia's faintly discernible voice also sounded in his mind. After Sangjia's voice disappeared, the light on the surface of the white crystal that had absorbed the heavenly immortal's heavenly tribulation faded, and it returned to Zhuowen's hand. In Zhuowen's mind, an extremely complicated topographic map gradually appeared. He glanced at it and found that this topographic map was the topographic map of the depths of the heavenly armor star. It also included the underground maze that the black and white giant had mentioned. Whoosh! Xiao He rushed to Zhuowen and said excitedly, "Zhuowen, that white crystal has my master's aura. Did you see my master?" Zhuowen glanced at Xiao He and said in a deep voice, "I did see Sangjia. He even helped me break through my cultivation." Zhuowen told Xiao He everything that had happened in the white crystal. Xiao He looked even more excited. "Master is still alive. We must find him." Xiao He said firmly, "Don't worry. Lord Sangjia told me to find him. I will definitely find him. However, after looking at the topographic map he gave me, I found that the hall where Lord Sangjia is quite far from here. We need to leave the underground maze first," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Xiao He nodded and looked at Zhuowen with gratitude. "Zhuowen, thank you." Zhuowen smiled and said, "Is there a need to say these things between us?" With that, Zhuowen's eyes fell on the endless sea around him. According to the topographic map Sangjia had instilled in him, this sea should be formed by a powerful ancient formation. As long as this ancient formation was broken, the sea would be broken. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's translation thinking. Translation. 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 Calm translation. He remembered that the formation eye of this vast sea, formation's formation, should be somewhere in the depths of the sea. Calm is. When Zhuowen dived into the sea, at another bottom of the sea, a figure seemed to feel something and suddenly broke out of the water. I should be right. That's the aura of the celestial immortal thunder, tribulation. This time, only Zhuowen is below the celestial immortal realm. Tut-tut, I'm in luck this time. I can't believe that I came here with that little bastard Zhuowen. The figure gave a ferocious smile. Like an illusory black shadow, It suddenly broke out of the sea and plunged into the depths of the sea in the direction where Zhuowen had gone. In the dark depths of the sea, Zhuowen was like a flexible fish shuttling back and forth in the depths of the sea. When Zhuowen came to the bottom of the sea, what appeared in front of him was a stretch of bony seabed reefs. Among these reefs, there was a huge arched door. Zhuowen quietly stared at the arched door surrounded by countless reefs, a look of contemplation in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "This should be the source of the ancient restriction." With that, Zhuowen made a seal with his right hand, and countless runes rushed out, forming rune chains. There were so many rune chains that they instantly bound the arched door. "Break!" Zhuowen shouted coldly, and the rune chains suddenly tightened. Then the arched door vibrated violently, and then countless cracks appeared on its surface. Crack! Finally, when the cracks spread throughout the door, the arched door collapsed and shattered. Crash! The moment the door shattered, the entire ocean began to roll and roar and scrupulously. The entire world of the ocean began to crack under the raging waves. Boom! 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 The moment the sea shattered, a huge black hole appeared under the broken door, and Zhuowen drilled into the black hole without hesitation. The moment Zhuowen drilled into the black hole, the figure also rushed over. The person saw Zhuowen drilled into the black hole at a glance and shouted angrily, "Zhuowen, let's see where you're going." Zhuowen, who drilled into the black hole, felt a powerful suction force. The moment he completely entered the black hole, he immediately heard the angry shout. He raised his head slightly. His gaze fell on the figure, and his pupils shrank. "He Wushang." As soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, he completely disappeared into the black hole. He Wushang gloomily stared at Zhuowen, who disappeared into the black hole, and hesitated for a moment before following Zhuowen into the depths of the black hole. Unfortunately, the moment He Wushang arrived before the black hole immediately shrank. It shrank extremely quickly and disappeared without a trace. Damn it! He Wushang was flustered and exasperated. He threw a punch at the spot where the black hole disappeared, but he realized that it was useless. Boom! 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 At the same time, the world of the sea was in complete chaos. Endless whirlpools swept out from the depths of the sea. He Wushang looked at the countless whirlpools around him with an ugly expression. He could only do his best to use all his means to resist the terrifying power of the whirlpools that swept out from the depths of the sea. This was a small pool. Around the small pool, there were bony rock walls, and in front of the small pool, there was a deep passage. The passage was extremely dark, as if it had no end. Shua Wen's gaze landed on the center of the small pool. There was a rock about the size of a square inch, and there was a small water droplet on the rock. The water droplet surface was flowing with a 7-colored light, making it look gorgeous. It seems that I have been in the small drop of water all this time. The small drop of water contains an extremely mysterious ancient restriction. It is because of the existence of the ancient restriction that the small drop of water contains an enormous world of the sea, Zhuowen said with a look of understanding. That He Wushang is a scourge. We can't let him come out unscathed, Xiao He suddenly said. Zhuowen grinned and said, "I naturally know that. When I came out of the small drop of water, I already did something to it. It won't be long before the world of the sea in the small drop of water completely collapses." As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the small pool. Through the topographic map that Sangje had given him, he roughly knew that this place belonged to the category of an underground maze. On the rock in the center of the small pool, there is a small drop of water full of powerful ancient restriction power. This is really strange. Could there be something at the bottom of the pool? Zhuowen murmured. He looked at the small drop of water on the rock and said, "There is still some time before the small drop of water collapses. I still have time to go to the bottom of the pool to investigate. Moreover, even if the small drop of water collapsed, He Wushang would definitely be seriously injured. Although He Wushang had the King Blade Saint Talisman and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Sky Immortal Realm, it was not easy to kill He Wushang. However, it wouldn't be that easy for He Wushang to kill Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was no longer the same as before. After receiving Sangje's enlightenment, his cultivation base had advanced to the early heaven immortal realm. Moreover, his saint physique had reached the Great Circle. With the combination of the saint body and cultivation, the battle prowess that Zhuowen could display was not necessarily a match for the intermediate stage of the Sky Immortal Realm. Although He Wushang was strong, it would not be easy for him to kill the current Zhuowen. Moreover, He Wushang had already suffered serious injuries when the mysterious space collapsed. If the world of the small drop of water collapsed, it would be impossible for He Wushang to come out unscathed. At that time, it would be hard to tell who would be the hunter and who would be the prey. Thinking of this, Zhuowen suddenly jumped into the pool. The temperature of the pool was far lower than he had imagined. Even he could not help but shiver. The deeper he went, the colder the surrounding air became. Even Zhuowen's breath turned into a small ice dragon due to the cold environment. After diving for about a kilometer, many ice cubes appeared around the pool. These ice cubes were very strange. They were not floating on the surface of the pool, but floating around a kilometer deep in the pool. Furthermore, Zhuowen also discovered that there was a lifelike corpse sealed in each of the ice cubes. There were both beasts and humans, but most of them were humans. There were old and young, male and female. Some of the corpses were even incomplete. They were badly mutilated, and it was impossible to see what they looked like when they were alive. These ice cubes were not enough to shock Zhuowen. What really shocked him was that at the bottom of the pool there was a huge gap. An extremely terrifying and powerful aura emerged from this gap. Even from afar, Zhuowen could feel a sense of horror from this aura. This aura was too powerful, to the point that under the effect of this aura, an extremely terrifying vortex swept up in the crack. Zhuowen's consciousness penetrated the terrifying whirlpool and went deep into it. He found that there was a head in the whirlpool. What shocked him was not just the head, but the head's owner. It was the head of one of the 3 demigods of the Sky Armor Continent, Zhanbai. Back then, Zhuowen had seen the truth of what had happened 10,000 years ago in the Black Ball, given by the master of the Tomb God. Naturally, he had also seen the appearance of the 3 demigods. Zhanbai's appearance was not unfamiliar to him. Zhanbai's head is actually here? What about Chao Yu's? Zhuowen muttered to himself. Back then, Zhanbai and Chao Yu had sacrificed themselves to stop the white-haired man. Chapter 1842. Mysterious Scabbard. Let's go in and take a look. After thinking for a while, Zhuowen finally decided to go down to investigate. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and suddenly rushed down. He was extremely fast, like a bolt of black lightning. The moment he approached the terrifying whirlpool, he immediately took out the Fushi cauldron. The Fushi cauldron had the ability to absorb pressure. This terrifying whirlpool was formed by the pressure emitted by the demigod's head, so it was naturally the best choice to use the Fushi cauldron to protect himself. Slowly going into the depths of the whirlpool, Zhuowen entered the deepest part of the whirlpool without any danger. Then he arrived in front of Zhanbai's head. Zhanbai's head was extremely large, dozens of feet in size. It was sealed in ice, and there was a look of facing death on his face. It was the expression that had frozen at the last moment when he had chosen to self-destruct. Zhuowen quietly stared at Zhanbai's head, especially when he saw the expression of facing death on Zhanbai's face before he died. He was deeply shocked. It was extremely difficult to cultivate to become a demigod. At such a cultivation level, Zhanbai was willing to sacrifice himself without any complaints or regrets. Zhuowen sincerely admired him. Zhanbai is the hero who protected the heavenly armor continent back then. Now that I've discovered his head here, I naturally can't ignore it. Zhuowen sighed softly and waved his sleeve. Immediately, Flames swept out like a fire dragon and surrounded Janbai's head. Not long after, the ice around Janbai's head was completely melted by the flames, revealing Janbai's true appearance. At this moment, Zhuowen discovered that there was an extremely deep hole in between Janbai's eyebrows. This hole was extremely dark, like an abyss. Zhuowen stared at the hole in between Janbai's eyebrows in surprise. As Janbai's head was dozens of feet in size, and the hole in between Janbai's eyebrows was also about 10 feet in size, it was just enough to allow Zhuowen to enter. Seeing this hole, Zhuowen immediately became curious. His eyes flickered, and in the end he decided to enter the hole to take a look. He knew very well that Janbai was a demigod after all. Although he had chosen to sacrifice himself to protect the heavenly armor planet, it was unlikely that he would not leave his inheritance behind. If he could obtain Janbai's inheritance, it would be extremely beneficial to him. When he thought up to this point, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and brought the Fushi cauldron with him as he entered the hole between Janbai's eyebrows like a ray of light. After entering, Zhuowen pointed with his right finger, and a flame flashed out, illuminating the surroundings. He discovered that the surrounding passageways were filled with blood-red veins. After walking in the tunnel for about 2 hours, Zhuowen arrived at the end of the tunnel. He discovered that there were countless strands of blood in front of him. It looked extremely strange, and in the middle of these strands of blood, there was a sword sheath lying quietly. The sword sheath looked ordinary, and there were several bloodstains on the surface of the sword sheath, indicating that the sword sheath had been through some kind of fierce battle. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the sword sheath, and he slowly squinted. Although the sword sheath looked ordinary, Zhuowen would not foolishly treat it as an ordinary item. How could something that the demigod Janbai had placed in between his eyebrows be ordinary? However, for some reason, Zhuowen felt an extremely strong sense of danger around the sword sheath. This sense of danger did not come out of nowhere. He had felt it the moment he entered the hole between Janbai's eyebrows. This sense of danger faintly told him that if he took the sword sheath out, perhaps something ominous would happen. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuowen finally decided to take the sword sheath out. He knew very well that if he did not take it out this time, he would not have another chance in the future. After all, if the sword sheath was really a demigod item, it would become a treasure that countless experts in the outside world would go crazy over. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too late for regrets. Take it. Zhuowen made up his mind. He then pointed with his right hand, and countless yellow spring water droplets flew out, forming a huge gate of reincarnation in front of him. At the same time, he summoned the Fushi cauldron by his side in case of any accidents. After doing all that, Zhuowen extended his right hand and grabbed the scabbard. Then, with a tug, he pulled it out. Rumble! The moment Zhuowen grabbed the sword sheath, an extremely violent tremor suddenly transmitted through Janbai's head. It was as if the earth was shaking, and it was exceptionally terrifying and violent. Then, Zhuowen smelled an extremely unpleasant stench in the passage. He was very familiar with this stench. It was the smell of decay. Without thinking, Zhuowen grabbed the sword sheath and immediately retreated out of the passage. Soon he rushed out of the passage. Then he was shocked to find that Janbai's head was rapidly decaying. Moreover, Zhuowen also found that the moment Janbai's head decayed, the head suddenly exploded, and countless red mist burst out. The red mist was densely packed and spread out in all directions. However, this spread only lasted for 2 breaths of time. Then, an extremely terrifying suction force came from the center of the red mist and absorbed all the red mist. After the red mist was completely absorbed, Zhuowen saw a huge exotic beast that was dozens of feet long. The moment he saw this exotic beast, Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles because he found that the appearance of this exotic beast was exactly the same as the phantom beast head between Kong Wen and the black and white giant's eyebrows. Even the outline was the same. However, Kong Wen and the black and white giant only had a mark between their eyebrows, while the exotic beast in front of him was real. Awu. The exotic beast opened its scarlet eyes and stared coldly at Zhuowen. Then it roared at the sky, and a terrifying sound wave spread out in all directions. Crack! The instant the sound wave spread out, Zhuowen was shocked to find that countless cracks had appeared on the surface of the countless ice blocks floating above, and the corpses in the ice blocks were awakened. They opened their eyes and stared coldly at Zhuowen. Feeling the focus of so many gazes, Zhuowen only felt his scalp go numb. Then the corpses broke out of the ice blocks and rushed towards Zhuowen. Their ferocious roars filled the surroundings. Swoosh! At the same time, the exotic beast roared again. It stomped its right foot and suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Go! Zhuowen tapped with his right finger, causing the door of reincarnation to shoot out explosively like a shuttle, and it fiercely obstructed the beast's path. On the other hand, Zhuowen swiftly flashed towards the top of the pool with the Fushi cauldron. Boom! The gate of reincarnation was powerful and blocked the exotic beast for a moment. However, the exotic beast's strength was extraordinary, and the gate of reincarnation could only block it for a moment before it was completely shattered. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the instant Zhuowen fled towards the top of the pool, the corpses that flashed out of the ice blocks flashed toward Zhuowen. Fortunately, the movements of these corpses were extremely stiff, and their strengths weren't strong. They were only around the earthly immortal realm, so they didn't pose much of a threat to Zhuowen. On the other hand, the main threat to Zhuowen was the exotic beast that was flashing towards him from behind. This exotic beast was extremely formidable, and even an ordinary peak heavenly immortal realm expert might not be a match for this exotic beast. If he was entangled by it, then it would be extremely troublesome for Zhuowen. When he thought up to here, Zhuowen immediately utilized the energy of Tao insight, causing countless ripples to suffuse the soles of his feet. After that, the surrounding water transformed into two vortexes that converged at the soles of Zhuowen's feet, causing Zhuowen to seem like a raging dragon that flashed explosively towards the top of the pool. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast, and the speed of those corpses couldn't be compared to that of Zhuowen at all. Therefore, Zhuowen's agile movements allowed him to avoid all of the corpses, and he quickly swam towards the top of the pool. There were a few corpses that happened to be blocking his path. In order not to waste any time, Zhuowen directly punched out with his perfect divine body, and those corpses were directly smashed into powder by his punch. Hell! The roar of the exotic beast got closer. Wherever the exotic beast passed, all of the corpses retreated, and it was basically unimpeded. At the same time, clouds of blood mist suddenly burst out from the exotic beast's body, and in the blood mist, streaks of blood quickly flashed towards Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's speed was enhanced by Tao insight, so he smoothly blasted all the corpses that blocked his path into powder. When those streaks of blood rushed over and approached Zhuowen, Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately used the immortal technique Lone Peak. Surging celestial core power condensed from his fingertips and turned into an incomparably huge and proud mountain peak. The Lone Peak descended from the sky, stirring up an endless water storm in the pool, blocking the incoming bloodlines. Zhuowen, on the other hand, continued to flee upwards without stopping. Boom! The Lone Peak didn't last for long, and under the attack of the streaks of blood, it exploded into countless pieces. The exotic beast roared even more angrily. Its red eyes stared at Zhuowen, and it couldn't wait to swallow Zhuowen whole. On the rock in the center of the small pool, a small water droplet suddenly trembled and then suddenly burst open. A vast amount of energy spread out, causing the rock walls around the small pool to shake violently. A rather embarrassed figure swept out from the countless splashes of water. Spurt! He Wushang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless. As soon as he emerged, he roared towards the sky. Zhuowen, you and I are irreconcilable. Don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you every time I see you. No one will be able to protect you this time. He Wushang was simply flustered and exasperated this time. With his experience, he naturally knew that there was a powerful ancient seal in the ocean. However, he didn't know that Zhuowen had actually grasped the ancient seal and used it to deal with him. It truly infuriated him. Moreover, due to the collapse of the oceanic world, the powerful energy that it produced caused He Wushang's injuries to worsen. His cultivation fell from the peak of the heavenly immortal realm to the late stage of the heavenly immortal realm. The fall of his cultivation infuriated He Wushang even more. He had almost lost his mind. If he encountered Zhuowen again, he would definitely kill Zhuowen regardless of the consequences. After all, it was extremely difficult to cultivate again after the fall of one's cultivation. Moreover, the price to pay was extremely great. Splash! Suddenly, a figure scuttled out of the small pool, and countless splashes of water splashed out. Chapter 1843. Secret Zhuowen stomped his right foot and immediately shot out of the water, causing countless splashes. After that, he felt an extremely dense gaze filled with killing intent. He slowly turned his head and focused his gaze on He Wushang, who wasn't too far away. His pupils constricted. Haha, you really didn't need any effort. Zhuowen, you're dead meat today. He Wushang laughed nastily. He stomped his right foot and shot explosively toward Zhuowen. At the same time, he waved his right sleeve and countless strands of celestial core power condensed into a long saber that was several meters long. He suddenly slashed with the saber. Zhuowen silently stared at He Wushang as his divine sense penetrated deep into the exotic beast at the bottom of the pool. The instant the exotic beast was about to break out of the water, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a resolute expression. Then he tilted his body and dove headfirst into the pool, just as the exotic beast broke out of the water. Splash! The sound of water breaking and entering rang out at the same time. The exotic beast hadn't expected Zhuowen to dive back into the pool. Similarly, He Wushang hadn't expected Zhuowen to do so either. And it was precisely this coincidence that caused He Wushang and the exotic beast to collide fiercely. He Wushang's saber suddenly swung over and landed heavily on the exotic beast's head. Bang! He Wushang felt his right hand go numb. Then the long saber in his hand had unknowingly shattered into countless pieces. Taking a few steps back, He Wushang stared at the exotic beast in front of him in astonishment. He hadn't expected the exotic beast's body to be so tough. The exotic beast was actually unharmed by the saber. Oh! The exotic beast roared at the sky. He Wushang's saber hadn't been light. Moreover, it had landed directly on its head. Even though the exotic beast's body was indeed strong, it didn't mean that it didn't feel any pain at all. The exotic beast suddenly turned its head. Its eyes were filled with rage. After so many years, this was the first time it had been hit so painfully by someone. It had almost lost its mind. As for Zhuowen's whereabouts, it didn't care at all. The only thing it wanted now was to completely tear apart the human cultivator in front of it. Whoosh! The exotic beast roared and charged toward He Wushang like a bolt of lightning. He Wushang's face was unsightly. He instantly understood what had happened. He knew that he had been tricked by Zhuowen. Zhuowen, you little bastard! He Wushang was flustered and exasperated. Seeing the strange beast pouncing towards him, he could only helplessly form a seal with both hands. Countless saber lights and sword shadows emanated from his body. Immortal technique, saber light, and sword shadow. Saber and sword shadows filled the surroundings, forming an extremely powerful trap, trapping the exotic beast within. Awoo! Unfortunately, the exotic beast was no ordinary creature. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of green liquid. This mouthful of green liquid was really strange. It contained a strong corrosive power. The moment the green liquid was spat out, the surrounding saber lights and sword shadows were directly corroded by the green liquid and collapsed inch by inch. He Wushang's eyes were gloomy. He stomped his right foot and leaped up. Then he formed a seal with both hands and immediately used the king blade, Saint Talisman. The exotic beast gave him a strong sense of danger. He knew that if he didn't use the King Blade Saint Talisman, he wouldn't be the exotic beast's match. In the pool, Zhuowen silently watched the ongoing battle between He Wushang and the exotic beast. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was waiting. He was very clear that the exotic beast's strength was absolutely extraordinary, and it would definitely force He Wushang to use his powerful trump card. At that time, when the battle between the two of them reached its climax, it would be the best time for Zhuowen to attack. He Wushang had targeted Zhuowen many times. If he let him go this time, he would definitely be plotted against again. Moreover, the King Blade Saint Talisman on He Wushang's body had unimaginable benefits for the origin source Saint Talisman in Zhuowen's body. As for the other corpses in the pool, they were suppressed by Zhuowen's Fushi Cauldron. The powerful aura released by the Fushi Cauldron wasn't something these corpses could withstand. Immortal Art Blade Void Slash. He Wushang bit the tip of his tongue and spat on the surface of the King Blade Saint Talisman. Then he pointed with his right hand and terrifying blade shadows emerged from the Saint Talisman. Then He Wushang pointed with his right hand again. The blade shadows condensed at his fingertip and turned into a thumb-sized black slash. He Wushang's fingertip carried the black. Then he drew a line in front of him. Instantly, as his finger slid, countless black rays gathered at his fingertip and formed a huge blade shadow. The blade shadow was extremely extraordinary. It was shaped like a crescent moon, but no one could see where the end of the blade shadow was. It was as if the blade shadow had no end. Whoosh! The moment the saber shadow swept out, the rock walls around the small pool were immediately flattened. It was as if the surrounding rock walls had been directly cut by the saber shadow. Countless rocks fell from above, and the space also trembled violently. The strange beast's eyes narrowed. Its scarlet eyes revealed a rare, dignified expression. It could feel that the blade shadow was extraordinary. However, it didn't retreat. Instead, it roared and pushed its right foot into the air. Instead of retreating, it advanced. Furthermore, as the exotic beast charged out, countless bloody mists gushed out from its body. As the bloody mists gushed out, blood-colored meridians shot out one after another, condensing into a huge blood-colored mouth around its body. In the depths of the blood-colored mouth, there was a blood-colored vortex. The vortex spun rapidly. It contained a powerful suction force that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Rumble! The blade shadow and the blood-colored mouth collided. Then there was a cracking sound. Countless cracks appeared on the rock walls around the pool. At the same time, the moment the cracks appeared on the rock walls, the surrounding space also distorted. The shattered rock walls all disappeared in the distorted space, turning the surroundings into a terrifying vacuum. Under the impact of the collision, countless splashes of water shot up into the sky, forming terrifying water pillars. These water pillars shot up into the sky and then fell down one after another. There were countless sounds of water splashing. Zhuowen, who was in the pool, narrowed his eyes. His celestial core power spread out around him to resist the terrifying water vortex around him. His eyes were fixed on the sky. Splash! Suddenly, a huge figure flew out from the sky and landed in the pool. Another figure flew towards the exit in front of the pool. Zhuowen didn't even look at the figure that fell into the pool, because it wasn't He Wushang. It was the strange beast. At this moment, the strange beast was in an extremely sorry state. Its scales were rolled up and covered in blood. Its aura was weak. Dang! Zhuowen jumped out of the water and rushed towards He Wushang, who was flying towards the exit in front of him. Killing finger of the underworld. Celestial technique Lone Peak. Celestial technique asking Buddha. Before he got close to He Wushang, Zhuowen used the 3 celestial techniques in a spurt of energy. The moment the celestial techniques were used, invisible ripples of Tao spread out and enveloped the 3 celestial techniques. Little bastard! He Wushang was in an extremely sorry state. His face was pale and blood was seeping out of the corner of his mouth. The accumulated injuries in his body had become even more serious after the fight with the strange beast. Due to the previous injuries, his cultivation had fallen to the advanced stage of the earth immortal realm. Now, after the fight with the strange beast, his cultivation immediately became unstable again and could fall to the intermediate stage of the earth immortal realm at any time. This was undoubtedly the moment when He Wushang was at his weakest. Zhuowen took advantage of this opportunity to strike. Even though He Wushang was depressed and angry, it was still useless. "Old man, you've been picking on me. If I don't pay you back, you'll look down on me." Zhuowen's eyes were cold as the 3 celestial techniques landed on He Wushang. At the same time, Zhuowen used the devouring curse seal. Countless curse seal chains swept out and sealed He Wushang in all directions, making it difficult for him to escape. Seeing Zhuowen's move, He Wushang cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only forcefully gather his celestial core power and spit it out. Then, countless weapon shadows turned into an oval-shaped vortex that surrounded his body. The King Blade, Saint Talisman, floated in front of him. However, the King Blade Saint Talisman's brilliance was obviously a little dim. It was obvious that the King Blade Saint Talisman had suffered heavy damage in the previous battle. Bang! 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 The 3 celestial techniques and the power of Tao finally landed on He Wushang's defense. Then He Wushang's pupils constricted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The countless weapon shadows in front of him shattered. "Sky Immortal? When did you become a Sky Immortal? This is impossible." He Wushang's pupils constricted. Although he had some guesses when the Sky Immortal Thunder Tribulation appeared, the Sky Immortal Thunder Tribulation disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to it. He also didn't expect Zhuowen to become a Sky Immortal. After all, when Zhuowen entered this place, he was only a late-stage Earth Immortal. There was a big gap between him and a Sky Immortal. It was impossible for him to become a Sky Immortal in such a short time. But now, the power of the 3 celestial techniques that Zhuowen used was far beyond his expectations. This was definitely not a power that an Earth Immortal could use. This was because Zhuowen's 3 celestial techniques were far more powerful than before. They had reached the level of a Sky Immortal. In addition to the power of Tao Will, Zhuowen's 3 celestial techniques were used at the same time. Even a late-stage Earth Immortal expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. If He Wushang was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of Zhuowen's attack. However, his injuries were too severe. His cultivation had fallen to the late-stage Earth Immortal realm. Moreover, he had fought with the exotic beast. His injuries were so severe that he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. As for Zhuowen's 3 immortal techniques, it was absolutely a calamity for him. Uft! He Wushang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell like a meteor. He smashed into the ground and formed a huge pit. The King Blade Saint Talisman revolved around He Wushang. However, the brilliance on its surface was getting dimmer. It wasn't much different from an ordinary talisman. "You're dead." Chapter 1844. Crazy moved. Inside the hole, He Wushang's face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he saw the figure falling from above, his expression changed drastically. Heaven and earth reversal. He Wushang ignored the serious injuries on his body and pinched the sword finger on his right hand, pointing at the slightly dimmed King Blade Saint Talisman. Swoosh! When He Wushang's right finger touched the King Blade Saint Talisman, the King Blade Saint Talisman exploded with blazing illusory light. The illusory light contained endless illusory shadows of all kinds of weapons. There were too many illusory weapons, and their speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they filled the space where the small pool was. Then, Zhuowen discovered that the surrounding scenery was spinning as if the entire world had been turned upside down. He was clearly approaching He Wushang, but strangely, he discovered that the closer he got, the further away he was from He Wushang. What's going on? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. What was happening to him was too strange. He was clearly moving forward, but the current situation showed that he was constantly retreating. He Wushang clutched his chest as he coldly stared at Zhuowen. His eyes flickered, but in the end, he decided to leave this place first. His injuries were too severe. If he continued to fight, his cultivation might really fall to the mid-stage sky immortal realm. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. Count yourself lucky. The next time I meet you, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. He Wushang coldly snorted. With a wave of his right hand, the king blade, Saint Talisman, appeared in his hand. With a stomp of his right foot, he planned to leave this space. Unfortunately, when He Wushang reached the entrance of the passageway, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. It was heading straight for He Wushang's face. He Wushang's pupils shrank as he stared at the incoming fist. The timing of the fist was too tricky. It happened to be when He Wushang was the most relaxed after leaving the passageway. Therefore, He Wushang didn't have time to defend himself. He could only block in front of his face with his right hand. Celestial yuan erupted from his right arm, forming a blazing white light. Kacha! When the punch landed on He Wushang's right arm, He Wushang felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his hand. Then his right arm was twisted and fractured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. He stared gloomily at the figure in front of him. The young man in front of him was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. His posture was vigorous, and his face was expressionless. His facial features were well-defined, and his sturdy body was filled with a rich, dark gold color. Zhuowen! He Wushang held onto his fractured right hand and took a few steps back. Then he looked at the figure trapped in the reversal of heaven and earth and realized that the figure trapped in the reversal of heaven and earth was also Zhuowen. His face instantly darkened. He didn't expect Zhuowen to have such a trick up his sleeve. It was Zhuowen's perfect sacred body that had appeared at the entrance of the passageway. With the great power and physique of a perfect sacred body, it was comparable to a mid-stage heaven immortal expert. It could even fight a late-stage earth immortal expert. Due to He Wushang's serious injuries, his realm of late-stage heaven immortal was already unstable. Coupled with the surprise attack of the perfect sacred body, it wasn't strange for He Wushang to be pushed back. Zhuowen had secretly placed the perfect sacred body at the entrance of the passageway. If He Wushang tried to escape, the perfect sacred body could appear and stop him from escaping. Zhuowen, who was inside the reversal of heaven and earth, touched his glabella with his right hand and immediately took out the Fushi cauldron. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. He released all the pressure in the Fushi cauldron. Rumble! The boundless pressure turned into an existence akin to a raging dragon that swept out in all directions. Under the impact of the pressure dragon, the power that could reverse the universe crumbled and collapsed. Zhuowen's real body walked over step by step. He held the Fushi cauldron in his right hand and smashed it toward He Wushang. The terrifying pressure was like a terrifying hurricane that swept out in all directions. It looked exceptionally terrifying. At the same time, the perfect saint physique's right foot stepped into the void. Like a shuttle, it suddenly rushed over and appeared in front of He Wushang in an instant. With a punch, the surrounding space exploded, forming a chain-like pressure that heavily trapped He Wushang within. He Wushang's eyes were gloomy. He could only use the King Blade Saint Talisman to block in front of him. At the same time, he flicked his finger and took out a long, black, stick-like weapon from his spirit ring. This stick-like weapon was very strange. It was surrounded by all kinds of weapon phantoms. There were sabers, spears, and swords everywhere. Heavenly Saint Weapon, 100 weapons. Zhuowen stared at the strange weapon in He Wushang's hand and suddenly became cautious. After all, the 100 weapons were Heavenly Saint weapons. They were extraordinary. Zhuowen didn't dare to underestimate them. He Wushang grabbed with his right hand and slapped the king blade Saint Talisman on the 100 weapons. Suddenly, the countless weapon phantoms on the surface of the 100 weapons began to boil. It was like a strange gray storm that constantly swept out and exploded. Whoosh! He Wushang grabbed the 100 weapons with his right hand and suddenly spun it. Then, the 100 weapons were ruthlessly thrown out. The storm formed by the countless weapon phantoms was filled with violent intent. Bang! 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 When the weapon phantoms hit the pressure released by the Fushi cauldron, there was a terrifying, cracking sound. Then, the surrounding space began to tremble, rumble. At the same time, the perfect sacred body's attack came like a dragon and heavily smashed in front of He Wushang. He Wushang's pupils shrank. He let out a low roar and suddenly pointed at the surface of the 100 weapons. An even more terrifying weapon phantoms surged out and rushed toward the perfect sacred body, wanting to completely crush him. Dang! 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 The weapon phantoms were indeed powerful. The perfect sacred body only felt his fist go numb when he punched it. He couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, the pressure emanated by the Fushi cauldron actually started to show signs of collapse. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he flicked his sleeve and put the Fushi cauldron away. On the other hand, the pressure was completely shattered by the storm of weapons. Whoosh! Zhuo Wen's body kicked out. Dao will spread under his feet. Like an illusory ghost, he constantly flashed and dodged the attacks of the weapon phantoms around him. Combine! Zhuo Wen let out a low roar. The perfect sacred body, not far away, suddenly stepped forward and directly entered Zhuo Wen's body. Zhuo Wen's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Zhuo Wen's movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. With the support of Dao Will, his speed was almost comparable to the peak of the heaven immortal realm. He constantly shuttled between the weapon phantoms and instantly swept in front of He Wushang. 9 turned golden crack runes. Zhuo Wen immediately released 9 golden runes. These 9 golden runes overlapped around his right arm and kept rotating, emitting a brilliant golden light. Then he clenched his right fist and directly punched out. The 9 golden runes kept overlapping, forming a huge golden rune. It was like a huge golden mountain that crushed down. He Wushang's pupils shrank. He stared at the golden mountain that was getting closer and closer. He let out an angry roar. He held the 100 weapons in his right hand and suddenly stabbed it toward the sky. The 100 weapons spun fiercely and formed an extremely sharp black spike at the tip. Bang! The golden mountain and the 100 weapons collided. An invisible force spread out from the soles of their feet. Then, countless cracks spread out from the ground under their feet. They exploded into countless pieces of gravel and powder. Zhuo Wen squinted his eyes. He pointed at the surface of the golden mountain with his right hand. The power of Dao will spread out and enveloped the golden mountain, causing the golden mountain's power to reach its peak. Uft! He Wushang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face grew paler and paler as he retreated, repeatedly. He'd already suffered heavy injuries. Now that he'd been struck by such a powerful attack from Zhuo Wen, it was simply like adding injuries on top of injuries. His cultivation dropped from the advanced stage of the heavenly immortal realm to the intermediate stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhuo Wen's mouth as he involuntarily retreated several dozen steps. Countless cracks appeared on the golden mountain as he retreated. Zhuo Wen, you little bastard. I'll make you pay a heavy price. Even if my cultivation drops to the initial stage of the earthly immortal realm, I'll still kill you. He Wushang was extremely depressed when he noticed that his cultivation had dropped to the intermediate stage of the earthly immortal realm. He roared towards the sky, causing his hair to flutter while his eyes were completely crimson red. He Wushang bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the 100 weapons. After that, he suddenly slapped the end of the 100 weapons with his right hand. Swoosh! The 100 weapons suddenly shot out explosively like an invisible shuttle. Everywhere they passed, space warped and formed a strange vacuum. Zhuowen stared at the 100 weapons that shot over explosively, and his expression was extremely unsightly. He immediately withdrew his earthly immortal saint artifacts, the immortal culling sword and 5 animal seal. He'd placed these 2 earthly immortal saint artifacts in the Fushi cauldron for over 20 breaths of time. Now, the aura of these 2 saint artifacts had far surpassed ordinary earthly immortal saint artifacts. Green energy sprayed out from the 5 animal seal and formed into the form of a tiger, a deer, a bear, an ape, and a bird. On the other hand, the immortal culling sword tore through space and drew numerous formidable sword images in the sky. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the 100 weapons were truly too terrifying and unstoppable at this moment. At the instant the 100 weapons came into contact with the immortal culling sword and 5 animal seal, a vast force swept out explosively, and then the immortal culling sword and 5 animal seal collapsed. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and his heart ached. It was truly a pity that 2 earthly immortal saint artifacts had been destroyed just like that. However, now was not the time for him to feel heartache. He bent his right finger and used all 3 celestial techniques in one breath. Under the boost of the energy of Tao insights, the might of these 3 immortal arts was extremely formidable. Unfortunately, it was still insufficient before the 100 soldiers at this moment, and the 3 immortal arts merely obstructed the 100 soldiers for a short moment before being directly blasted into powder. Break! In the end, the 100 weapons arrived in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen suddenly punched out and unleashed his perfect saint body to the extreme. His fist smashed into the 100 weapons. Uft! Unfortunately, the 100 weapons were too terrifying. Zhuowen's fist seemed to have smashed into an incomparably huge mountain. Then his fist was directly distorted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward. "Zhuowen, you're dead meat!" He Wushang's eyes were filled with madness as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen, who was flying backward in the sky. Chapter 1845. King Blade, Saint Talisman, was hesitant when he took out the scabbard. After all, he'd just obtained this strange scabbard, and he didn't know how to use it. He didn't know if the scabbard could block the 100 soldiers, but he had no other choice. Besides the mysterious eyeball, he only had the strange scabbard. The mysterious eyeball was too mysterious, and Zhuowen didn't want to use it often. Moreover, the mysterious eyeball was playing dead. He'd called out to it before, but it still showed no signs of waking up. At the instant he withdrew the sword sheath, Zhuowen revealed a resolute expression as he suddenly tossed the sword sheath towards the soldiers that were flashing over, whereas his right foot was enhanced by Tao insight, and he was prepared to flee at any moment. Clang! The 100 soldiers instantly flew over and collided with the surface of the scabbard. A clear sound of collision resounded. Whoosh! Then Zhuowen noticed that the ordinary scabbard seemed to have been stimulated by something. The entire scabbard was trembling incessantly, and the bloodstains on the scabbard surface surged with a blazing bloody glow. The instant the bloody glow erupted, the weight of the scabbard instantly increased by countless times. The 100 soldiers that were originally on the surface of the scabbard trembled and were directly sent flying by the scabbard. Zhuowen's eyes flickered when the scabbard was sent flying. He stomped his right foot on the ground and threw the scabbard once more. This time, he threw the scabbard directly at He Wushang below. At this moment, He Wushang was shocked. He didn't hesitate to drop his cultivation as the price to forcefully raise the 100 soldiers, but they were actually so easily blasted away by the inconspicuous scabbard. This was truly inconceivable. He Wushang howled when he saw the scabbard flying over once more. He summoned the 100 soldiers back with one hand, and then he flicked his right hand towards the scabbard that was flying over. Bang! He Wushang's pupils constricted to the size of needles when the scabbard came into contact with the scabbard. An enormous force spread from the 100 soldiers to Zhuowen's right hand, and then the 100 soldiers flew out of his hand. He Wushang's right hand exploded with clouds of blood, and he grunted as he retreated repeatedly. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He stomped his right foot on the ground and arrived before the 100 soldiers that had flown out of his hand and grabbed them. At the same time, the scabbard continued to fly towards He Wushang like a hot knife through butter. At this moment, He Wushang's face was completely pale. The scabbard was truly too strange. Even Wushang's Wushang was. Even his 100 soldiers had been blasted away, and his right hand was indirectly crippled. He Wushang his right hand studio. Let's go. He Wushang reluctantly looked at the soldiers that Zhuowen had taken away. He bit the tip of his tongue without hesitation and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood immediately exploded into countless blood threads that wrapped around He Wushang. He Wushang, who was wrapped in countless strands of blood, disappeared like a bolt of lightning. He was so fast that he was almost as fast as a true immortal. The scabbard hit the ground, and the entire pool shook a few times. Then the scabbard smashed a huge hole in the ground. Zhuowen flew to the edge of the hole in the scabbard. He looked silently at He Wushang, who had disappeared, with a thoughtful expression. He Wushang is indeed an expert at the peak of the sky immortal realm. Even though his cultivation has dropped so much, he is still so hard to kill. Zhuowen sighed. Zhuowen had used all his skills in the battle just now, but he was still unable to kill He Wushang, who was already injured. It could be seen that He Wushang was indeed hard to kill. However, Zhuowen also knew that He Wushang had paid a heavy price. After all, He Wushang did not hesitate to drop his cultivation again in order to forcefully increase the power of the 100 soldiers. He Wushang, whose cultivation had dropped to the early stage of the sky immortal realm, was no longer a threat to Zhuowen. If Zhuowen met He Wushang again in the underground maze, he would be able to kill him. Roar! The moment He Wushang left this place, the strange beast in the small pool suddenly leapt up and swept toward Zhuowen's back. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Zhuowen sneered. He grabbed the mysterious eyeball, which was pretending to be dead, and threw it at the strange beast behind him. The mysterious eyeball was extremely restrained by the strange beast's head between Kong Wen's eyebrows. Now that the real strange beast had appeared, it would probably be subdued as well. Hiss! After being thrown out, the mysterious eyeball hissed at Zhuowen in dissatisfaction. However, it soon noticed the strange beast in front of it, and its eyes revealed an extremely human-like joy. Whoosh! The mysterious eyeball blinked, and a black bolt of lightning shot out at an extremely fast speed. Roar! After the strange beast saw the mysterious eyeball clearly, its eyes revealed a look of fear. It immediately turned around and tried to escape into the pool. Unfortunately, the black bolt of lightning was too fast, and the strange beast's change of direction took too much time. Hence, the strange beast didn't even have time to react before the black bolt of lightning enveloped it. A sorrowful cry rang out, and Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the strange beast had exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood under the black bolt of lightning. Furthermore, the flesh and blood were all absorbed into nothingness by the black bolt of lightning. After the black bolt of lightning returned to the mysterious eyeball, it revealed a satisfied look and returned to Zhuowen's collar. What is the origin of this mysterious eyeball? Why is it so effective against this strange beast? Zhuowen looked at the mysterious eyeball lying in his collar quietly. He increasingly felt that this mysterious eyeball was inextricably linked to the depths of Heavenly Armor Planet. Zhuowen also felt that the strange beast that had appeared from Zhan Bai's head had something to do with the depths of Heavenly Armor Planet. This strange beast came out from Zhan Bai's head. It seems like this strange beast has been in Zhan Bai's head for a very long time, like a parasite, Xiao He said gravely in his mind. A parasite. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He seemed to have found some clues. Whether it was Kong Wen, the black and white giant, or the many figures in the space where the black and white giant was, They all had the mark of a strange beast between their eyebrows. Zhuowen had a bold guess, and that was that the strange beast in the pool was a parasite-like existence. This parasite parasitized a host and relied on the host's flesh and blood to grow. It also controlled the host's behavior. Back then, Zhanbai had been parasitized by such a parasite. Perhaps that was why Zhanbai had chosen to self-destruct. After all, it wasn't easy to become a demigod. It wasn't worth it to sacrifice himself like that. However, if Zhanbai had known about the existence of a parasite in his body and that the parasite was likely to eat away at his flesh and blood step by step and control his body, then it was understandable that he had chosen to self-destruct. Rather than being controlled like a puppet, it would be better to die a worthy death. However, unexpectedly, Zhanbai's head luckily survived, and for some unknown reason, it fell into the depths of the small pool. The exotic beast hid in Zhanbai's head, avoiding the calamity. Previously, Kong Wen had only released the shadow of a strange beast from his body. There was no actual body of the strange beast. The reason was probably because the parasite in Kong Wen's body wasn't very strong, or rather, it wasn't complete. Hence, it could only fight as a shadow. It seems like there are more of these parasites deep underground. It seems like I'll have to be extra careful when I go deeper underground. Zhuowen squinted his eyes. He was even more alert. He knew very well that if he were to be parasitized by such a parasite, he would most likely become a puppet. Thinking of that possibility, Zhuowen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Zhuowen shook his head. He then looked at the 100 weapons in his hand. His eyes suddenly became extremely hot. The 100 weapons were ascended holy weapons. To him, it was extremely precious. What was more precious was that the 100 weapons had the King Blade Saint Talisman attached to it. The King Blade Saint Talisman was extremely compatible with the 100 weapons. It could increase the power of the 100 weapons by several times, or even dozens of times. Zhuowen thought for a moment. He didn't plan to combine the King Blade Saint Talisman with the 100 weapons. Instead, he planned to combine the King Blade Saint Talisman with the Primitive Talisman. He knew that the more powerful the Primitive Talisman was, the more beneficial it would be to his comprehension ability and the growth of his cultivation. In particular, the combination of the 9 Saint Talismans could form a divine talisman that could help warriors comprehend the mysteries of the divine realm. Of course, the god realm in the legends of the Heavenly Armor Continent should be the demigod realm. After all, there had never been a real divine transformation realm elite in the Heavenly Armor Continent. However, even if it was the demigod realm, it was still very terrifying. After all, it was extremely difficult to become a demigod by oneself. It was almost unimaginable. Thinking of this, Zhuowen put the 100 weapons into the Azure Dragon Palace. At the same time, he let his mind energy doppelganger refine the 100 weapons silently. He sat cross-legged and released his perfect saint body and blood immortal to protect him. If I combine the complete King Blade Saint Talisman with the Primitive Talisman, I wonder what will happen to the Primitive Talisman. Zhuowen's eyes were burning. Then he pointed his right hand between his eyebrows and took out the Primitive Talisman. The surface of the Primitive Talisman emitted a faint light. It was emitting a rich origin energy. Then Zhuowen slowly put the King Blade Saint Talisman close to the Primitive Talisman. Hiss! The moment the King Blade Saint Talisman completely merged with the Primitive Talisman, it emitted a blazing light. Then Zhuowen felt an extremely rich origin energy escaping from the Primitive Talisman. It drilled into Zhuowen's forehead. As the origin energy drilled into Zhuowen's forehead, Zhuowen's eyes saw a further path. He saw the true immortal realm. Then, following the true immortal realm, he began to touch the demigod realm. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. Then he slowly closed his eyes and began to silently feel the mysterious feeling brought by the origin energy. The blood immortal looked at the Primitive Talisman floating in front of Zhuowen. Her eyes flashed. She slowly approached Zhuowen's body. Then she sat on the ground and silently felt the origin energy's aura. Then she simply closed her eyes and began to cultivate. The origin energy could peek into the origin. It had unimaginable benefits for cultivation. During the process of merging the primitive talisman and the King Blade Saint Talisman, the origin energy that escaped was extremely rich. This was an extremely rare opportunity. How could the Blood Immortal let it go? Chapter 1846. Extortionate. Few days later, the Blood Immortal opened his eyes. His eyes were full of joy. With the help of the origin energy, he could see further into the path of cultivation. Originally, the Blood Immortal's cultivation was at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. Now that he felt the origin energy, although he couldn't directly become a Sky Immortal, he could see the path to becoming a Sky Immortal. He knew what to do. Next, when the time was right, the Blood Immortal would have no problem becoming a Sky Immortal. Boom! Just as the Blood Immortal was immersed in joy, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst out from around her. The Blood Immortal's body trembled as she was suddenly hit by this aura. Then she fell to the ground in a sorry state. She was in an extremely sorry state. Then the Blood Immortal looked at where the aura came from. He saw that Zhuowen had opened his eyes. His eyes were shining like stars, and his aura was surging to the extreme. He was many times stronger than before. The Blood Immortal stared at Zhuowen and trembled. He couldn't help but whisper, "Mid-stage Sky Immortal?" At this moment, the Blood Immortal was secretly complaining in her heart. Zhuowen's cultivation had increased too quickly. Originally, she had planned to wait until her cultivation had far surpassed Zhuowen's. Then she would leave Zhuowen in a carefree manner. But now, not only was Zhuowen's cultivation higher than his strength was also stronger than his. Moreover, Zhuowen's body also contained the origin energy from the origin talisman. He realized that he was really reluctant to leave Zhuowen. After all, the reason why the Blood Immortal was able to cultivate so quickly was largely due to Zhuowen. If it wasn't for Zhuowen's great fortune and continuous fortuitous encounters, the Blood Immortal wouldn't have been able to reach this level. Although Zhuowen had removed the slave seal on the Blood Immortal, if the Blood Immortal just left Zhuowen like this, he would still feel uncomfortable. Zhuowen's face was radiant. The origin energy provided by the complete King Blade Saint Talisman was too rich. After absorbing most of the origin energy, Zhuowen's cultivation base naturally advanced to the middle stage of Heaven Immortal. Although it was extremely difficult to reach the Sky Immortal realm, Zhuowen was different. With the origin energy, he had peeked into all realms below the demigod realm. In other words, the Sky Immortal realm and True Immortal realm were no bottlenecks for Zhuowen. The only obstacle was the accumulation of immortal essence. As long as Zhuowen could accumulate enough immortal essence, he could break through the immortal realm. Zhuowen's origin energy from the King Blade Saint Talisman and turned it into immortal essence. Immortal essence, immortal realm. However, the origin energy was really limited. After pushing Zhuowen's cultivation base to the intermediate Heaven Immortal stage, it was completely consumed. In order to advance to the later stage of the Heaven Immortal realm, the amount of celestial core power or origin energy needed would increase exponentially. Currently, Zhuowen was unable to collect such a huge amount of celestial core power for his breakthrough. Even the immortal crystals in his spiritual ring were not enough. It seems like I'll need at least 1,000,000 immortal crystals or a complete Saint Talisman origin energy to advance to the late stage Heaven Immortal realm. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and thought of Wei Wuyin of the Beast Envoy clan. This old guy had colluded with He Wushang in the beginning and wanted to kill Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen had also killed Wei Rui and had a deep grudge with Wei Wuyin. Even if Zhuowen did not look for Wei Wuyin would probably look for Zhuowen. Before Zhuowen got most of the topographic maps from Songjia, Zhuowen didn't have such an idea. But now, with the topographic maps and a general understanding of the topography of the underground. He dared not only to think about it, but also to do it. With that, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and left the exit of the passage. Zhuowen put away the blood immortal and the perfect saint being. The underground maze was very large. Zhuowen knew the approximate range of the underground maze and some dangerous places. Zhuowen also knew the exit of the underground maze. However, Zhuowen did not plan to go out now. Instead, he deliberately went to some dangerous places in the underground maze. Maybe he could meet Shiji, or the master of the tomb god in the underground maze. Of course, if he met Wei Wuyin or He Wushang, Zhuowen would be more than happy. The underground labyrinth was surrounded by thick rock ramparts. These rock ramparts were scattered all over the place and rotated clockwise. If one were to casually walk in the direction of these rock ramparts, it would be easy to walk into a dead end, or even fall into an extremely dangerous trap. Zhuowen flashed through the underground labyrinth again and again. Unfortunately, there were no cultivators in the dangerous places he went. At the corner of a rock wall, there was a large area of quicksand. The quicksand inside was constantly flowing, forming a whirlpool in the center. The whirlpool contained a terrifying suction force. If one accidentally entered the range of the whirlpool, one would definitely be sucked into the whirlpool. At this moment, a huge black coffin was deeply embedded in the quicksand. Due to the huge suction force in the center of the quicksand, the black coffin was constantly floating toward the center of the whirlpool. It would not be long before it was completely sucked into the center of the whirlpool. Not far behind the black coffin, another figure had also sunk into the quicksand. This person's situation was much better than the black coffin's. He was quite far away from the whirlpool, and his celestial origin energy was exceptionally powerful, so his floating speed was quite slow. Zhuowen stopped 500 feet away from the quicksand and silently looked at the black coffin and the figure in the quicksand. According to the information given by Cangjie, this quicksand was called the soul-devouring quicksand. Its suction force was so strong that it could suck in any warrior below the genuine immortal realm. Once someone was sucked into the whirlpool in the center of the soul-devouring quicksand, his soul would be swallowed and his body would be buried under the quicksand, becoming nutrients for the quicksand. Zhuowen was no stranger to the black coffin and the figure. They were the first corpse king of the Serene Corpse Extremity and Kong Lianshuan, the ancestor of the Blood Sacrifice clan. The first corpse king and Kong Lianshuan also noticed Zhuo when he was 150 feet away. The two of them both revealed astonished expressions. They didn't think that the place Zhuowen stood just happened to be outside the range of the soul-devouring quicksand's terrifying suction force. Was it a fluke? Kong Lianshuan took a deep look at Zhuowen and murmured in a low voice. The lid of the black coffin opened slightly, and a pair of dark eyes came out. They looked at Zhuowen, who was 500 feet away, with a bewildered expression. "Do the two of you need help?" Zhuowen said with a smile. The first corpse king said gloomily, "With just you? How can you help us? If you have the guts, take another step forward and let me see if you have the ability to help us." Kong Lianshuan was silent and looked at Zhuowen quietly. He was very clear that if Zhuowen listened to the first corpse king and took a step forward, then this child would enter the range of the soul-devouring quicksand suction force. At that time, he would be sucked in by the soul-devouring quicksand, and everything would be hopeless. "Sure." Zhuowen smiled faintly and took a step forward. His eyes coldly stared at Kong Lianshuan and the first corpse king, unmoving like a mountain. The first corpse king and Kong Lianshuan's pupils shrunk as they stared at Zhuowen, who was unmoving like a mountain, revealing an expression of disbelief. Zhuowen was clearly in the range of the soul-devouring quicksand's suction force. How could this child not be affected at all? "Take another 30 feet forward," the first corpse king said in a low voice. Zhuowen still had a smile on his face. He took a step forward and walked forward 30 feet in an extremely steady manner. He also clearly felt that powerful suction force, but Zhuo-wen was still unmoving like a mountain. The first Corpse King and Kong Lianshuan both gasped, finally believing that Zhuo-wen was actually unaffected by the soul-devouring quicksand suction force. "How did you do it?" Kong Lianshuan finally spoke. Zhuo-wen smiled faintly and said, "If the two of you feel that you don't need help, then I'll take my leave." As he spoke, Zhuo-wen turned around and left this place step by step. However, when Zhuo-wen was about to leave, the first Corpse King said in a low voice, "Wait, we need your help. Can you tell us how to break free from the suction force here?" Zhuo-wen stopped his footsteps and said with a smile, "Sure, but do the two of you want me to tell you the method like this?" "What do you want?" Kong Lianshuan said in a low voice. "I want all the immortal crystals on you," Zhuo-wen said indifferently. The first Corpse King's gaze was cold as he said coldly, "What a big tone. Actually wanting all the immortal crystals on us. Are you worthy?" Zhuo-wen smiled and looked at the first Corpse King with ridicule and said, "This place is called the soul-devouring quicksand. Once someone is swallowed by that whirlpool, their soul won't enter the cycle of reincarnation and will be devoured into nothingness. Your bodies will also be buried at the bottom of the quicksand and become nutrients for the quicksand, never to see the light of day again. If the two of you want to be swallowed by this quicksand and become a lonely ghost, then I have nothing to say. Especially you, first Corpse King. In less than an hour, you'll be swallowed by that whirlpool. Is immortal crystals more important than your life? I think the two of you should know better than me, right?" The first Corpse King furrowed his brows, then pondered for a moment and said, "Sure, these are all the immortal crystals on me. Can you help me break free from this quicksand now?" As he spoke, the first Corpse King waved his sleeve and directly threw out a storage pouch. Zhuo-wen caught the storage pouch and found that there were only 300,000 immortal crystals in this storage pouch. The corner of his mouth was full of a sneer as he said, "The first Corpse King's reputation is illustrious. It shouldn't be this shabby, right? You think it's too little?" The first Corpse King said coldly, "I want all the immortal crystals on you. You only have this one chance, or else don't blame me for not keeping my promise," Zhuo-wen said coldly. The first Corpse King's expression froze. After a moment of silence, he threw out the storage pouch again. Zhuo-wen checked it and found that there were 600,000 immortal crystals in this storage pouch. Adding the 300,000 from before, as well as the 100,000 on Zhuo-wen, he had around 1 million immortal crystals on him. Chapter 1847. Late stage of sky immortal. Unfortunately, 1 million immortal crystals was not enough for Zhuo-wen to advance to late stage of sky immortal. According to his initial estimation, 1 million immortal crystals was just the foundation to advance to late stage of sky immortal. Perhaps he would need several million immortal crystals. 1 million immortal crystals was still too little for the current Zhuo-wen. "This is all the immortal crystals I have. Now help me get rid of this annoying quicksand." The first Corpse King said gloomily. Zhuo-wen smiled slightly. He took a step forward with his right foot and quickly approached the soul-devouring quicksand. In an instant, he entered the quicksand's range. Strangely, Zhuo-wen was not affected by the terrifying suction force of the quicksand. Instead, he stepped on the air like a free bird. The reason why Zhuo-wen was not affected by the suction force was that he knew the devouring principle of the soul-devouring quicksand from the information given by Cangjie. The soul-devouring quicksand was unimaginably sensitive to creatures with souls. Any creature that came within 500 feet of the soul-devouring quicksand would be affected by the powerful suction force emitted by the soul-devouring quicksand. If it was a dead creature, the soul-devouring quicksand would turn a blind eye to it. Knowing this principle, Zhuo-wen completely sealed his sea of consciousness the moment he entered the soul-devouring quicksand. The soul aura inside did not escape at all. That was why the soul-devouring quicksand turned a blind eye to him. Zhuo naturally would not tell the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan about this method. Zhuo rushed to the coffin of the first Corpse King and slammed his right palm on the coffin. A powerful palm force was transmitted, causing the first Corpse King's coffin to suddenly fly up. Afterwards, Zhuo suddenly kicked with his right foot. The powerful force directly kicked the coffin away, and the first Corpse King, who was inside the coffin, let out a muffled groan. Clearly, the impact had quite a bit of effect on him. When the black coffin flew out 150 meters, the black coffin directly exploded. The first Corpse King who was inside the coffin appeared outside in a rather wretched state. He stared at Zhuo coldly and said, "You did this on purpose?" The first Corpse King's entire body was pitch black, like a dried corpse that had been exposed to the sun for thousands of years. Even his eyes were incomparably empty. In those empty eyes, 2 strange black flames burned. I accidentally used a bit more strength. It was unintentional, Zhuo said indifferently. Zhuo was very clear that the first Corpse King wasn't a good person. He extorted 900,000 immortal crystals from the first Corpse King. The first Corpse King definitely wouldn't let it go. Therefore, when rescuing this first Corpse King, his methods naturally wouldn't be so gentle. The first Corpse King's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared fixedly at Zhuo, then leaned against a nearby cliff and said, "Little bastard, this Corpse King's immortal crystals aren't so easy to take." At this moment, Kong Lianxuan is 2. Zhuo S. And not far away, the first Corpse King's face stiffened. He coldly stared at Kong Lianxuan and said in a low voice, "Kong Lianxuan, what do you mean?" Kong Lianxuan did not pay attention to the first Corpse King at all. He only looked at Zhuo indifferently, as if waiting for Zhuo's reply. Zhuo shook his head. Kong Lianxuan's face immediately darkened, and he said, "Zhuo, if you don't have my help, it won't be that easy to get rid of the first Corpse King. You better think carefully." Zhuo still shook his head. Kong Lianxuan's face became even more unsightly. He coldly snorted and took out a storage pouch from his spirit ring. He threw it to Zhuo and said, "I hope you don't regret it." Zhuo sized up the storage pouch Kong Lianxuan gave him. He discovered that there were no less than 1,500,000 immortal crystals inside, making his eyes light up. Silently putting away these immortal crystals, Zhuo continued, "Senior Kong, other than the immortal crystals, I also want the blood sacrifice holy symbol on you. When the time comes, I will naturally help you get out." Kong Lianxuan felt that he misheard, and hastily asked, "What did you just say?" "I also want the blood sacrifice holy symbol," Zhuo said indifferently. Boom! A vast aura suddenly erupted from Kong Lianxuan's body. Under the influence of this aura, the surrounding quicksand actually all soared into the sky, forming a terrifying sandstorm. "You're going too far," Kong Lianxuan roared at Zhuo. Zhuo stomped his right foot and dodged the surrounding quicksand. He looked at Kong Lianxuan indifferently and said, "Senior Kong, the more you struggle in this soul-devouring quicksand, the more terrifying the suction force from inside will be. If you don't have my help, you will undoubtedly die. You better think carefully." After Kong Lianxuan recovered his senses, he indeed discovered that the surrounding suction force was becoming more and more terrifying. He quickly restrained the aura that erupted from his body. He stared at Zhuo and said, "You're too greedy. This blood sacrifice holy symbol is my blood sacrifice clan's inheritance for 10,000 years. How can I give it away just like that? Is your life more important or the holy symbol more important? Senior Kong, think carefully." Zhuo crossed his arms and looked at Kong Lianxuan indifferently. Time slowly passed. After an hour, Kong Lianxuan was only a few feet away from the vortex. In less than 10 breaths of time, Kong Lianxuan would be completely swallowed by the vortex. At this moment, Kong Lianxuan finally experienced the crisis of life and death. Looking at the incomparably deep vortex, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. "I'll hand over the blood, sacrifice, holy symbol," Kong Lianxuan hastily said. Zhuowen stared at Kong Lianxuan without any action. This made Kong Lianxuan secretly curse Zhuowen's cunning. Helpless, he tapped his forehead and took out the blood sacrifice, holy symbol from his sea of consciousness, and threw it to Zhuowen. In the face of his clan's inheritance and his life, Kong Lianxuan ultimately chose his life. Receiving the blood sacrifice, holy symbol, Zhuowen's eyes were bright and full of expression. He could feel the dense origin energy within the blood sacrifice, holy symbol. As long as he absorbed this blood sacrifice, holy symbol, coupled with the immortal crystals on his body, he could completely reach the late stage of the sky immortal realm. "Why aren't you saving me?" Looking at the vortex close at hand, Kong Lianxuan hastily shouted. Zhuowen's right hand formed a claw and suddenly grabbed Kong Lianxuan's collar, lifting him upside down. Kong Lianxuan's face flushed red. Zhuowen's posture of lifting him was too shameful. It was as if he was carrying trash and didn't care about his feelings at all. When they were within 500 feet, Zhuowen suddenly swung and directly threw Kong Lianxuan out. Kong Lianxuan's feet repeatedly stepped in the void. Terrifying immortal essence gushed out, and many ripples emerged under his feet. After that, he steadily stopped not far from the first Corpse King, and his eyes were filled with killing intent, staring fixedly at Zhuowen, who was opposite him. "Little bastard, you better not come out. Once you come out, I'll definitely pull out your tendons, peel off your bones, and let you die in pain." Kong Lianxuan roared as if he had almost lost his reason. The first Corpse King, on the other hand, was laughing gloatingly on the side. After Kong Lianxuan recovered his reason, the first Corpse King said, "This little bastard has guts. He actually tricked both of us. He really doesn't know how to restrain himself. After this kid comes out, how about you and I compete to see who will kill this kid first?" Kong Lianxuan glanced at the first Corpse King indifferently and said indifferently, "This kid will definitely be killed by me. You have no chance." As he spoke, Kong Lianxuan came to the other side and sat cross-legged on the ground, silently waiting. The first Corpse King shrugged, then raised his head to look at Zhuowen. The corner of his mouth revealed a cruel smile. Zhuowen glanced at Kong Lianxuan and the first Corpse King indifferently, the corner of his mouth full of a sneer. No matter if it was Kong Lianxuan or the first Corpse King, both of their strengths had reached the peak of the sky immortal realm. With Zhuowen's current strength, he might be able to contend against one of them. But with both of them attacking together, even Zhuowen would find it somewhat difficult. So, Zhuowen wasn't in a hurry to leave the soul-devouring quicksand. Instead, he planned to absorb the blood sacrifice holy symbol and immortal crystal to break through to the late stage of the sky immortal realm. This way, he would have a much greater chance of breaking through the siege of the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan. Although Zhuowen had the mysterious scabbard, and if he used the mysterious scabbard, he could break through Kong Lianxuan and the first Corpse King. However, he wasn't sure that he could kill the two of them. So, he didn't plan to expose the mysterious scabbard. And the underground maze was extremely complicated and mysterious. Without knowing anything, no one could find the exit of the underground maze so quickly. Unless they knew the terrain of the underground maze in advance, like Zhuowen, then it would be possible to do so. So, Zhuowen wasn't in a hurry. Zhuowen casually found a place at the edge of the soul-devouring quicksand, then sat cross-legged. At the same time, he took out the blood sacrifice holy symbol and took out the primitive talisman. Using the primitive talisman's ability, he began to absorb the original power of the blood sacrifice holy symbol. While Zhuowen was absorbing the blood sacrifice holy symbol, the blood immortal hiding in the spirit ring kept howling. Zhuowen frowned and released the blood immortal. After reminding her about the characteristics of the soul-devouring quicksand, the blood immortal sat beside Zhuowen and absorbed the original power that was escaping from the surroundings. Looking at the greedy look of the blood immortal, Zhuowen frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Instead, he began to use the primitive talisman to absorb the blood sacrifice holy symbol. Kong Lianxuan, who was outside the soul-devouring quicksand, naturally noticed this scene. Especially after seeing the blood sacrifice holy symbol, his face became extremely ugly. What is this kid doing? It seems like he's absorbing the blood sacrifice holy symbol. The first Corpse King was shocked and doubtful. Kong Lianxuan just noticed Zhuowen's actions. He carefully looked at the primitive talisman in front of Zhuowen. He seemed to have guessed something, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Kong Lianxuan frowned and murmured in a low voice, "This kid, it's impossible. This kid can't know this method." Time passed by slowly. After about 10 days, the primitive talisman finally absorbed all of the blood sacrifice holy symbol. The original power of the blood sacrifice holy symbol poured into Zhuowen's body, causing the aura in his body to expand to an extremely terrifying level. It's still a little bit away from the late stage of the fairy immortal realm. It seems like the original power of a complete holy symbol is still not enough. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. He waved his sleeve and immediately took out glittering and translucent immortal crystals from the spirit ring. The immortal crystals exploded into balls of extremely rich immortal core power. The immortal core power turned into a mist that surrounded Zhuowen. Then the immortal core power mist drilled into Zhuowen's meridians. As the immortal core power mist drilled into Zhuowen's meridians, the aura in Zhuowen's body expanded infinitely. Chapter 1848. Clash Whoosh. When Zhuowen's aura burst out, the countless grains of sand within the soul-devouring quicksand came to a standstill. Moreover, these grains of sand were like ancient beasts as they suddenly rose up, forming an inverted quicksand waterfall. The terrifying suction force in the soul-devouring quicksand also stopped for a moment when the powerful aura burst out. The first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan stood up abruptly. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were full of shock. Kong Lianxuan said with a gloomy look, "Late Sky Immortal Realm? When did this kid's cultivation advance so quickly?" Whether it was the first Corpse King or Kong Lianxuan, both of them felt incredulous. When they were in the chess world where the black and white giant were, Zhuowen was someone that many experts had overlooked. Because at that time Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the late Earth Immortal Realm. Anyone present could pinch him to death with a finger. If it wasn't for Zhuowen relying on the first mountain god, Shiji, and the Lord of the Divine Tomb, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. But now, not long after the chess world was broken, this kid's cultivation had already reached the Sky Immortal Realm. Moreover, he was breaking through to the late Sky Immortal Realm. This cultivation speed was really unbelievable. How did he do it? There's a huge gap between the Earth Immortal Realm and the Sky Immortal Realm. Without more than 1,000 years of accumulation, how could he have succeeded? The first Corpse King took a deep breath and murmured. Kong Lianxuan's eyes were gloomy. He stared at the origin talisman between Zhuowen's eyebrows. He thought more clearly than the first Corpse King. After all, he had held the blood sacrifice saint talisman for countless years and was extremely sensitive to the aura of the saint talisman. He felt the aura of the ice flame, wind thunder, and King's Blade Saint Talisman in the origin talisman. Among them, the King's Blade Saint Talisman's aura was the strongest. It was almost the same as his blood sacrifice Saint Talisman. Could it be that He Wushang's King's Blade Saint Talisman was also taken by this kid? Kong Lianxuan murmured gloomily, but soon his gloominess was replaced by enthusiasm. He never thought that Zhuowen would be able to fuse several saint runes at the same time. Moreover, The fusion of these saint runes could bring such great benefits to cultivators. Kong Lianxuan was very clear that the reason Zhuowen was able to advance so quickly was closely related to the holy talisman. As long as he obtained the origin talisman in Zhuowen's body, then he might be able to directly break through the peak of the heavenly immortal realm and become a true immortal. First Corpse King, how about the two of us join hands to capture this boy? Kong Lianxuan suddenly said to the first Corpse King beside him. The first Corpse King's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally noticed the fanaticism in Kong Lianxuan's eyes just now, and then he noticed the origin talisman in front of Zhuowen. Although he didn't recognize the origin talisman, he could guess that the reason why this kid's cultivation advanced so quickly was inseparable from the origin talisman. The first Corpse King sneered repeatedly. How could he not guess Kong Lianxuan's thoughts? But he didn't point out. After all, there was no need for the two of them to fall out right now. Everything would be discussed after capturing that Zhuowen first. It's my honor. The first Corpse King sneered. At this moment, above the soul-devouring quicksand, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The late stage of the heavenly immortal realm not only gave him more powerful immortal energy than the mid-stage of the heavenly immortal realm, but also a deeper understanding of the three immortal techniques in his body. No matter if it was the slaughtering finger of the underworld or the Buddha demon transformation, they were all the strongest moves of the peak of the true immortal realm. The power of these two immortal techniques far surpassed the other immortal techniques and could be considered Zhuowen's strongest moves. Slowly turning around, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan outside. Then he took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Seeing Zhuowen's action, the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan's eyes narrowed, but soon the first Corpse King sneered and said, "Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, you think you have the power to fight against the two of us after breaking through to the late stage of the heavenly immortal realm? Wishful thinking." Zhuowen stepped forward step by step, and the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. It was as if countless volcanoes erupted around his body, sweeping out countless upside-down terrifying cyclones. At the same time, Zhuowen pointed his right hand at the void, and the terrifying immortal energy flowed along his fingertip and suddenly erupted forward. Then an incomparably vast mountain fell from the sky. The lone peak doesn't stand alone with the other mountains, and it goes straight into the clouds without stopping. When the lone peak crushed down, Zhuowen took a step forward, and his right foot was like the wind and heavily kicked the surface of the lone peak. Rumble! Suddenly, the lone peak was like a desolate giant beast, and it charged forward violently. Its power was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to crush all living things into powder. Originally, the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan didn't care too much, but the moment the lone peak rushed towards them, their faces suddenly became much more solemn. "In Corpse Curse!" The first Corpse King's gaze was solemn, and his right hand formed a seal and pointed out. Suddenly, a rather powerful and vast Yin Qi swept out between his fingers. This Yin Qi transformed into countless Yin corpses and immediately blocked in front of the lone peak. Kong Lianxuan also made his move. His right hand formed a claw, and at some unknown time, strange bloody marks actually appeared on his palm. These bloody marks constantly intertwined in his palm. With a claw, the bloody marks wriggled, and an incomparably huge bloody claw was reflected in front of him. With endless slaughter and blood, it heavily slammed on the lone peak. Rumble! The first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan's attacks followed one after another, and heavily landed on the lone peak. Immediately after, the lone peak's forward momentum stopped, and a series of muffled explosive sounds continuously resounded on the surface of the lone peak. Zhuowen's gaze was overflowing with battle intent. His right hand pointed again, and an even more terrifying immortal energy swept out and all gathered into the lone peak. Then the lone peak suddenly expanded and instantly expanded dozens of times, reaching through the sky and the earth, and there was no end in sight. Rumble. Suddenly, the Een Corpse curse and the bloody claw directly collapsed. The lone peak was like a hot knife through butter, and suddenly swept in front of the first Corpse King and Kong Lianchuan. Kong Lianchuan and the first Corpse King's face were gloomy. This Zhuowen had just advanced to the late stage of the heavenly immortal realm, but he could actually unleash such a powerful strength. It was beyond their expectations. No need to hold back. Get rid of him. Kong Lianchuan said in a deep voice. His right foot stepped forward, and his entire person swept out like an arrow leaving the bow. At the same time, he flicked his right hand and immediately took out an iron umbrella. The surface of this umbrella emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Zhuowen stared at this umbrella, and his pupils shrunk slightly. He knew that this umbrella must be a heavenly saint artifact. In addition, the first Corpse King also grabbed with his right hand, and countless death chi surged out from the first Corpse King's body, and finally condensed into a long scythe in his hand. Slash! The first Corpse King followed closely behind Kong Lianchuan. He waved the long scythe in his right hand and suddenly slashed out. A huge saber chi swept out violently, and around this saber chi were countless soul shadows. Kong Lianchuan's eyes were even more dignified. He held the iron umbrella in his right hand and suddenly spun it, and a surge of celestial core power poured into the iron umbrella. Suddenly, the iron umbrella flew into the sky and transformed into countless umbrella shadows. Countless umbrella shadows densely covered the surroundings and finally condensed into a huge umbrella shadow that was hundreds of feet long. The umbrella shadow was covered with terrifying spikes, and when it spun, it was like a gear that made a strange, creaking sound. Crack! With two heavenly saint artifacts, no matter how powerful the lone peak was, it would still collapse inch by inch. At this moment, Zhuowen had already swept out of the range of the Soul Eater quicksand, and his perfect divine body had completely merged with his original body. Celestial art, ask Buddha. The moment Zhuowen swept out of the Soul Eater quicksand, his figure did not stop at all. His right foot stepped on the void, and his whole body spun like a whirlwind. In the air, he put his palms together, and his whole body shone with Buddha's light. The surging Buddha's light wrapped Zhuowen's whole body, and then a huge ancient Buddha shadow appeared in the void behind Zhuowen. Break! The first Corpse King and Kong Lianchuan's eyes narrowed, and they snorted coldly. They both held their respective heavenly saint artifacts, and used their own powerful moves to attack Zhuowen. Boom! Under the control of Zhuowen, the ancient Buddha shadow suddenly stretched out its right palm and slapped out. The surrounding space collapsed, and only the endless Buddha's light was left. Bang! The ancient Buddha phantom shone with Buddhist light. Unfortunately, Kong Lianchuan and the first Corpse King's teamwork was not something to be trifled with. The ancient Buddha phantom did not persist for too long, and its surface was filled with dense cracks, finally collapsing with a loud bang. Zhuowen's eyes were as cold as a demon's. The seal on his right hand changed again, and endless demon chi burst out from his body, and his whole body was surrounded by demon chi, like a big demon. Clang! Zhuowen grabbed with both hands, and the demon chi was monstrous, condensing into two demon swords. Zhuowen threw out both swords and faced the first Corpse King and Kong Lianchuan. Bang! 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 The three of them suddenly exchanged dozens of moves, and each move made an extremely dull sound. Terrifying sparks constantly poured out from the three of them, and it looked extremely dazzling. How is this kid's physical body so strong? The first Corpse King's pupils shrank slightly. Every time the two of them exchanged blows with Zhuowen, the terrifying tremors produced were enough to injure Zhuowen quite a bit. However, Zhuowen's expression did not change during the battle, as if he was scratching an itch. After all, his physical body had reached the perfect saint physique, and just the aftermath of the battle could not have any effect on Zhuowen. Immortal technique, Corpse King burial. Immortal technique, Blood Sea world. The first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan put away any of their previous contempt. They looked at each other and no longer held back, and used their strongest immortal techniques. The first Corpse King's right sword finger pointed at the void, and then the long scythe slashed out horizontally. The space in front of it suddenly collapsed, and in the collapsed cave, a huge shadow slowly appeared. The shadow had a head full of gray hair, and the fangs in its mouth were exposed. Its eyes were pitch black, and its whole body was filled with death chi. Kong Lianxuan spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The moment the blood essence was spat out, it expanded infinitely and finally turned into a boundless sea of blood. Chapter 1849. Crushing bang. 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 Zhuowen's demonic aura swirled around his body as he crossed his demonic sabers and slashed out. Instantly, a monstrous demonic aura condensed into a huge, intersecting saber shadow that soared into the sky. Whoosh! The blood sea surged and rushed over. The huge Corpse King phantom stepped on the blood sea, and in the Corpse King's mouth was a broken sword. Seeing the saber shadow approaching, the Corpse King stretched out his right hand and took out the broken sword in his mouth. He slashed out fiercely, and a soaring sword shadow condensed and shot out like an arrow from a bow. The sword shadow soared through the sky, and wherever it passed, the sea of blood soared into the sky. It brought with it a bloody aura as it landed heavily on the intersecting saber shadow. Bang! The intersecting saber shadow did not last for long and was directly shattered by the sword shadow. Then it continued to rush forward. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He took a deep breath and formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, an extremely blazing Buddha's light erupted from his body that was filled with demonic aura. Buddha demon transformation. After saying that, the Buddha's light in Zhuowen's body became even more blazing. In the end, it fought against the demonic aura around him. His body was half Buddha and half demon. It was both Buddha and demon, and it looked extremely strange. Zhuowen held the devil saber in one hand and the Buddhist commandment blade in the other. He rushed out like a shuttle, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Bang! Zhuowen's saber slashed at the sword shadow. His body paused for a moment, then he twisted his waist and directly shattered the sword shadow. Then he rushed directly into the depths of the sea of blood. Stop him! Kong Lianxuan's eyes were dark. After using the Buddha demon transformation, Zhuowen's strength had increased by too much. He actually gave Kong Lianxuan a sense of threat. Thinking of this, Kong Lianxuan took a deep breath and formed a seal with both hands again. The sea of blood immediately surged like a raging beast. Zhuowen, who had rushed into the sea of blood, started to spin. The Buddha's light and demonic aura intersected, forming a black gold storm that shuttled through the sea of blood like a hot knife through butter. Whoosh! The huge Corpse King's eyes flashed coldly. With the broken sword in his hand, he dove into the sea of blood and pounced toward Zhuowen. Slash! Zhuowen, who had the body of the Buddha demon and a perfect holy body, was full of fighting spirit. He had no intention of dodging the phantom of the Corpse King. As the two approached each other, Zhuowen brandished the Buddhist commandment blade in his right hand and fiercely chopped the broken sword in the phantom corpse's hand. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying power spread out, and countless terrifying water vortexes began to sweep out from the bottom of the blood sea. These water vortexes were like angry dragons, constantly sweeping out, causing endless tsunamis to rise in the blood sea. At the moment when the Buddhist commandment blade collided with the broken sword, Zhuowen decisively threw out the devil saber in his left hand. The demonic saber turned into a beam of dim light, shuttling through the countless whirlpools in the blood sea, heading straight for the glabella of the Corpse King. Whoosh! The Corpse King's phantom did not expect that Zhuowen would suddenly use this move. He was stunned on the spot. Then, the demonic blade moved as fast as a shuttle and instantly pierced through the Corpse King's forehead. Rumble! The Corpse King did not even have time to react before his glabella was invaded by the demonic aura. Then his entire body was surrounded by the demonic aura and finally collapsed. The moment the Corpse King's phantom collapsed, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he quickly suppressed it. Then he stepped out, following the rolling blood sea, and violently rushed out. After catching the demonic saber not far from the blood sea, Zhuowen combined the devil saber and the Buddhist commandment blade. The demonic light and Buddhist light combined to form a long saber that was about 10 feet long. The surface of the saber was covered with Buddhist light and demonic light. Buddha demon slash! Zhuowen, who was at the bottom of the blood sea, held the Buddha demon saber in his hand and swung it toward the sky. Suddenly, a saber shadow that seemed to be able to tear the endless void rushed out from the Buddha demon saber. This saber shadow was so huge that it was surrounded by demonic and Buddhist shadows. Whoosh! The Buddha demon blade shadow appeared, and the sea of blood was directly cleaved into 2 halves, splitting from the middle. The blade shadow rushed towards the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan, while Zhuowen raised the Buddha demon blade and followed closely behind, staring coldly at the 2 above. This little bastard! The first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan's expression changed slightly at the same time. They looked at each other and held their Ascended Saint artifacts to meet the Buddha demon's saber shadow that rushed toward the sky. The first Corpse King stretched out his withered left hand and lightly touched the long scythe in his right hand. The long scythe surface was emitting an extremely terrifying aura of death. Kong Lianxuan's immortal energy condensed on the iron umbrella. The iron umbrella suddenly expanded to several hundred feet. Then, under Kong Lianxuan's control, it suddenly swung downward. Countless white lights swept out like streaks of white hidden weapons. Bang! The first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan's all-out attack was extremely terrifying. Although the Buddha demon saber shadow was terrifying, under the 2's joint attack, it still collapsed inch by inch. However, the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan were not unharmed. After the 2 of them shattered the Buddha demon's saber shadow, they groaned and retreated to the side. Whoosh! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He stomped his right foot, and his speed instantly increased as he rushed toward the first Corpse King. Between the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan, the first Corpse King's strength dropped a lot due to the broken coffin. Although Kong Lianxuan lost the blood sacrifice holy symbol, he still had the strength of a peak sky immortal. Seeing Zhuowen rushing toward him, the first Corpse King's eyes flashed with a cold light. He roared angrily and slashed the long scythe in his hand, waving it toward Zhuowen. Slash! Zhuowen held the Buddha demon saber in his right hand and slashed down. It heavily blasted on the long scythe, and a terrifying air wave spread out from between the 2. Zhuowen followed this powerful air wave and immediately separated the perfect saint body. The perfect saint body followed the gap in the air wave and instantly approached the first Corpse King. He fiercely punched and heavily smashed the first Corpse King's chest. The first Corpse King did not expect Zhuowen to suddenly use this move, so he was not prepared at all. Then, Zhuowen directly took advantage of the gap and punched his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Zhuowen's original body stepped on the 7 stars and instantly rushed in front of the first Corpse King. He slashed down. The first Corpse King looked on helplessly as the blade chopped down on his head and directly split him into 2. Zhuowen! At the same time, Kong Lianxuan behind him roared angrily and rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen indifferently glanced at Kong Lianxuan behind him. The perfect saint body instantly merged with him. He once again slashed horizontally with his blade. This time he used his strongest power at the moment. The moment the blade slashed out, Kong Lianxuan's expression changed greatly. He blocked in front of him with the iron umbrella. With a bang, the iron umbrella in Kong Lianxuan's hand was slashed away. Kong Lianxuan's clothes were all torn. He flew out and heavily smashed into the wall behind him. He stared at Zhuowen in fear. Kong Lianxuan's face was full of disbelief. This Zhuowen had just advanced to the late stage of Sky Immortal. Not only did he block the joint attack of two peak Sky Immortals, he even defeated them so cleanly. Zhuowen indifferently glanced at Kong Lianxuan and the first Corpse King that was constantly squirming and starting to merge. He said indifferently, "Do you still want to kill me now?" At this moment, the first Corpse King had completely merged his body that was split into two. However, his aura was extremely weak. The blade just now had caused too much damage to him. The first Corpse King tightly leaned against the rock wall. His gaze was extremely uneasy as he stared at Zhuowen. That blade just now made him feel the feeling of death. Looking at the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan, who were completely silent, Zhuowen sneered and said, "Still not scramming? If you dare to make a move next time, leave behind your worthless lives." Kong Lianxuan and the first Corpse King's complexion alternated between green and white. In the end, they didn't dare to refute Zhuowen. Instead, they left this place dejectedly. Zhuowen indifferently looked at the two people who left. The reason why he didn't kill the first Corpse King and Kong Lianxuan was naturally because these two people were not easy to kill. After all, these two people were peak Sky Immortals. They were experts who had been famous in Middle-earth for a long time. If they really fought with their lives on the line, they were bound to have powerful trump cards. At that time, Zhuowen would probably have to pay a great price to kill these two people. Fighting with his life on the line in this underground maze that was filled with danger really wasn't a wise move. Not far from here, on the mottled rockwall path, two figures slowly walked. One of them had a face full of wrinkles. His eyes were filled with the color of death. His face was even paler and bloodless. This person was only around 40 years old, but he looked about the same as an old man in his 70s or 80s. The other person was around 30 to 40 years old. He had a sturdy build. In front of him was a hunting dog that was half the height of a person. It was constantly sniffing at something on the ground. "Brother Wei, are you sure you can find that little bastard Zhuowen?" The man with a face full of wrinkles said with a gaze full of hatred. The middle-aged man glanced at the man with a face full of wrinkles. After a moment of silence, he said, "Brother He, don't worry. I'm quite familiar with Zhuowen's presence. This hunting dog is a manifestation of the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman. Its sense of smell is extremely sensitive. It can find the owner of the scent within 10,000 kilometers. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize these two people. Wasn't the man with a face full of wrinkles He Wushang, who was almost killed by Zhuowen?" At this moment, He Wushang's presence was extremely weak. His cultivation had fallen to the early Sky Immortal stage. All of this was thanks to Zhuowen. Right now, He Wushang only wanted to find Zhuowen and slowly torture him to death. The middle-aged man beside him was naturally Wei Wuyin of the Beast Envoy clan. The reason why Wei Wuyin helped He Wushang wasn't because of their good relationship, but because He Wushang had told him that Zhuowen possessed the source energy formed by the fusion of several saint talismans. This kind of source energy was extremely precious to any cultivator. After all, it could allow one to peek into one's origin and know what to do in the future. This was especially true for celestial saints, as source energy was extremely important to them. After learning from He Wushang that Zhuowen actually possessed such a thing, Wei Wuyin was naturally tempted. Woof! Suddenly, the hunting dog in front of him raised its head and barked. Immediately after, its eyes shone with a dim light and it suddenly flew forward. "Looks like there's a clue," Wei Wuyin said with a blazing gaze. The two of them followed closely behind the hunting dog. The moment they came to a corner, a figure suddenly rushed over. A terrifying aura surged out. The hunting dog let out a wail and was directly crushed by the aura and exploded. Wei Wuyin and He Wushang's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly used their celestial origin energy to block in front of them and kept retreating. Swoosh! The figure was too fast and caught Wei Wuyin off guard. Before Wei Wuyin could even react, the figure had already arrived in front of He Wushang, who was not far away. "It's you!" He Wushang only had time to say these words before a large blade, shrouded in black and gold, slashed across He Wushang's neck. His head flew into the air. Then He Wushang's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A powerful Buddha demon force invaded his body. The Yuan spirit in his dantian had no chance to escape and directly collapsed. As soon as He Wushang died, Wei Wuyin's pupils shrank and he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he activated the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman and stared ahead. In the countless clouds of blood mist, a tall and straight young man stood proudly like a pine tree. The young man held He Wushang's head in his hand. Chapter 1850. Escape. How could Wei Wuyin and He Wushang compare to Zhuowen in terms of familiarity in the underground maze? When Wei Wuyin and He Wushang appeared nearby, Zhuowen had already sensed it. Therefore, he had been lying in ambush nearby. The moment the two of them approached, he would catch them off guard and kill He Wushang instantly. Wei Wuyin stared fixedly at Zhuowen and revealed a shocked expression. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura was extremely powerful. If he was not mistaken, Zhuowen's cultivation had already reached the late heaven immortal stage. If he didn't remember wrongly, Zhuowen's cultivation was merely at the advanced stage of the earthly immortal realm. Although He Wushang had reminded him that Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the early stage of the heavenly immortal realm, it was still at the early stage of the heavenly immortal realm. But now, Zhuowen's aura wasn't just at the early sky immortal stage. He was at the late sky immortal stage. In such a short period of time, his cultivation has broken through two minor realms. How did he do it? Wei Wuyin frowned slightly. He felt more and more that Zhuowen's aura was strange, but he quickly recalled what He Wushang had said to him before. This kid's rapid advancement is probably related to the origin energy. He's only at the late sky immortal stage, but I'm already at the peak of the sky immortal stage. Coupled with the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman, he's no match for me at all. Capture him and forcefully extract his origin energy. Wei Wuyin's eyes suddenly blazed as he laughed heartily and said, "What a waste of effort. Zhuowen, since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, Wei Wuyin stomped his right foot and charged towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen glanced at Wei Wuyin indifferently, but he didn't fight Wei Wuyin directly. Instead, his figure flashed and he fled towards the back. Although Wei Wuyin was also at the peak of the sky immortal stage, he had the Saint Talisman on him and was stronger than Kong Lianchuan and the First Corpse King. It wasn't wise for Zhuowen to fight him head-on. Wei Wuyin didn't doubt him. In his opinion, Zhuowen's cultivation was lower than his, so killing He Wushang was probably just to vent his anger. He didn't dare to face him at all. The two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, were extremely fast. They arrived at the location of the soul-devouring quicksand in an instant. Zhuowen suddenly stepped into the range of the soul-devouring quicksand. Wei Wuyin frowned as he glanced at the constantly flowing soul-devouring quicksand with some apprehension. He could feel that this soul-devouring quicksand wasn't simple. But seeing Zhuowen safely enter the range of the soul-devouring quicksand, he didn't take it too seriously. Whoosh! Wei Wuyin stepped into the range of the soul-devouring quicksand. Then a terrifying suction force suddenly crushed his body. Then countless grains of quicksand gushed out from the soul-devouring quicksand, forming a huge hand of quicksand in midair. As soon as the hand of quicksand was formed, it grabbed Wei Wuyin and pulled him into the range of the soul-devouring quicksand. Wei Wuyin didn't even resist as his whole body sank into the depths of the quicksand. What What's going on? Why are you acting as if nothing happened? Wei Wuyin was shocked and angry. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he saw Zhuowen strolling in the sky. Zhuowen ignored Wei Wuyin's shock. He pointed his right hand at the void and used the Lone Peak Immortal Technique. The huge and proud mountain fell from the sky and smashed heavily towards Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin's face was gloomy. He pointed his right hand, and a surge of celestial core power gushed out and turned into a huge eagle. The eagle's cry resounded. Then the giant eagle spread its wings and flew high, knocking the Lone Peak Immortal Technique away. Wei Wuyin also found that, as he used his celestial core power, the speed of the soul-devouring quicksand increased, and he was getting closer and closer to the vortex in the center of the quicksand. With Wei Wuyin's keen premonition, he could feel that if he was sucked into the vortex, he would be doomed eternally. Zhuowen didn't care at all about the Lone Peak being blasted away. Instead, he pointed his right hand once again, and surging celestial core power entered the Lone Peak, causing it to expand by tens of times and rumbling as it pressed down towards the ground. Wei Wuyin's eyes were gloomy. He could only use his celestial core power to resist Zhuowen's harassment. Moreover, with Zhuowen's harassment, he was getting closer and closer to the vortex in the center of the quicksand. He also knew Zhuowen's ultimate goal. Little bastard, I won't let you get what you want. I want you dead. Wei Wuyin's eyes were gloomy. He pointed his right hand at his glabella and immediately summoned the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman. The Beast Envoy Saint Talisman contained countless phantoms of terrifying fierce beasts from ancient times, including the Taotai. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless phantoms of terrifying fierce beasts swept out and pounced on Zhuowen as if they had gone mad. They set off a powerful and terrifying storm in the surroundings, enveloping Zhuowen entirely. Seeing Wei Wuyin take out the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman, Zhuowen sneered. He had been waiting for the moment Wei Wuyin used the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman. Zhuowen pointed his right hand at his glabella and directly took out the primitive talisman. The moment the primitive talisman appeared, the countless phantoms of fierce beasts surrounding Zhuowen all screamed in fear and scattered. The Beast Envoy Saint Talisman that was originally floating in front of Wei Wuyin trembled constantly. It faintly showed signs of breaking away from Wei Wuyin's control, breaking through the air and sweeping toward Zhuowen. What's going on? Is this guy's talisman the talisman that contains origin energy that He Wushang mentioned? Damn it, this strange talisman is actually beginning to affect my Beast Envoy Saint Talisman. Wei Wuyin's gaze was gloomy. He waved his sleeve, intending to sweep the tottering Beast Envoy Saint Talisman into it. Unfortunately, the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman was already on the verge of going out of control. Just as Wei Wuyin was about to sweep it away, the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman buzzed as it tore through the air and shot toward Zhuowen. Bastard! Wei Wuyin roared in anger. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman that was tearing through the air, Zhuowen's gaze was blazing. However, just as the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman was about to reach Zhuowen, the space around the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman suddenly shattered. In the shattered space, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman. Then, with a violent tug, the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman was pulled into the space. Zhuowen's face froze. His gaze was gloomy. He took a step forward and swept towards the space. Then he threw out a punch, smashing into the space. Rumble! In an instant, the void exploded. Moreover, this kind of explosion was continuous. In an instant, the void within a radius of several hundred feet around the soul-devouring quicksand exploded into countless fragments. Zhuowen took a few steps back. Then he gloomily stared at the surrounding space that was still exploding. He was extremely angry in his heart. From the moment of contact just now, he had already guessed who the owner of the hand was. Among the group of people who had entered this time, Only Yang Yi was able to use the power of the void so skillfully. Yang Yi, Zhuowen shouted in a deep voice. Crack! The space 150 meters away from the soul, devouring, quicksand crumbled inch by inch as a graceful figure slowly stepped out. This person was wearing a devil mask, revealing a pair of eyes that were sizing up Zhuowen with ridicule. Two figures silently followed beside Yang Yi. One of them was the goddess of the prophet clan, Yen Tianwei. The other was a burly man with a body like an iron tower. Junior brother Zhuowen, it seems that you have obtained a lot of benefits in here. Your speed of advancement is quite fast, Yang Yi said indifferently. Saying so, Yang Yi handed the Orc Envoy Holy Rune to Yen Tianwei behind him. After receiving the Orc Envoy Holy Rune, Yen Tianwei's calm eyes suddenly revealed a blazing color. Then he directly pressed the Orc Envoy Holy Rune into his forehead. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly became gloomy. The aura on Yen Tianwei's body was extremely familiar to Zhuowen. This aura was the aura of source strength. Obviously, Yen Tianwei should have fused with many saint runes and refined them into origin talismans. This boy also has origin talismans. If I can snatch them, the benefits to me will be endless. Yen Tianwei stared at Zhuowen in front of him with shining eyes. Yang Yi said indifferently, Don't worry, I'll naturally do what I promised you. Saying so, Yang Yi glanced at the burly man beside him and said, Capture this boy. The burly man grinned and said, Don't worry, sir. Capturing this boy is no problem at all. Saying so, the burly man stomped his right foot and suddenly rushed into the range of the soul-devouring quicksand. Whoosh! The moment the burly man rushed into the soul-devouring quicksand, the endless quicksand suddenly surged up and set off a huge river of quicksand, like a waterfall. It rushed violently towards the burly man with the intention of dragging him into the depths of the quicksand. The moment the quicksand rushed in front of the burly man, he grinned and suddenly punched out with his right fist. Then, the terrifying quicksand was directly dispersed by this punch, and the terrifying suction force that swept out from the depths of the soul-devouring quicksand was directly dispersed by this punch. Whoosh! However, the quicksand inside the soul-devouring quicksand was really too large. After the waterfall of quicksand was shattered by the burly man, an even more terrifying amount of quicksand suddenly rose up and condensed into an extremely huge hand of quicksand that grabbed the burly man. What can mere quicksand do to me? A disdainful voice came from the hand of quicksand. Then, the hand of quicksand directly collapsed into countless fine sand, and the burly man jumped out and rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but retreat. The burly man gave him a very strong feeling. The suction force of the soul devouring quicksand didn't have much effect on him at all. This burly man is definitely a true immortal. I must not fight with him. Zhuowen's mind was like countless muffled thunderbolts. Only experts above the true immortal realm could resist the suction force of the soul-devouring quicksand. Seeing that the burly man was destroying the obstruction of countless quicksand step by step and was constantly approaching him, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a decisive look. He stomped his right foot and immediately plunged into the vortex in the center of the soul-devouring quicksand. At the same time, he sealed all the auras related to the soul in his sea of consciousness as if they were dead objects. Zhuowen knew that the soul-devouring quicksand actually treated dead objects as nutrients and basically buried them in the deepest part of the ground. He could use the power of the soul-devouring quicksand to escape underground first. Chapter 1851. Reunion. When the burly man saw Zhuowen take the initiative to enter the central whirlpool of the soul-devouring quicksand, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He coldly snorted and said, Even if you enter, you still can't escape. As he spoke, black gas filled the air around the burly man, and his aura increased several times. It was as if some kind of ancient beast had awakened in his body. Bang, 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 bang. The burly man stomped his right foot in the air. Instantly, Countless strands of black gas spread out in all directions. In an instant, the entire space where the soul-eater quicksand was located seemed to have become motionless. This strange stillness only lasted for a moment before the surrounding space began to collapse. The sand within the enormous soul-devouring quicksand exploded, scattering in all directions and scattering in all directions. Pucci, Wei Wuyin, who was originally trapped in the soul-devouring quicksand, was naturally bombarded by this powerful impact. Then, along with the surrounding quicksand, he was suddenly sent flying and heavily smashed into the surrounding rock walls. Wei Wuyin felt as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart. He spat out another mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, fainting. The burly man's strength was too terrifying. He actually directly smashed the soul-devouring quicksand into ruins. Even the terrifying suction force of the central whirlpool was stopped by the burly man's terrifying strength. Whoosh! After doing this, the burly man grinned and stomped his right foot on the central whirlpool. The originally rotating whirlpool directly collapsed, and the burly man directly entered the whirlpool. Hundreds of feet deep underground, countless branches and vines wrapped around Zhuowen. In addition, there were many similar branches and vines in the surroundings. These vines and vines bound the body, and the needle-like roots pierced into the body to absorb the energy in the body. When the branches and vines no longer sank, the branches and vines that wrapped around Zhuowen began to grow countless needle-like roots, wanting to pierce into Zhuowen's body. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had a perfect holy body. His body was as tough as iron and invulnerable. These roots couldn't pierce through Zhuowen's skin at all. Zhuowen's body flickered with a golden light. He raised his hands, and the surrounding vines and vines directly shattered. After the vines and vines were shattered, Zhuowen's right foot stomped on the ground and continued to rush deeper into the soul-devouring quicksand. He remembered that there was a dangerous place not far from the soul-devouring quicksand. That place was even more dangerous than the soul-devouring quicksand. If he wanted to get rid of the burly man, he could only rely on that place. The gap to true immortal is still too big. Zhuowen's S was full of bitterness. Zhuowen's SSSS. Come. So fast? Zhuowen's face was gloomy. He immediately used his path will to support his perfect holy body. He stomped on the ground with his right foot, and the soil in front of him was unobstructed. Zhuowen rushed forward like a flying shuttle. After a while, Zhuowen stomped on the ground with his right foot and rushed toward the top of the soil. He remembered that this was the dangerous place. If this dangerous place couldn't trap the burly man, then Zhuowen really couldn't do anything. Zhuowen suddenly broke out of the ground. In front of him was an extremely wide rocky area. This rocky area was also one of the dangerous places in the underground maze. There were a total of 10 huge mountains in this rocky area. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire rocky area trembled violently. Zhuowen's face changed slightly. He knew that the burly man was chasing after him. He rushed toward the 10 mountains in front of him without hesitation. Not long after Zhuowen escaped, a strong figure rushed out of the soil not far from Zhuowen. It was the burly man. At that moment, the burly man's body was surrounded by a strange black gas, which made his figure look hazy. "You can't escape, little guy." The burly man grinned, but his smile was extremely cold. He stomped on the ground with his right foot, and the entire ground shook. He then chased after Zhuowen. Zhuowen naturally noticed the burly man rushing toward him. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He then jumped into the range of the 10 mountains. Then he continuously used a mysterious footwork technique inside the 10 mountains. It was as if he was following a certain pattern. He quickly entered the other side of the 10 mountains. At the same time, the burly man had also stepped into the range of the 10 mountains. However, the moment he stepped into the 10 mountains, the entire rocky area trembled again. Creak! Creak! Suddenly, the surrounding 10 mountains began to squirm. Countless rocks slid down from the top of the mountains. Then the 10 mountains all turned into 10 huge stone giants. Each stone giant was thousands of feet tall. In particular, the murderous aura of the stone giants was extremely strong. Even a genuine immortal would be afraid of such a terrifying murderous aura. The moment the murderous aura spread throughout the rocky area, the burly man stopped and stared at the 10 stone giants around him. Did he know in advance that there was a trap here and led me here? But it should be his first time here. How did he know there was a trap here, and how could he avoid such a powerful trap so easily? The burly man stared at the figure in the distance with a puzzled look in his eyes. From the various signs just now, it could be seen that Zhuo was extremely familiar with the underground maze. It was as if he had entered this underground maze before. Rumble. However, before the burly man could think about it, the surrounding 10 stone giants had already punched him. The terrifying fist wind was like the toughest chain, sealing and consolidating all directions around the burly man. The burly man squinted his eyes and stamped his right foot. Instantly, even more terrifying black gas burst out from his body. The black gas rushed up like water vapor and formed a strange, huge shadow. If Zhuo was still here, he would recognize that this shadow was the original form of the skyworm. Bang! 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 The fists of the 10 stone giants had already arrived and smashed heavily on the huge shadow formed by the black gas. However, the strange thing was that the shadow of the skyworm only twisted slightly. Then, countless black tentacles swept out and entangled the surrounding stone giants. These black tentacles were too powerful. The 10 stone giants struggled with all their might, but they still couldn't break free from the tentacles. Did he escape? Yang Yi and Yen Tianwei slowly swept to the rocky area and asked calmly. The skyworm slowly walked out from the 10 stone giants. The moment he stepped out of the range of the stone giants, the 10 stone giants roared and collapsed into countless gravel like thunder. Countless black gas burrowed back into the skyworm's body, and the skyworm reappeared in the form of the burly man. He said rather shamefully, "My lord, I was careless." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "This is actually a good thing. When I saw the netherworld saint dragon on this boy, I knew that the Fushi cauldron must be with him. And I can also guess that all of this should be arranged by that old bastard Sangjia. Now that this boy seems to be so familiar with the underground maze, I'm afraid that he has some connection with Sangjia. This boy cannot die before he finds Sangjia." Yen Tianwei glanced at Yang Yi indifferently, but her heart trembled. She finally knew why Yang Yi did not attack together with the skyworm when he was chasing Zhuo. With Yang Yi's strength and speed, it was actually not difficult for him to intercept Zhuo in advance, but Yang Yi did not do so. Yen Tianwei was a little puzzled before, but now it seemed that Yang Yi had another purpose. Yang Yi's deep scheming made Yen Tianwei feel a chill in her heart. "Tianwei, calculate the location of the Heavy Shield family's ancestor Dong Fangxin and Eternity family's ancestor Ji Wubing. I'll get the Heavy Shield Saint Talisman and Eternal Saint Talisman for you," Yang Yi said indifferently. Yen Tianwei's expression shook, and she could not hide the excitement in her eyes. She nodded and immediately used the Divination Saint Talisman to calculate the location of Ji Wubing and Dong Fangxin. Swoosh! In a narrow passage, Zhuo stopped vigilantly. He then looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the burly man did not chase after him. Yang Yi is really too mysterious. I don't know where he found such a powerful helper. If I want to contend with Yang Yi, I can only find Senior Shiji, the first mountain god, and the Lord of the Divine Tomb. Zhuo murmured in a low voice. He decided to find Shiji and the Lord of the Divine Tomb first, and then go to the underground maze exit together. Although his cultivation base had advanced to the late stage of the Sky Immortal realm, it was still difficult for him to face a true immortal, especially Yang Yi and the burly man. These two were definitely not early-stage true immortals. They should be stronger existences. Although the burly man's body was a heavenly insect, when he was chasing Zhuowen, he did not reveal any heavenly insect aura. It was only after Zhuowen left that the heavenly insect showed its full strength, taking out the jade pendant Shiji had given him. Zhuowen used the jade pendant as a guide, chose a direction, and rushed away. About an hour later, Zhuowen found Shiji in a corner with a vigilant look. When he saw Zhuowen, Shiji's face was naturally full of excitement. After finding Shiji, the first mountain god followed the aura of the Azure Dragon Palace and found Zhuowen. Of course, when Shiji and the first mountain god sensed that Zhuowen's cultivation base had reached the late stage of the Sky Immortal Realm, they were both surprised. Of course, Zhuowen only gave a brief explanation and did not give any details. Although the two of them were puzzled, they did not harp on this topic. After all, this was Zhuowen's own secret. Moreover, Zhuowen also told them about his encounter with Cangjia, which made Shiji very excited. As for the first mountain god, Zhuowen also found a trace of excitement in his eyes. Of course, the excitement in the first mountain god's eyes only flashed for a moment. If Zhuowen did not pay attention, he would not have noticed it. It seems that the first mountain god is also related to Cangjia. Zhuowen looked deeply at the first mountain god, and his eyes showed that he was thinking. Chapter 1852. Exotic beast. Hearing that, Zhuowen nodded. This underground maze was huge. If they were to continue searching, it would take a lot of time. Let's go. Follow me. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he led the first mountain god and Shiji in a certain direction. Following the topographic map given by Cangjia, he kept moving towards the exit indicated on the map. If one were to look down from above, they would be able to see that the underground maze was in the shape of a ring. Furthermore, each ring was connected to the next. It looked extremely complicated, and Zhuowen's group was heading towards the center of these countless rings. Furthermore, each ring of the underground maze had its own corresponding danger zone. The entrance to the next ring was also extremely hidden. It was extremely difficult to enter the deepest ring of the underground maze. If one didn't know the topography of this underground maze beforehand, it would be impossible to enter the deepest inner ring of the underground maze based on one's own guesses. Zhuowen and his group moved very quickly. They smoothly broke through one ring after another and finally entered the deepest inner ring of the underground maze. The inner ring wasn't very big. It was only about a few hundred feet. It was surrounded by ring-shaped rock walls. The ground was paved with white marble. In the center of the inner ring stood a rather large altar made of white jade. At this moment, a white flame was burning on top of the altar. Is this the exit? Gazing at the altar in front of him, Shiji's gaze was solemn. He looked at Zhuowen in front of him with a puzzled expression. Even the first mountain god had the same expression. Zhuowen didn't answer. Instead, he silently walked towards the altar. Cangjia's last words echoed in his mind. Little guy, the way to break out of this underground maze is in the deepest part of the underground maze. In the deepest part of the underground maze, there is an altar. This altar is burning with a white flame. This flame is the energy center of the underground maze. I will teach you a method. This method can help you absorb the energy of this white flame. When the white flame's energy is completely absorbed by you, this white flame will extinguish. At that time, the underground maze will completely collapse, and you will leave this underground maze. Zhuowen silently stood in front of the altar. After pondering for a moment, he said to Shiji and the first mountain god behind him, "Both of you, please protect me. This white flame is the key to breaking out of this underground maze. I can't be disturbed during this time." The first mountain god and Shiji looked at each other and nodded. Then Zhuowen immediately sat cross-legged in front of the altar. According to Cangjia's method, he started forming hand seals with his hands. Zhuowen's hand seals, Zhuowen, and his hands, Zhuowen and Black Shuang. Shue Studio. The whirlpool. Was white the whirlpool? The whirlpool. White was studio. However, the white flame was even stranger. It had been absorbed by the black whirlpool for a long time, but the flame did not show any signs of extinguishing or weakening. It was as if it would never die out. Moreover, to Zhuo Wen's surprise, as he continued to absorb the white flames, the strange flames were transformed into rich, celestial origin energy after passing through the black vortex. The celestial origin energy surged into Zhuo Wen's body through his meridians and into his dantian. After experiencing this benefit, Zhuo Wen worked even harder to absorb the white flame on the altar. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, the first mountain god and Shiji had been waiting for Zhuo Wen at this place. The two of them were increasingly curious about the white flame on the altar. Zhuo Wen had absorbed the white flame for 3 months, but it still showed no signs of extinguishing. In the past 3 months, the situation in the underground maze had changed quite a bit. Relying on Yan Tianwei's prediction ability, Yang Yi and the other two found Dong Fangxin, the ancestor of the Heavy Shield clan, and Ji Wubing, the ancestor of the Immortal clan. Dong Fangxin and Ji Wubing were no match for Yang Yi and the others. In the end, under Yang Yi's coercion, they reluctantly handed over their holy talismans. In the inner ring, the first mountain god and Shiji, who were bored to death, were suddenly startled. They found that the white flame on the altar in the center of the inner ring began to flicker violently, as if it was constantly swaying in the wind and would be extinguished at any time. The flame is going to be extinguished. Shiji's eyes lit up. The first mountain god nodded slightly and stared at the white flame on the altar in front of him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a breeze swept out from Zhuo Wen's body and brushed past the white flame. The white flame continued to flicker, slowly shrinking and finally extinguishing. The moment the white flame was extinguished, the entire underground maze shook violently. It was as if something had appeared in the depths of the underground maze. Rumble! Countless ring-shaped rock walls of the underground maze began to collapse and disintegrate, turning into countless rubble and ruins. All the cultivators in the underground maze noticed the abnormality of the underground maze. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, not knowing what was going on in the underground maze. When all the rock walls had shattered, everyone realized that outside the underground labyrinth, there was actually a cloud of black fog that could not be seen clearly. Following that, the underground maze world began to spin, and it spun faster and faster. Everyone felt dizzy in the midst of the spinning. When the spinning sensation finally stopped, everyone realized that they were no longer in the black fog world where the underground maze was, but in a huge cave world. This cavern was extremely spacious. Below the cavern was an endless sea of magma. Above the sea of magma, there were 5 stone pillars that seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth. At the top of each stone pillar was a round stone platform. Each platform was extremely large, at least several thousand feet wide. At this moment, everyone appeared on one of the huge platforms on top of the stone pillars. Suddenly, Zhuo Wen raised his head and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. At the top of the 5 stone pillars, there was a huge void space. This void space was very similar to the starry sky outside the heavenly armor continent, but there were some differences. Although there were many stars in the void, they were all dim and lightless, as if they had reached the end of their road. In front of this void space, there was a huge head that was comparable to this void space. The head looked like a dragon, but it was not a dragon. There were 12 huge golden horns on its head, and it looked extremely ferocious. If one looked closely, the head was connected to the void space, and if one looked closely, they would find that the void space's shape was very similar to a huge beast's body. Could it be that this starry void space is a huge beast's body? Zhuo Wen had an extremely bold guess, but this guess was extremely ridiculous to him. However, the scene in front of him made him think so. It wasn't just Zhuo Wen. The others more or less had the same guess as Zhuowen. At this moment, the huge beast's right eye slowly closed. The moment the beast's right eye closed, Zhuowen could clearly see that the beast's right pupil was very different from an ordinary eyeball. It wasn't a black eyeball, but a ring-shaped one. Furthermore, it wasn't just a single ring, but a combination of countless rings. Seeing the ring-shaped pupil, Zhuowen couldn't help but associate it with the underground maze. Wasn't that the layout of the underground maze? It was also made up of ring-shaped rock walls. Could it be that the so-called underground labyrinth is this exotic beast's right eye pupil? Was the place we were at just now just within the right eye of the exotic beast? The more Zhuowen thought about it, the more shocked he became. He stared at the beast in the sky, wanting to know where it came from. This beast has been trapped here for who knows how many years, right? It looks like it has fallen. Shurji looked up at the strange beast and murmured in a low voice. At this moment, the Lord of the Divine Tomb also came to Zhuowen's side. As for the Divine Lord Dohua, he came side by side with Elder Gu. Behind them were the 4 lords of the battlefield. Yang Yi, the burly man, and Yen Tianwei stood not far away from the Divine Lord Dohua and the others. In addition, Ji Wubing, Dong Fangxin, Wei Wuyin, Kong Lianxuan, and the First Corpse King gathered together. The 5 of them were considered the weakest of the 3 parties. If they didn't unite, they really wouldn't have any competition in the depths of the underground. However, Ji Wubing and Dong Fangxin looked at Yang Yi and the others with extremely gloomy eyes. Their holy talismans had been forcibly taken away by Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Wei Wuyin, Kong Lianxuan, and the First Corpse King looked at Zhuowen with gazes that contained ill intent, but they didn't dare to act rashly. However, Zhuowen had already become a force to be reckoned with. Merely the few great true immortal powerhouses by Zhuowen's side were enough to make them suffer. Zhuowen, don't you think the aura of this beast is very familiar? We met it at the bottom of the black pool. The first mountain god narrowed his eyes and suddenly transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the huge, exotic beast in the sky. He had indeed sensed a familiar aura. His gaze landed on the exotic beast's claws, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. It was this beast that had attacked them at the bottom of the black pool. Thinking that even the first mountain god couldn't withstand the might of this beast's claw, Zhuowen became even more vigilant. The reason why the heavenly armor planet is full of vitality in the extraterritorial starry sky is probably related to this beast. The heavenly god Gangu, who invaded the heavenly armor planet, wanted to extract the star core of the heavenly armor planet, but he was injured by a mysterious force. It's probably also because of this beast. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum slowly walked to Zhuowen's side and stared at the terrifying beast with a complicated expression. Everyone was shocked. What the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum said was too shocking. This beast was so terrifying that it could injure a heavenly god. Just how powerful was this beast? Do Hua silently looked at the beast above. He wasn't too surprised by the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum's words, because his goal this time was this beast. Chapter 1853. Left eye. What exactly is this exotic beast? Shurji asked, a little puzzled. The master of the Divine Mausoleum shook his head and said, I don't know. I only know that this beast is very powerful and terrifying. Since this beast is so powerful, aren't we in great danger now? Zhuowen frowned and looked very wary. After all, this beast could seriously injure a divine realm expert. This beast is indeed powerful. With its strength, it can kill all of us here. But now, for some reason, this beast is seriously injured and on the verge of death. It has fallen into a deep sleep. If there is no great stimulation, it won't wake up. Suddenly, Do Hua, the divine lord who had been silent, spoke. He looked at the beast above him that was quietly closing its eyes. His eyes were full of passion. You are all sensible people. I can tell you clearly that there are many planets in this beast's body. I guess that these planets were swallowed by this beast. Moreover, this beast's body is like the void. After swallowing the planets, it is like a small starry sky. However, this small starry sky is far inferior to the real starry sky. Its resistance is also much smaller. Divine immortals and above can travel freely in this beast's body. Think about it. Even if you haven't reached the divine transformation realm, you can still travel to other planets. Moreover, these planets may have great opportunities. Moreover, if you find a suitable planet that contains a star core, when you become a demigod in the future, you can become a divine realm expert with the star core. At this point, Dohua, the divine lord, smiled and looked at the people around him silently. Everyone present was a top figure in the central region. Although they hadn't reached the divine transformation realm, after experiencing the catastrophe 10,000 years ago, they all knew that the key to becoming a divine transformation realm expert was the star core. Without the star core, celestial core power couldn't be completely transformed into star god power. This way, they couldn't become a real divine realm expert and would only be a demigod. Back then, Sangjia was already a divine realm expert, but he didn't know how to become one. If he had known about it, he would have become a true heavenly god long ago. The heavenly armor planet, on the other hand, was extremely special. The heavenly armor planet should have been formed because of this strange beast. This strange beast had many planets in its body. Back then, the surging immortal energy that surged from the depths of the earth to the heavenly armor continent should also have come from this strange beast. As soon as Dohua finished speaking, many people's eyes lit up. In their opinion, if they could really find a star core here, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to them. At the very least, it would not be too much of a problem for them to reach the divine transformation stage in the future. He glanced at Dohua indifferently. The corner of his mouth curved into a mocking arc, but he didn't say anything. Whoosh! Dohua flicked his finger and took out a jade artifact from his spirit ring. This jade artifact was 1/2 meter tall and was made of tremolite nephrite. It was yellowish-green with brown spots and gray spots. At the bottom of the artifact was the shape of a human wearing a crown. The hand was holding a beast. On the beast and the crown, there was a bird standing on one side. As soon as this jade appeared, it exuded a sense of vicissitudes. This jade should be from a very long time ago. It contained the aura of time. After taking out this jade, Dohua's eyes were extremely solemn. He said in a deep voice, "This jade is called the Jade God Human Bird and Beast Celestial Artifact. It is the most precious treasure left in the chaotic divine temple in ancient times. With this celestial artifact, we can forcibly break open the void body of the beast and make it easy for us to walk in the small, starry sky. Everyone, if you want to enter the beast's body, then help me open the passage. What is inside depends on your luck." Then, Dohua's right hand formed a seal. Celestial core power gushed out and fell on the jade. Whoosh! With the support of the celestial core power, this jade artifact suddenly flew into the air. Its surface burst out with a soft jade-colored radiance, and the carvings of a human, a bird, and a beast seemed to have come to life, vivid and lifelike. Behind Dohua, Elder Gu and the 4 lords of the battlefield did not hesitate to transfer their celestial core power into the jade. He narrowed his eyes and nodded to Yin Tianwei and the big man. The 3 of them also transferred their celestial core power into the jade. On the other side, the first Corpse King, Dong Fangxin, Kong Lianxuan, Wei Wuyin, and Ji Wubbing looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they imitated Dohua and the others. Could this Dohua be deceiving us? Sure, Ji frowned slightly. The Lord of the Divine Tomb said indifferently, "This jade god human bird and beast celestial artifact is indeed left behind from ancient times. Dohua did not lie to us about this. It's just that whether it was left behind by Lord Sangjia remains to be seen." With the approval of the Lord of the Divine Tomb, Shiji, Zhuowen, and the others also transferred their celestial core power into the jade in the air. Moreover, Zhuowen found that the moment his celestial core power entered the jade, a rather complicated voice sounded in his mind. These voices were like echoes in an empty valley, constantly reverberating, as if many people were chanting sacrificial texts at the same time. As these voices continued to reverberate in his mind, Zhuowen's body felt light, as if he was about to rise into the sky. Do Hua's hands formed a series of seals, and his eyes became particularly dignified. Finally, with a low shout, the jade-colored light on the surface of the jade in the air burst out to the extreme. In the end, a figure with strange patterns all over his body appeared in the void. He was riding on a savage beast, and there was a lively bird in his right hand. The figure gently tossed his right hand, and the nimble bird made a crisp chirping sound, then cut through the void and finally landed on the body of the strange beast in the air. The bird gently flew over the exotic beast's body, as if some kind of law appeared where the bird passed. Then, a crack appeared on the exotic beast's body. It was a wound that looked like it had been slashed by a sharp saber. This scar was dozens of feet long, but compared to the huge body of the strange beast, it was insignificant. And the moment this scar was formed, the strange beast's body slowly squirmed and began to repair the huge scar. Let's go. Let's go in. Do Hua's eyes flashed, and then he took a step forward and took the lead to enter the crack. Elder Gu and the 4 lords of the battlefield followed closely behind, and Yang Yi and the other 2 silently followed behind. Let's go in too. Ji Wubbing, the first corpse king, and the other 4 revealed a look of excitement, and impatiently turned into 5 long rainbows and drilled into the crack. Although the resistance inside the strange beast's body is much smaller than in the starry sky, we still have to be careful. Let's go. The Lord of the Divine Tomb instructed everyone and took the lead to fly up, followed by the 4 perfected immortal Dao soldiers. Zhuowen, you must be careful, Shiji said. Then he glanced at the first mountain god beside Zhuowen, nodded and also left. Zhuowen, aren't you going in? The first mountain god suddenly turned his head and asked. Zhuowen stared at the strange beast's wound that was gradually recovering and said in a deep voice, "Do you have a way to slow down the recovery of this strange beast's wound?" The first mountain god took a deep look at Zhuowen, then nodded and said, "Yes, but I need to borrow the time law of the Azure Dragon Hall." Hearing this, Zhuowen rolled up his sleeve, took out the Azure Dragon Hall, and handed it to the first mountain god. The first mountain god took the Azure Dragon Hall and rushed to the wound on the strange beast's body. Then he pulled out an extremely powerful time law from the Azure Dragon Hall with his right hand, and used it to slow down the recovery of the wound. However, Zhuowen's gaze was not on the first mountain god, but on the strange beast's left eye that had not yet closed. Previously, Sangjia had given him a topographic map of this place and helped him get out of the underground maze. At that time, although Sangjia's words were vague, he finally mentioned that he was in a place opposite the underground maze. The underground maze was in the strange beast's right eye, and the place opposite the right eye was the strange beast's left eye. Should I enter the left eye to take a look? Zhuowen frowned slightly and stared at the strange beast's left eye. Coincidentally, Zhuowen noticed that the strange beast's left eye seemed to have moved, and its circular pupil fell on Zhuowen, causing his body to tremble. It was as if countless muffled thunder had exploded in his mind. Ding, ding, ding. Zhuowen took a few steps back and looked again. However, he found that the left eye was still lifeless, and there were no signs of it moving. Is it my imagination? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Whoosh! At this moment, the first mountain god brought the Azure Dragon Hall to Zhuowen's side and said, I used the time law of the Azure Dragon Hall to slow down the recovery of the wound by dozens of times. Originally, it would only take a few hours for the wound to completely recover. Now, it might take more than 10 days. Thank you. Zhuowen nodded. Why are you not entering the strange beast's body now? The first mountain god asked in a low voice. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the strange beast's left eye again, and he said in a low voice, I am looking for the strongest expert 10,000 years ago, Sangjia. The first mountain god's pupil shrank, and then he said in a low voice, You know where Sangjia is. Zhuowen did not answer, but his right foot stomped, and he flew towards the strange beast's left eye. The first mountain god looked at Zhuowen's movements silently, especially when he saw Zhuowen fly towards the strange beast's left eye. Flying in front of the left eye, Zhuowen quietly looked at the left eye that was bigger than his body. Then he took out a white crystal from his spirit ring. This white crystal was given to him by Sangjia's shadow. After taking out the white crystal, Zhuowen gently pressed it into the strange beast's left eye. Suddenly, the white crystal entered the strange beast's left eye without any hindrance, and the circular pupil in the left eye began to spin. Whoosh! A suction force suddenly appeared, and it was like a giant hand that grabbed Zhuowen and pulled him into the depths of the left eye. The first mountain god's pupils shrank when he saw this scene, and he also flew into the range of the left eye. Then he followed the suction force and entered the inner world of the left eye. Chapter 1854. Sangjia in front of Zhuowen. The white crystal emitted a white light, like a guiding light in the dark. Through the white light, Zhuowen's attention fell on the surroundings of the main hall. He discovered that the walls around the main hall were entwined with countless black veins. They were like vines that crawled all over the walls. Looking at the countless black veins around him, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear. He was not unfamiliar with these black veins. When Sangjia first appeared in front of him, the surface of the hall he was in was also surrounded by these strange black veins. It seemed that this was the place where Sangjia was trapped. Zhuowen was worried that he could not find Sangjia in these 10 days. Even if he found Sangjia, he was not sure whether he could save Sangjia. After all, when he saw Sangjia, Sangjia was not in good condition. I don't know where Sangjia is trapped in this hall. Zhuowen looked around and found that there were many doors around the hall. These doors were simple in shape and looked exactly the same. It was difficult to tell which one was the real one. Whoosh! Suddenly, the white crystal-emitting white light in front of Zhuowen turned into a white shadow and rushed toward the door in front of it. It was so fast that it almost turned into a shadow. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. The white crystal belonged to Sangjia. Since it chose the door in front of him, there must be a reason. Thinking of this, Zhuowen kicked with his right foot and followed the white crystal. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, when Zhuowen arrived at the door in front of him, countless black veins rushed toward Zhuowen like creepers, as if they were trying to stop Zhuowen from entering the hall. Bang! 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 When these black veins rushed toward him, the white crystal in front of him suddenly burst out a blazing white light. The white light was like countless sharp blades, flying in all directions. The converging black veins were sliced into pieces wherever the white light blades passed. Black blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire ground black. Whoosh! After the black veins were all destroyed, the white crystal was like a hot knife through butter. It instantly blasted open the door and entered the palace. Zhuowen followed, closely behind. Then the white crystal blasted open palace, doors one after another, passing through many halls. It was as if there were countless halls in this space. As he went deeper, Zhuowen realized that the black veins around him were getting stronger and bigger. The white blade emitted by the white crystal was obviously having a hard time cutting through the black veins. After breaking through the 99th palace door, the black veins in front of the 100th palace door were so thick that they were dozens of feet long. Each black vein was extremely terrifying, and their power was much more terrifying than all the previous black veins combined. Zhuowen's expression changed when he saw the black veins in front of the 100th Dao Palace. He felt that the black veins were too dangerous. They were almost as dangerous as the dense black veins in the palace where Sangjie had been. The white crystal buzzed incessantly, seeming to be extremely excited. It seems that Sangjie is behind the 100th palace door. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the black veins that covered the surface of the palace door rushed out. The black veins that were dozens of feet wide were like ferocious black pythons. They stretched out toward Zhuowen, wanting to swallow him whole. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the white crystal emitted an even more terrifying white light. Then the white light materialized into sharp white blades that shot out in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless white blades slammed into the black veins, cutting out black blood. However, the black veins were too thick. The white blades could not cut through all the black veins. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The black veins that were covered in black blood broke through the white blade's attack and rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. An extremely strong sense of danger came from his mind. Then he stomped his right foot, and his dowel spread out as he retreated rapidly. Unfortunately, when he retreated to the end of the palace door, he found that there was no way out. He had walked into a dead end. I can only fight head-on. Zhuowen gritted his teeth and flicked his finger. He immediately took out the mysterious scabbard that he had obtained from Zhanbai's head and threw it forward. Whoosh! The mysterious scabbard was extremely fast. It instantly smashed into the black veins at the front. Then, an extremely vast and terrifying force crushed the black veins into black powder. Moreover, when the black veins at the front were crushed into powder, the black veins that surged from the back exploded into black blood like a domino effect. Looking at the power of the mysterious scabbard, Zhuowen was a little shocked. Although he had used the mysterious scabbard to deal with He Wushang, he knew that the mysterious scabbard was very strong. However, at that time, Zhuowen had only thrown it out casually and did not unleash too much of the mysterious scabbard's power. Now that Zhuowen had the mysterious scabbard for a period of time, he had a general understanding of it. This time, when he used it again, he did not expect the mysterious scabbard to unleash such terrifying power. Whoosh! 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 However, there were quite a number of black veins in front of the hall door. After the mysterious scabbard shattered the remaining black veins, it caused the other black veins to notice Zhuowen. Immediately, an even greater number of black veins suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. He took the mysterious scabbard with his right hand and threw it out. The mysterious scabbard kept spinning and drew an arc in the air. Bang! 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 The black veins in front of him exploded the moment they came into contact with the mysterious scabbard. Black blood splattered all over the palace, causing a terrifying black rain to fall. Zhuowen followed behind the mysterious scabbard, taking one step at a time toward the palace door. The white crystal also followed closely behind the mysterious scabbard. Countless white blades were formed, destroying the black veins that were coming at them. Boom! Finally, the mysterious scabbard faced the black rain and smashed heavily in front of the palace door. Then a terrifying explosion sounded. The entire palace door in front of him exploded and instantly collapsed into dust. Through the dust, Zhuowen saw the scene inside the 100th palace door. It was still a palace, but it was much more ancient than the previous 99 palaces. Inside, one could clearly feel the ruthlessness of time. In the center of the palace, there were candles floating. However, the candles were extremely dim, as if they would be extinguished at any time. With the help of the candles, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked at the throne in the deepest part of the palace. A figure sat quietly on the throne. The moment the palace door shattered, the figure on the throne slowly raised his head. His eyes fell on Zhuowen as he said faintly, "You have come!" Dong! 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 The moment Zhuowen stepped through the palace door, he suddenly heard a sound that sounded like a heartbeat. It constantly beat against his eardrums, causing his heart to beat faster involuntarily. It was as if his heart was about to jump out of his body. After entering the hall, he discovered that in addition to the countless black veins around the hall, there were also many bulges. These bulges were like hearts, constantly beating. Moreover, in the process of beating, streams of black blood flowed out. Zhuowen stared at the bulges as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. The aura of these bulges gave him a familiar feeling, but he could not be sure. "Xiaohei, is he your master?" Zhuowen was secretly on guard against his surroundings. However, he did not walk into the depths of the palace without permission. Instead, he sent a message to Xiaohei. Swoosh! Xiaohei flew out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Its gaze fell on the figure on the throne in the depths of the palace. Its breathing was rapid as it said with an excited expression, "Yes, it is my master's aura. However, other than my master's aura, there is another extremely unfamiliar aura on this person." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared fixedly at the figure on the throne, but did not act rashly. "Little fellow, your temperament is not bad. Under such circumstances, you are still able to remain calm and distinguish between truth and falsehood. That is commendable. It is not without reason that Taiyu chose you." The figure on the throne struggled for a while, but found that it was impossible to stand up. It could only give up and look indifferently at Zhuowen and Xiaohei in front of it. "Master, is it you?" Xiaohei trembled all over and asked in a hoarse voice. The figure on the throne trembled all over, but sighed softly and said, "It is me, and it is not me." With that, the figure looked at Zhuowen and said, "Little fellow, come forward. As long as I am awake, the things in this palace will not do anything to you." Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he finally decided to go forward and take a look. What the figure said should be true. It should be true that it was Cangjie. When Zhuowen came to the depths of the palace and walked to the front of the throne, his gaze fell on the figure on the throne. Then his eyes narrowed involuntarily and he gasped. The man sitting on the throne had a withered face, like a mummy. His forehead bone was protruding high, and his eyes were somewhat lifeless. From the outline of the withered man's face, Zhuowen could still see a trace of Cangjie's appearance. However, the change was too great. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to recognize it at all. What shocked Zhuowen even more was that Cangjie's body was rooted by countless black veins. These veins were almost integrated with the meridians in Cangjie's body and could not be distinguished from each other. Zhuowen could see that in the process of the black veins constantly squirming, Cangjie's face would show an extremely painful expression, as if his tendons and bones were being pulled out. Chapter 1855. Devour the aura of the exotic beast mark on Cangjie's glabella was much more formidable than that of Kong Wen and the black and white giants. When Zhuowen looked at the black exotic beast mark, he couldn't help but hear an earth-shaking roar in his head. It was as if an ancient beast was constantly roaring in his head. Zhuowen took a few steps back and hurriedly moved his eyes away from the black exotic beast mark. He was shaken inwardly. "Master? It's really you, Master. How did you end up like this?" Xiaohei's eyes bulged as she asked sorrowfully. Cangjie looked at Xiaohei silently and said bitterly, "It's a long story." Then Cangjie looked at Zhuowen and said, "Kid, since you have the Fushi cauldron, you're the only one who can save me this time." Zhuowen's eyes shrank as he asked in a low voice, "What do you mean? Also, can you tell me what happened to you?" Cangjie took a deep look at Zhuowen and said with a sigh, "Let me tell you. You will know about it sooner or later. Since you can enter the left eye, it means that you've broken through the right eye. You've seen the giant beast in the cave, haven't you?" Zhuowen and Xiaohei nodded. That exotic beast with the universe inside was really strange. Cangjie seemed to know it. "Actually, I don't know the origin of this beast, but I know that it's called Devour. It's an extremely powerful and rare exotic beast in the starry sky. Its origin has always been mysterious. If this beast is placed outside the starry sky, many almighty experts will crazily fight for it. As you can see, there are many planets in this beast's body. These planets were all devoured by this beast. The structure of this beast's body is similar to the structure of the starry sky. It can accommodate a large number of planets. As this beast continues to grow, its body capacity will also slowly increase. The number of planets it can devour will also become extremely terrifying. The more planets it swallows, the stronger it becomes and the faster it grows. Our heavenly armor star was formed because of Devour. Our heavenly armor star is located in outer space. The outer space can't produce any living planets. If it weren't for the many planets in Devour's body, the heavenly armor continent wouldn't have such abundant immortal chi, and the heavenly armor star wouldn't have had living creatures. Zhuowen's face changed. He had never thought that the terrifying exotic beast would be called Devour. Moreover, this exotic beast could swallow planets. It should be known that the heavenly armor star and the heavenly armor continent were a whole entity. Even the strongest warriors of the heavenly armor star couldn't escape the restraint of the heavenly armor continent. However, Devour could swallow planets as big as the heavenly armor star. Moreover, he could swallow more than one planet. It was no wonder that Devour could injure heavenly god Ganj with just one move. It seemed that Devour was really powerful. Zhuowen quietly looked at Songjie and didn't answer. He knew that Songjie would continue to talk. After all, Songjie had just introduced Devour's features. He hadn't told him what had happened to him in the past. Then Songjie told him what had happened in the past. The process was similar to the image in the black sphere that the master of the divine tomb had given him. Zhuowen already knew what had happened before Songjie had sealed the passage between the heavenly armor star and the heavenly armor continent. After Songjie had sealed the passage between the heavenly armor star and the heavenly armor continent, Songjie was severely injured and fell deep into the ground created by heavenly god Ganj. When Songjie fell into the deepest part of the ground, he was entangled by some black veins, which then led him into Devour's left eye. Moreover, these black veins burst out from the depths of the ground, rolling up countless corpses of the saints on the ancient battlefield into Devour's body. At that time, I was an arrow at the end of its flight. I thought I would die for sure. However, when I was dragged into Devour's left eye, the countless black veins had given me endless vitality, forcefully reviving me. As you can see, those black veins have fused with me. Speaking of this, Songjie's eyes were full of vicissitudes. "What are these black veins, after all?" asked Zhuowen in a low voice. "Parasites. They're parasites in Devour's body. I don't know why, but Devour's life aura is getting weaker and weaker. The parasites lurking in Devour's body have become rampant, and they have drilled out of Devour's body." Then Songjie's lifeless eyes fell on Zhuowen. "Previously, in Devour's left eye, I guess you have also encountered some experts who had participated in the ancient war, right?" Zhuowen nodded slightly. He thought of Book Immortal Kongwen, the black-armored man in the black desert, and the black and white giant outside the chess world. They all had the mark of the exotic beast between their eyebrows. He even thought of the exotic beast inside demigod Zhanbai's head. He knew that the exotic beast was the parasite, but he didn't expect that Devour's parasite would be afraid of the mysterious eyeball. So, what was the mysterious eyeball? Moreover, he vaguely guessed that the different colors of the parasite mark between the eyebrows represented the level of the parasite. The blue mark between Kong Wen's eyebrows should be of a lower level, while the purple mark should be of a higher level. The black mark between Songjie's eyebrows should be of the highest level, and the parasite it represented should be the most formidable. "What can I do to help you?" Zhuowen's eyes twinkled as he sighed. Songjie's eyes twinkled as he said bitterly, "There's only one way to save me. You have to find Devour's larva in Devour's body. Only Devour's aura can expel Devour's parasites. Devour has a larva. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he was surprised. Sangjie nodded and said, I've been trapped in Devour's left eye for 10,000 years. Although my cultivation base hasn't improved, my soul consciousness has been strengthened under my cultivation. I'm afraid it's comparable to the real God realm now. I've used my soul consciousness to observe Devour's body for 10,000 years, and I've found that Devour has a larva. Moreover, I suspect that Devour's life is draining continuously. I'm afraid it has something to do with the larva in its body. At this moment, the adult Devour has reached the end of its road. It can't control the parasites in its body. The parasite in my body is the strongest among all the parasites. It's the king of all parasites. It's impossible for me to expel the parasites with my own power. Speaking of this, Sangjie's eyes looked sorrowful. Moreover, I don't have much time left. When all the candles in the hall are extinguished, the parasites in my body will control me completely. At that time, even Devour's larva won't be able to save me. Xiao He looked at Zhuowen and said, Zhuowen, please save my master. I beg you. Zhuowen's eyes twinkled. He recalled the desire in Do Hua's eyes when Devour's body was opened. He was sure that Do Hua wasn't so eager to enter Devour's body to save Sangjie, but for Devour's larva. If he could get his hands on a powerful creature like Devour and tame it as his mount, he would have no problem traversing the starry sky. Even if his cultivation base hadn't reached the divine transformation realm, he could rely on Devour to injure or even kill heavenly god realm experts. Not only Do Hua, but Yang Yi might also have the same idea. However, Zhuowen couldn't figure out why the Lord of the Divine Tomb and Shiji had also entered Devour. He glanced at Sangjie. Although he had told Shiji about Sangjie hadn't asked him to reveal his location. However, Sangjie's arrangement was somewhat thought-provoking. It's not that I don't want to help. It's just that it's too difficult. Whether it's Do Hua, the four lords of the battlefield, or the Lord of the Divine Tomb, they're all true immortal experts. Although my cultivation base has been greatly improved, I'm still not qualified to compete with them, Zhuowen said awkwardly. Don't worry. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and Shiji will help you. Don't worry about that. Additionally, I will also attach my power to you, giving you the strength to fight against a true immortal, Sangjie said. Zhuowen was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, Okay, I can help you. However, I can't guarantee that I can get Devour's larva. Also, why did you choose me? Because the Fushi Cauldron chose you. Only the Fushi Cauldron can bear my power. Although your body is quite strong, the power of a demigod is enough to make your body explode and die, Sangjie said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen was silent for a moment. Then he took out the Fushi Cauldron from between his eyebrows. Staring at the Fushi Cauldron, Sangjie's eyes revealed a touch of nostalgia. Then he gently waved his right hand and took the Fushi Cauldron in his hand. He sighed and said, After so many years, I didn't expect to see the Fushi Cauldron again. How nostalgic! After sighing with emotion, Sangjie's withered right hand pinched his thumb and middle finger and gently touched the surface of the Fushi Cauldron. Immediately, a powerful energy, which made Zhuowen's face change, was transferred into the Fushi Cauldron from Sangjie's right hand. The Fushi Cauldron, which was rusty and broken, began to glow with vitality. The broken surface gradually faded away, and it looked much more dignified and new. About 2 hours later, Sangjie's eyes revealed a tired look. The many candles in the center of the hall were dimmer than when Zhuowen entered the hall. Zhuowen knew that these candles represented the light of Sangjie's life. If these candles were all extinguished, Sangjie's life would come to an end. Chapter 1856. Blood splashing 5 Stepfuin carefully took the Fushi Cauldron from Sangjie with a solemn expression. The Fushi Cauldron had undergone a drastic change from before. Its appearance and aura had become much stronger. Sangjie's power, in particular, was a peak demigod's power. Whoosh! The moment the Fushi cauldron landed in Zhuan's hand, a yellow-furred fox leaped out from the cauldron on a divine turtle. The yellow-furred fox stared at Songjie and asked, "My lord, do you know where my master, Fushi, is?" Songjie glanced at Cheng Huang indifferently and said, "Your master is now Zhuan, not Fushi." Cheng Huang was unwilling to give up. Its eyes flickered and it continued to ask, "My lord, I know my master is not dead. Can you tell me about him?" Songjie sighed and said, "Fushi is indeed not dead. He gave up the Fushi cauldron on his own accord because he felt guilty and could not bear the responsibility of the past. So he is no longer your master. Even if you see him, he will not acknowledge you." Cheng Huang trembled and a trace of sadness appeared in its eyes. It said, "It was not my master's fault back then. I can only blame myself for being too weak and causing my master to fail his mission. Everything is in the past. Zhuan is now the true chosen one. Once the dust has settled on the heavenly armor planet, you will naturally see your master," Songjie said with a wave of his hand. Cheng Huang fell silent. It bowed to Songjie and re-entered the Fushi cauldron. Zhuan watched all of this silently. He knew that something must have happened between Fushi and the Fushi cauldron that caused the Fushi cauldron to shatter and Fushi's whereabouts to be unknown. If Fushi is really not dead, then where is he? Zhuan slowly raised his head with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, Songjie's gaze fell on the mysterious scabbard floating not far from Zhuan. His eyes were filled with surprise. He said, "Zhanbi's blood splashing 5 steps? Where did you get it?" Since Songjie asked, Zhuan naturally told him the whole story of how he got the mysterious scabbard. After listening to Zhuan's story, Songjie sighed and said, "Zhanbai is a demigod expert, second only to me. He is very young and has not practiced for a long time, but he can reach the demigod level. It can be said that he was a real genius in antiquity times." At this point, Songjie looked at the mysterious scabbard and continued, "This scabbard has been with Zhanbai since he started practicing martial arts. It has accompanied Zhanbai for countless years. In that era, when Zhanbai was still weak, he was fearless in the face of an expert who was much stronger than him. He drew his sword and killed the expert who wanted to oppress him. That battle shook the entire heavenly armor continent. Zhanbai named the scabbard blood, splashing 5 steps. At this point, Songjie hooked his right hand and the scabbard uncontrollably flew from Zhuan to his hand. Then Songjie slowly rubbed the bloodstains on the surface of the scabbard. "Zhanbai is the most talented and brave man I have ever seen. The reason why I was able to seal the divine sparring spear was because of Zhanbai's sacrifice. Since you can get Zhanbai's blood splashing 5 steps, it means that you are destined to have the scabbard." At this point, Songjie took out a black iron sword from his sleeve. The surface of the iron sword was as smooth as water and emitted a bright light. When Zhuan's gaze landed on the metal sword, his pupils constricted. He sized up the metal sword for a long time and realized that it was an extremely ordinary metal sword. It was not even a numinous treasure, but was made of ordinary metal. The blood-splashing 5 steps had followed Zhanbai for countless years. It had always been an ordinary scabbard, and Zhanbai had never refined it into a powerful spiritual treasure or even a divine weapon. The moment Zhanbai ascended from the true immortal peak to the half-god realm, the scabbard absorbed a strand of star-god power from Zhanbai's ascension to the half-god realm. The scabbard underwent a metamorphosis, directly transforming from an ordinary item into a sub-god equipment. At this point, Songjie twisted his right hand and held the hilt of the iron sword. He inserted the iron sword into the scabbard accurately. Then Zhuan clearly felt that the iron sword and the scabbard seemed to have a strange resonance at this moment. With the resonance, a powerful force that made Zhuan's mind tremble gushed out from the iron sword. Clang! Songjie slowly pulled out the iron sword. Zhuan's face changed slowly, becoming aghast and incredulous. This was because at this moment, The ordinary iron sword had undergone an earth-shattering change the moment it was unsheathed. The originally ordinary blade had become even sharper, even more dazzling, and even more frightening. At the instant the iron sword was completely unsheathed, a sword light that blazed like the sun surged out from the tip of the sword. It stimulated Zhuo Wen to the point he couldn't help but close his eyes, and it shocked Zhuo Wen to the point his heart stopped beating. Clang! Songjie suddenly put the iron sword back into the scabbard. The sharp and horrible spirit produced at the moment when the sword was pulled out disappeared instantly. The hall returned to tranquility. Is this the real mystery of the blood splashing 5 steps? The mystery of turning something rotten into something magical? Zhuo Wen's heart thumped wildly. He stared at the mysterious scabbard in Songjie's hand in shock. Zhan Bai only used 5 swords in his life. 1 step represents 1 sword. When he used all 5 steps and 5 swords, he would not attack again, because victory or defeat had been decided in those 5 steps. That year, when he was fighting with God Ganj, Zhan Bai used the 6th sword, which was the last sword he used at the cost of his life. This sword injured God Ganj. Songjie's eyes were full of reminiscence. There was even a touch of admiration in this reminiscence. Zhuo Wen could not help admiring Songjie. Although he had never seen Zhan Bai with his own eyes and had only seen his head, he knew that it required great talent and strength to be able to injure God Ganj in the demigod realm. Zhuo Wen, take this sword. Songjie threw the scabbard and the iron sword to Zhuo Wen with his right hand. He continued, the limit of the blood-splashing 5 steps is 5 swords. When you want to use the 6th sword, you have to pay with your life. So, don't use the 6th sword unless you have to. Receiving the blood-splashing 5 steps and the iron sword, Zhuo Wen's eyes became cautious. He nodded to Songjie and said in a low voice, Predecessor, don't worry. I understand. Rumble. Songjie nodded slightly. When he was about to say something, his face changed dramatically. Blue veins bulged on his face as he showed a painful face. At the same time, the terrifying black veins around the large hall began to surge wildly. The large hall also began to tremble, violently following the craziness of the black veins. Countless rock fragments fell from the top of the large hall, lifting a terrifying dust cloud. Zhuo Wen, go quickly. Remember to bring Devour's infant here. I don't have much time left. Songjie roared from the throne. He waved his sleeve, and an invisible wind roared. Then Zhuo Wen felt his body was as light as a feather as he flew out of the hall. When Zhuo Wen opened his eyes again, he was already outside Devour's left eye. After Zhuo Wen left the hall, a black-cloaked man slowly came to the hall where Songjie was. He silently gazed at Songjie's ferocious face and said, Predecessor, Songjie, I've come as we agreed. Songjie's eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes crazy. The black-cloaked man frowned. I've prepared the thing you want. Take it. Remember, you have to help Zhuo Wen get Devour's infant. Songjie gritted his teeth. He waved his sleeve and handed a black crystal to the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man received the black crystal. After observing it for a while, he clasped his fists at Songjie. Then he stomped his right foot and left the hall. Where's the first mountain god? Zhuo Wen gazed at Devour's left eye, which was about to close. He looked around but didn't see the first mountain god. He knitted his brows. Swoosh! Right before Devour's left eye closed, a figure dashed out of it. Zhuo Wen fixed his eyes on it and found that it was the first mountain god. The first mountain god glided to Zhuo Wen, assessing him from head to toe. Then he looked at the wound on Devour's body and said, Zhuo Wen, should we enter Devour's body now? Zhuo Wen gazed at the first mountain god. The first mountain god had entered the left eye with him, but they were separated. Zhuo Wen thought that the first mountain god would come out earlier than him. He didn't expect that the first mountain god would come out later than him. Although the first mountain god's behavior wasn't suspicious, Zhuowen vaguely felt that the first mountain god had another purpose for entering the left eye. Yeah, let's get in. Zhuowen nodded and didn't say anything. He stomped his foot and dashed into the wound. The first mountain god silently gazed at Zhuowen's back. He squinted and chuckled. This kid has a keen observation. When Zhuowen and the first mountain god entered Devour's body through the wound, they felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. It was as if many invisible forces were squeezing their bodies. It wasn't a pleasant feeling at all. Devour's body is similar to the starry sky. However, the formidable resistance from the starry sky is much smaller. Ordinary warriors at the Heaven Immortal realm or above can endure this kind of resistance. However, in this environment, their speed will be reduced a lot. The first mountain god's body emitted a dark gold light, making him look like a god of war in golden armor. The formidable pressure around him was instantly offset. Zhuowen had also used his perfect saint body, and he was barely able to withstand the terrifying resistance that was pressing down on him. Zhuowen looked around and found many twinkling stars in front of him. However, most of these stars were dim, like candles in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Zhuowen didn't hurry to take action. Instead, he used his divine sense to spread out in front of him. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the late stage of the Heaven Immortal realm, and there was a huge gap between him and a true Immortal realm expert, Zhuowen's divine sense was different. This was because he had the primitive talisman in his sea of consciousness. This primitive talisman contained rich origin energy. By relying on the origin energy, the senses of Zhuowen's soul could reach back to the origin. As a result, the senses of his soul could extend to infinitely far places, just like when he comprehended the Tao intent within the boulder. Chapter 1857. Inside Devour's body, Zhuowen would not have used this method if he had not been forced to. After all, the origin energy was extremely precious, and the more he used, the less he would have. However, this method was the most convenient and efficient one. The first mountain god also sensed Zhuowen's powerful divine sense, and his eyes revealed a touch of surprise. He did not expect Zhuowen's divine sense to be so terrifying. Zhuowen slightly closed his eyes, and wisps of terrifying divine sense swept out from between his eyebrows, sweeping across the planets in front of him. There were many planets in front of him, and their structures were similar to the heavenly armor planet. There were continent-like creatures on the surface of the planets, but these planets had different colors and shapes. Zhuowen even saw some indigenous creatures on these planets, but these indigenous creatures were extremely weak, and some of them were even on the verge of extinction. The creatures living on these planets struggled as if they were in a swamp, living a life worse than death. Suddenly, Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. In his divine sense, he saw 5 familiar figures on a lush planet quite far away from here. These 5 figures were Wei Wuyin, Kong Lianxuan, the first Corpse King, Ji Wubing, and Dong Fangxin. The people who entered Devour's body were vaguely divided into 3 groups. The 2 strongest groups were undoubtedly the group represented by the divine Lord Dohua and Yang Yi, and the other group represented by the Lord of the Divine Tomb and Shiji. The 3rd group was formed by Ji Wubing, the first Corpse King, and the other 4. This group was obviously the weakest of the 3 groups, and the strongest among them was Ji Wubing of the Everlasting Family, who was the closest to a true immortal. The gap between them and the other groups was not small. Zhuowen only paid attention to them for a while, and then directly swept past them and continued to move deeper. He knew very well that the place where the divine Lord Dohua and the Lord of the Divine Tomb were located was the key. Only by finding the place where these 2 groups were, he might be able to find the real location of Devour. Ji Wubing, the first Zombie King, and Wei Wuyin, who were originally walking on the planet, changed their expressions drastically the moment Zhuowen's divine sense swept across the planet. What a powerful divine sense! Who was the owner of that divine sense just now? Ji Wubing's expression changed slightly. Not only Ji Wubing, But the other four people's faces were also not very good. How powerful did one's divine sense have to be able to transmit it across the sky? Zhuowen's spiritual sense continued to explore. After about an hour, his spiritual sense arrived at the center of this huge space where there was a yellow planet. This khaki-colored planet was extremely strange. Not only was it located in the center of this space, but Zhuowen also discovered that the area around this khaki-colored planet was a vacuum zone. Around the vacuum zone, there was a circular rock belt. This rock belt flickered with a rather dazzling light, looking rather gorgeous. When Zhuowen's divine sense fell on this khaki-colored planet and was about to enter it, a powerful restriction covered the surface of the planet, preventing Zhuowen's divine sense from exploring. This planet. Zhuowen frowned and revealed a look of surprise when his divine sense was blocked. The first mountain god naturally noticed Zhuowen's abnormality and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Zhuowen, did you find something?" Withdrawing his divine sense, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, nodded to the first mountain god, and immediately said, "I found a khaki-colored planet in the center of this space. I'm afraid that the Lord of the Divine Tomb and the Divine Lord Douhua should be on this planet." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He knew very well that the only person who could set up such a powerful restriction was the celestial Saint Master by Douhua's side, Elder Gu. He dared to conclude that the Divine Lord Douhua's group was on that planet. If that's the case, let's go. As the first mountain god spoke, the two of them turned into a long rainbow and flew toward the direction Zhuowen had pointed out. That's when Zhuowen and the first mountain god swept past the planet where Ji Wubing, Wei Wuyin, and the others were. They immediately attracted the attention of the five people, causing them to reveal looks of surprise. "Zhuowen, that little bastard!" Wei Wuyin, the first corpse king, and Kong Lianxuan looked at Zhuowen's figure and gnashed their teeth in anger. However, the three of them were extremely wary of the first mountain god by Zhuowen's side, so they naturally didn't dare to attack Zhuowen now. Let's follow and see. Ji Wubing immediately made up his mind. He left the planet and chased after Zhuowen and the first mountain god, while the other four looked at each other and followed closely behind. However, the five of them didn't dare to get too close. After all, the first mountain god by Zhuowen's side was an expert comparable to a genuine immortal. If they got too close and the first mountain god really had evil intentions, they would be in deep trouble. Zhuowen naturally saw the five people following behind him. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. The reason why he swept past the planet where Ji Wubing and the others were was naturally on purpose. With the first mountain god by their side, these five people would definitely follow them. After all, compared to blindly searching, it would be more convenient to have a genuine immortal like the first mountain god leading the way. The surface of the khaki-colored planet had been set up with a rather powerful restriction formation by the ancient god. If one person were to destroy it, the cost would be quite high. With Ji Wubing and the other four, he and the first mountain god wouldn't have to waste too much energy. Moreover, the first zombie king, Wei Wuyin and Kong Lianxuan, had a lot of grudges with Zhuowen. If these three people didn't know what was good for them and provoked him after entering the khaki-colored planet, he would settle this grudge once and for all. After a while, the group came to the surface of the khaki-colored planet. Zhuowen and the first mountain god stood quietly in front of the planet. As for Ji Wubing and the other four, they stopped at another place, some distance away from Zhuowen and the first mountain god, with vigilant looks in their eyes. Everyone, there are extremely powerful restrictions on the surface of this planet. Only the celestial Saint Master from the Primal Chaos Temple can set up such restrictions, Zhuowen explained. He knew very well that there were some things that didn't need to be said too clearly. He only needed to mention a little, and it would be enough to arouse everyone's imagination. Sure enough, after Zhuowen finished speaking, the eyes of Ji Wubing and the other four flashed as they stared at the restriction formation on the surface of the planet. since God, Master Dohua, and the others have entered this planet and set up a restriction formation on the surface of this planet. There must be something good inside. We can't let them beat us to it, the first zombie king said gloomily. The others also nodded and looked at Ji Wubbing. Ji Wubbing pondered for a moment, then cupped his fists to Zhuowen and the first mountain god, and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid this planet is not simple. I think the two of you also want to enter this place. Why don't you work together to break this restriction formation?" The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, "This Shua has the same idea. I know a little about restrictions. After I find the weakness of this restriction formation, we can work together to break it." With that, Zhuowen rushed to the surface of the restriction formation. After circling around it a few times, he pointed at the surface of the restriction formation with his right finger and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, let's work together to attack this place." The first mountain god took the lead and rushed out, followed by Ji Wubbing and the other four. The multicolored attacks smashed into the place Zhuowen had pointed at. Then, the seals covering the surface of the earthen yellow planet collapsed with countless explosions. Someone broke the restriction formation I set up. Somewhere on a high slope on the Kaki planet, Elder Gu, who was following behind the god master Dohua, frowned and muttered in a low voice. On this high slope, in addition to the god master Dohua and Elder Gu, there were also the four lords of the battlefield. Yang Yi's group, the Lord of the Divine Tomb, and Shurji's group. It should be Zhuowen or Ji Wubbing. This is just a small matter. Let's move on. This planet is the central planet of the exotic beast. If I'm not wrong, it must contain the exotic beast's inheritance. I don't think anyone wants to let go of such a thing, Dohua said lightly. Humph. Who knows if what you said is true? Previously, you said that the planet inside this exotic beast's body contained a star core. However, when I checked the cores of several planets, there were no star cores at all, Shurji said with a sneer. Dohua glanced at Shurji and said with a smile, Brother Shur, this is the first time this dough has entered the exotic beast's body. I didn't expect the planets inside to have no star cores. It seems that the star cores of these planets should have been absorbed by the exotic beast in advance. This beast is not a cultivator. It only devours planets to absorb the energy in the planet's star core. It does not refine the star core like human cultivators, allowing the planet to produce endless energy for itself. Although there are many planets in this beast's body, most of them are like abandoned planets, not worth mentioning. The Lord of the Divine Tomb said indifferently. Dohua smiled and said, That's not the point. If everyone can help me open this planet, everyone can have a share of the exotic beast's inheritance on this planet. Everyone smiled faintly when they heard Dohua's words, but they did not answer. Although no one knew what Dohua's purpose was, they could still guess. However, no one pointed it out. After all, before the benefits appeared, they really needed to work together. It was not time to fall out with each other. Suddenly, the jade deity bird artifact in Dohua's hand burst out with a blazing jade light. Then Dohua's eyes narrowed and he laughed. It seems that our destination is not too far away. Everyone else was stunned as well. Although they did not believe Dohua's words, they were rather convinced by the jade deity's artifact. After all, it was something that had been left behind since the ancient times. It had been around for a long time and was quite famous. Chapter 1858. Immortal Qi and Immortal Crystals. This is... The master of Taiying stared at the stone pillar in the middle of the open space with a puzzled expression. Dohua stared at the stone pillar in front of him with a burning gaze. He said softly, This place is indeed as recorded in the ancient books in the temple. There is a central stone pillar, and under this stone pillar is the core energy of the strange beast. It also contains the origin of the heavenly armor planet. The immortal Qi on the heavenly armor continent comes from here. In addition, there is also the inheritance of that powerful strange beast. Everyone lend me a hand. With the jade deity's bird-shaped ritual implement as a guide, we can open this stone pillar. As he spoke, Dohwa once again tossed the jade deity, human bird-shaped artifact, into the air. With a swoosh, the artifact turned into an afterimage and swept towards the top of the stone pillar. Instantly, an extremely shocking radiance erupted from the surface of the stone pillar. Extremely terrifying and violent white mist gushed out from the stone pillar and spread in all directions. This is immortal chi. What rich immortal chi! The four lords of the battlefield took a deep breath, and their expressions changed. Not only the four masters of the battlefield, but everyone else also looked shocked. There was no other reason than the density of this immortal chi far exceeded the immortal pool that the Chaos Temple had taken out. The surging immortal chi soared into the sky and turned into a white pillar that pierced through the sky. The moment this white pillar rushed into the sky, the wind and clouds in the sky began to swirl, and then this immortal chi spread to the entire planet. The originally khaki-colored planet was full of decadence and desolation, but as the immortal chi spread throughout the entire planet, the decadent planet slowly glowed with vitality. After entering the khaki-colored planet, Zhuowen and the others suddenly discovered that the originally decadent yellow earth around them had sprouted tender buds, and these buds were growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, they grew into towering trees. In the blink of an eye, the wasteland with a radius of tens of thousands of feet became verdant and lush with green forests, lingering clouds, and flowing waterfalls. It was like a fairyland. Look over there. Ji Wubbing pointed at the white pillar in the distance that shot straight into the sky, his eyes blazing with passion. Not only Ji Wubbing, but the others also had the same expression. What rich immortal chi! What on earth is going on over there? Zhuowen squinted his eyes and exchanged glances with the first mountain god. With a swoosh, he disappeared from where he stood. Ji Wubbing and the other four gods were not to be outdone. The immortal chi that suddenly spread throughout the entire planet was definitely not for no reason. This must have something to God Dohwa and the others. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would know that there must be a great treasure over there to give off such a strong immortal chi. When Zhua Wen's group finally arrived at the spacious area where Divine Master Dohwa's group was, they discovered a mysterious stone pillar standing in the middle of the spacious area. Immortal chi was gushing out from within the stone pillar. The arrival of Zhuowen and the others naturally attracted the attention of God Dohwa and the others. Among them, God Dohwa and Elder Gu only glanced at Zhuowen and didn't pay any more attention to him. Among the four lords of the battlefield, only the Lord of Tain smiled coldly at Zhuowen. The others were expressionless. As for Yang Yi, he had his hands behind his back and didn't look at Zhuowen at all. Instead, he focused all his attention on the stone pillar. The burly man beside him grinned at Zhuowen. Zhuowen stared at the burly man with a solemn expression. This burly man had chased him until he was in a sorry state. Zhuowen and the first mountain god silently came to the side of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and Shurji. Their eyes fell on the stone pillar. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum took a deep look at Zhuowen. After a moment of silence, he suddenly transmitted his voice. Zhuowen, that Lord has told you all the important things, right? Zhuowen was silent for a moment and nodded. When Sangjia said that the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and Shurji would help him, he knew that the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and Shurji had already contacted Sangjia. It was just that he had been kept in the dark. Zhuowen, whether we can save Lord Sangjia or not depends on you, the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum said seriously. Zhuowen took a deep breath and cupped his fists at the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum. He replied, "Senior, don't worry. Junior will do his best." After that, Zhuowen looked at the stone pillar again and whispered, "Is the thing hidden under this stone pillar the thing that Senior Sangjia mentioned?" The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum nodded. Then he glanced at Yang Yi and said, "If that thing really comes out, you should be careful of Yang Yi, not Dohwa. He's not simple." Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. From the tone of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum, Zhuowen could hear a hint of fear. Even the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum was afraid of Yang Yi. It seemed that Yang Yi was not simple. Zhuowen recalled that he had never seen through Yang Yi since the first time he met him. This person was like a cloud of fog. After one layer of fog was removed, another layer of fog would appear. It was as if there was no end to it. Zhuowen even suspected that the name Yang Yi was a fake name. There was no way to know his real identity. Let's work together. The Jade God's bird-shaped celestial device is the key to opening this stone pillar. Only by gathering more power can we completely destroy this stone pillar, Do Hua suddenly said to the others. The eyes of the others flickered. They simply poured their power into the celestial device. Because of the precedent of opening Devour's body, they didn't have any difficulty in cooperating. Boom! Not long after, the stone pillar collapsed and turned into dust. Then a natural abyss was formed at the bottom of the shattered stone pillar. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the abyss appeared, several black shadows suddenly rushed out. These black shadows were about the size of a palm. They were so fast that they almost turned into afterimages. Do Hua waved his right hand and immediately grabbed one of the black shadows. He flipped his right hand and found a sparkling and translucent crystal lying quietly in his palm. The surface of the crystal was milky white and was dense with extremely powerful immortal qi. Immortal crystal, and it's the best immortal crystal. Do Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured in a low voice. At the same time, more and more black shadows rushed out of the abyss. Each of them represented an immortal crystal. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, the first Corpse King, Jiwubing, and the others immediately used their movement techniques to collect the immortal crystals that rushed out. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm. Every immortal crystal that rushed out of the abyss was the best immortal crystal. The quality was much higher than the immortal crystals they had obtained in the central region. Not only Jiwubing and the others, but even the 4 lords of the battlefield couldn't hold back and used their movement techniques to collect all the immortal crystals that rushed out of the abyss. Then everyone took action. The Divine Lord Do Hua, Elder Gu, Yang Yi, and the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum also took action. Immortal crystals were too scarce on the Heavenly Armor Continent, and these experts whose cultivation had reached the immortal saint level needed the immortal qi in the immortal crystals to cultivate. In addition, the quality of the immortal crystals that rushed out of the abyss was much higher than on the Heavenly Armor Continent. No one could remain calm and not fight for them. Zhuowen was naturally in the ranks of those fighting for the immortal crystals. Because Zhuowen was supported by Daowil, his speed was comparable to that of a true immortal. He was even faster than the 4 lords of the battlefield, who were early true immortals. At this moment, the Lord of Tain rushed in front of a black figure and reached out with his right hand, wanting to grab the black figure. Unfortunately, the moment the Lord of Tain extended his right hand, the black figure was already caught by another hand. Then, with a violent tug, the immortal crystal was taken away. The Lord of Tain's face stiffened, and his entire body froze on the spot. Then his expression changed uncertainly. He suddenly looked at the figure that had taken his immortal crystal and said coldly, "Zhuowen!" The person who had suddenly appeared and taken the Lord of Tain's immortal crystal was none other than Zhuowen. However, when he felt the cold gazes of the first mountain god and Shiji, the Lord of Tain's original desire to attack was finally restrained. Moreover, the Lord of Tain was shocked to discover that Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the late sky immortal realm at some point. How did this brat's cultivation advance so quickly? The Lord of Tain took a deep breath and calmed down. However, the more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Zhuowen's speed of advancement was too fast, and it actually made him feel slightly threatened. This time, I must find a chance to completely kill this brat. Otherwise, he'll be a disaster in the future. The Lord of Tain's expression darkened as he thought to himself, Then he rushed toward another immortal crystal that had flown out. Unfortunately, when the Lord of Tyene was about to approach the immortal crystal, Zhuowen beat him to it again and snatched it away. The Lord of Tyene clenched his fists and suppressed his anger as he continued to search for the next immortal crystal. In the next dozen or so attempts, the Lord of Tyene basically didn't get a single immortal crystal. This was because every time he was about to make a move, Zhuowen would always snatch the immortal crystal that caught his eye first. This also caused the Lord of Tyene to end up with nothing. What infuriated the Lord of Tyene even more was that Zhuowen's speed was just too fast. He was always able to snatch the immortal crystals before him. Naturally, the scene that the Lord of Tyene was seen by many people in the surroundings. Their gazes were filled with mockery as they watched the game of cat and mouse between Zhuowen and the Lord of Tyene. The Lord of Tyene naturally felt the many mocking gazes directed at him from all around. His face turned pale and green with anger. He almost lost his mind as he roared at Zhuowen, "Little bastard, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Zhuowen stopped not far away from the Lord of Tyene. He calmly looked at the Lord of Tyene, who was about to go berserk. He smiled and said, "Yes, I'm doing this on purpose. If you don't want to admit defeat, come and bite me." The Lord of Tyene's expression froze. Then his eyes spat fire. In an instant, he threw away all of his rationality and charged toward Zhuowen like a wild beast. Zhuowen calmly looked at the approaching Lord of Tyene. He didn't retreat or run away. Instead, his gaze was filled with mockery. When the Lord of Tyene was about to reach Zhuowen, a stalwart figure blocked in front of Zhuowen. Then, this figure violently threw a punch. The wind from the punch was like a dragon. The space exploded as it charged directly toward the Lord of Tyene's face. The Lord of Tyene's expression changed slightly. He waved his sleeve and countless Yin Qi gathered in front of him, forming a Yin Qi shield. Bang! Chapter 1859. Strange. You're courting death. The first mountain god's eyes were cold as he stepped forward. He didn't give the master of Lunar Master a chance to explain and punched him again. This punch was even more terrifying than the previous one. The master of Lunar Master's expression changed drastically. In his opinion, the first mountain god was a powerhouse on the same level as Dohua. He didn't dare to fight him head-on. At the thought of this, the master of Lunar Master suddenly retreated to where Dohua, the master of Lunar Master, was. When Dohua saw this, he naturally wouldn't ignore it. He pointed with his right finger, and a blazing starlight fell and heavily collided with the first mountain god's punch. Boom! There was a dull explosion, and then Dohua and the first mountain god both took a few steps back. Dohua stared at the first mountain god in shock. Clearly, he didn't expect the first mountain god's combat power to be so terrifying. He couldn't help but say, "Brother, now is not the time for internal strife. When we enter the abyss later, we need to help each other." The first mountain god looked at Dohua with fear, but didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly retreated to Zhuowen's side and said calmly, "If the master of Lunar Master's hands and feet are not clean next time, I don't mind chopping off his hands and feet." The master of Lunar Master's eyes were gloomy, but he didn't dare to refute. He was indeed not as strong as the first mountain god, but in his heart he hated Zhuowen even more. This was just a small disturbance. Following that, everyone silently collected the immortal crystals that had been swept out of the abyss. After about an hour, there were no more immortal crystals coming out of the abyss, and the surroundings of the abyss were much quieter. All of them revealed expressions of satisfaction. During this period of time, all of them had gained quite a bit. Most of them had obtained over 1,000 immortal crystals, whereas experts like Dohua and the Master of the Divine Tomb had obtained close to 10,000. This was only the immortal crystals from the abyss. Everyone knew that there must be even more immortal crystals inside the abyss. For a moment, everyone looked at the abyss with burning eyes. This abyss was undoubtedly a huge treasure trove. Everyone be careful. This abyss isn't as calm as it looks. After Do Hua reminded Elder Gu, he and Elder Gu turned into two streaks of light and directly entered the deep abyss at an extremely fast speed. Yang Yi and the others followed closely behind, followed by the four lords of the battlefield. The Lord of the Divine Tomb, Shiji, Zhuowen, and the others also entered the abyss. The abyss was extremely dark. However, after descending for a few hundred feet, Zhuowen discovered that there was actually a sparkling white light below. At the same time as they descended, the immortal qi below also became denser and denser. It made people feel relaxed and happy just by smelling it. Everyone continued to dive, and when they reached a depth of 3,000 meters, the lustrous white light had already reached an extremely dense level. Soon after, Zhuowen discovered that the surrounding walls were actually embedded with extremely large immortal crystals. These immortal crystals were no longer the size of a palm. Instead, they were extremely irregular in shape. The smallest among them was the size of a wash basin, while the largest was several zhang in size. It was simply like a huge rock. Do Hua, the Lord of the Divine Tomb, and everyone else were stunned as they stared blankly at the immortal crystals scattered all over the walls. They didn't expect there to be so many immortal crystals here. This is an immortal crystal vein, Do Hua murmured in a low voice. The surroundings were very quiet, and one could even hear everyone's suppressed breathing. Such a huge immortal crystal vein was enough to cause countless experts to go crazy over it. After all, such a terrifying immortal crystal vein had never appeared on the heavenly armor continent, not even in ancient times. Moreover, the bottom of the vein was like a bottomless pit, as if there was no end to it. It was enough to show how huge the vein was. Wei Wuyin, Ji Wubing, the first Corpse King, Kong Lianxuan, and Dong Fangxin's eyes suddenly turned red and crazy. Then, the five of them completely ignored Do Hua and the others in front of them and rushed toward the immortal crystals around them. These are all top-grade immortal crystals. One of them is equivalent to several of those immortal crystals on the heavenly armor continent. We're rich. These immortal crystals are enough to help me break through to the true immortal realm. To be able to obtain so many immortal crystals, this trip to the ancient battlefield is worth it. The five of them began to dig the immortal crystals around them with blazing eyes, as if they were crazy. The four lords of the battlefield behind Do Hua were also a little restless. If it weren't for Do Hua's silence, the four of them would probably have frantically dug out the surrounding immortal crystal veins like Ji Wubing and the other four. Let's continue. Do Hua glanced at the five of them indifferently and then rushed down. Yang Yi, the other two, and the Lord of the Divine Tomb followed without hesitation. Although Zhuowen was also very tempted by the immortal crystals around them, he knew that the most precious thing in the depths of the earth was not these immortal crystals, but the infant of Devour that Song Jie mentioned. He knew very well that once they found the infant of Devour, they would completely fall out with each other. However, before Zhuowen left, he released the perfect saint physique and ordered it to collect as many immortal crystals around them as possible. After collecting enough immortal crystals, he would come back to join them. After diving to a distance of 100,000 feet underground, the number of immortal crystals slowly decreased. At the same time, they reached the bottom, but there was nothing at the bottom. Everyone looked at Do Hua, as if asking for his opinion. Do Hua looked at Goddess Yen Tianwei and said in a deep voice, "Goddess, we are already very close to the inner part of this planet. What should we do next with your divination, Holy Rune?" Yen Tianwei's eyes flickered, and she nodded slightly. Then she spat out the divination Holy Rune, and her right hand continuously formed hand seals and pointed at the surface of the divination Holy Rune. Zhuowen stared at Yen Tianwei silently. He knew that Yen Tianwei had the divination Holy Rune and could communicate with its power. She had the ability to predict the future. Back then, when he was in the central region, he was limited everywhere. It was probably because of Yan Tianwei's schemes. Suddenly, Yan Tianwei's face changed slightly, and her eyes revealed a painful look. She spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't help but fall back. Yang Yi stretched out his right hand and hugged Yan Tianwei in his arms. At the same time, a surge of power passed from Yang Yi's palm into Yan Tianwei's body. Yan Tianwei, who was originally pale, looked a little better. Dou Hua's eyes narrowed. He looked at Yan Tianwei and said in a deep voice, "Goddess, what happened?" Everyone's eyes gathered on Goddess Yan Tianwei, and they all had different expressions. Yan Tianwei calmed down, and then fear appeared in her eyes. She said in a deep voice, "We can't go any deeper. Just now, I used the divination Holy Rune's power and used all my strength to predict that there is a hidden power that can destroy heaven and earth. If we go any deeper, I feel that we will all die." Everyone's heart trembled. Dou Hua narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "You mean that we still need to go deeper?" Dou Hua pointed with his right hand, and a ray of starlight burst out from his fingertip. The ray of starlight condensed to the extreme and finally formed a large spiral. Dou Hua gently pointed forward, and the spiral of starlight turned into a huge whirlwind of starlight that blasted the ground under his feet. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire ground shook violently, and then countless cracks appeared on the ground under everyone's feet. "Are you crazy?" Yan Tianwei's eyes narrowed. She immediately retreated and said, "It's too dangerous down there. I won't go any deeper with you." Yan Tianwei stomped her right foot and flew up. Clearly, she did not intend to participate in this matter. Dou Hua did not stop Yan Tianwei from leaving. Since he already knew the answer, it did not affect him much whether Yan Tianwei followed or not. Break! Dou Hua stomped his right foot, and the cracks on the ground became denser and denser. In the end, it completely shattered into pieces. Rumble! The moment the ground shattered, a terrifying aura like that of a primeval beast swept out, turning into a destructive storm that swept out from below. Dou Hua's eyes narrowed. He stomped his right foot, and starlight covered his body as he tried his best to resist the storm formed by the terrifying aura. The surrounding people also activated their own defenses to resist the terrifying storm. Zhuowen formed a huge gate of reincarnation with the underworld water droplets that surrounded him, resisting the terrifying aura with difficulty. What kind of creature's aura is this? How can it be so terrifying? Zhuowen's face changed slightly, but he soon remembered Sangjia's warning. Could it be that the thing below was really Devour's infant? The aura only lasted for a moment, and then it gradually faded away. Then, a hole appeared below the shattered ground. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Dou Hua took a step forward and entered the hole. When the others were about to enter the hole, Dou Hua threw out the jade deity man's bird-shaped celestial device. The celestial device divided into 3 parts. The bird-shaped celestial device let out a clear cry and turned into a giant bird that landed on the other side of the hole. It spread its wings and directly sealed the hole. Dou Hua's series of actions immediately changed the faces of the 4 lords of the battlefield, while the Lord of the Tomb God and Yang Yi watched this scene quietly. "Senior, what should we do?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. The Lord of the Tomb God shook his head and looked at Elder Gu, who was not far away. Yang Yi also looked at Elder Gu and said indifferently, "Elder Gu, I think you should explain what's going on." Elder Gu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I don't know about this. All the ancient books in the Divine Temple are controlled by the Divine Master. I don't know why the Divine Master is doing this, and I don't know what's below. Still want to quibble?" Yang Yi sneered. The big man behind him also sneered and took a step forward, rushing toward Elder Gu. "Yang Yi, what do you mean? Why don't you go after the Divine Master, but attack me instead?" Elder Gu's eyes were gloomy. He made a series of hand seals. Suddenly, a terrifying mental power burst out and formed a formation in front of him. forming an invisible defensive barrier. Seeing this, the Lord of the Tomb God frowned. Yang Yi's series of actions showed that he was prepared to deal with Elder Gu. Chapter 1860. Giant Crumble. The burly man punched the invisible barrier, causing it to crumble inch by inch and shatter into pieces. Elder Gu's eyes were gloomy as he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Terrifying mind energy surged out and formed a formation diagram in the air. Million formation diagram. Elder Gu pushed his hands forward, and a formation diagram formed by 10,000 strands of mind energy swept out. The burly man laughed sinisterly, and a terrifying black fog gushed out of his body. The black fog condensed into ferocious bone spikes that clashed with the million formation diagram. However, the black fog grew thicker and thicker, and the burly man's figure disappeared. He was almost completely shrouded by the black fog. Whoosh! The black fog suddenly turned into a giant mouth that covered the sky. Under Elder Gu's shocked gaze, it swallowed the million formation diagram along with Elder Gu. The million formation diagram and Elder Gu were swallowed in the blink of an eye. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum, Zhuowen, and Shiji did not even have time to react. By the time they realized what had happened, Elder Gu had already disappeared into the giant mouth. That's Heavenly Worm? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the giant mouth that had shrunk into the black fog. He could not help but exclaim. No wonder the burly man gave him a familiar feeling. It turned out that he was the incarnation of Heavenly Worm. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum's expression also changed. He stared coldly at the black fog and Yang Yi and said in a low voice, "Yang, you've got guts. How dare you release Heavenly Worm? Don't you know that Heavenly Worm was one of the disasters from 10,000 years ago?" "I know, but so what?" Yang Yi smiled faintly. "Little guy, we meet again. Back then, you made my clone quite miserable. If there's a chance, I'll settle this debt with you." The black fog churned beside Yang Yi, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at Zhuowen. A sinister voice slowly rang out, as piercing as an owl's cry. "Since you've released Heavenly Worm, I have no reason not to attack you." The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum had a dark look in his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the 4 true immortal Tao armaments behind him turned into 4 streaks of light that surrounded Yang Yi and Skyworm. Yang Yi looked around at the 4 true immortal Tao soldiers, then threw his head back and laughed out loud. "For dogs cultivated by Cangjie and you, the only disciple of Cangjie, do you really think you can stop me? Although you're a demigod in name, you're actually just a fake demigod who's occupying the body of the deceased demigod Qiaoyu. Fushi, you've already become neither human nor ghost. What's the point of living in this world?" Yang Yi laughed maniacally. Countless gusts of wind swept up around him. These gusts of wind had the power to shatter the void. In an instant, the void around Yang Yi was completely shattered. Then, Yang Yi and Skyworm disappeared into the shattered void. The sacrifice has walked into the trap. What we need to do now is to wait for the real devourer to hatch. What's funny is that Dohua thought that the jade god humanoid bird celestial device was the key to devour's larva that Cangjie left behind. He never thought that it was the key to his death. He is destined to be an insignificant sacrifice. When Yang Yi disappeared into the shattered void, an illusory voice came from the shattered void and exploded in Zhuowen's ears. Before Zhuowen could even digest Yang Yi's words, a miserable scream came from below. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with this voice. It was the voice of Dohua, who had entered the underground before. The miserable scream became more and more miserable and loud. Finally, when the scream came to an abrupt end, the entire underground began to tremble violently. Then, countless cracks appeared on the surrounding barrier, as if it would shatter at any time. "What's going on?" Zhuowen's eyes revealed a touch of horror. Then he looked at the Lord of the Divine Tomb in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, are you really Fushi?" Was what Yang Yi said just now true? The Lord of the Divine Tomb fell silent and sighed. We'll talk about this later. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's leave this place. In the end, we were one step behind. No one expected that Yang Yi would release the heavenly insect, and that Jade Deity Man's bird-shaped magic artifact was actually Yang Yi's secret weapon. I was careless. As he spoke, the Lord of the Divine Tomb opened his arms, and a gust of wind swept up from the surroundings. Instantly, Zhuowen, Shiji, and the first mountain god were enveloped in it, and in an instant they swept toward the top of the cave at an extremely fast speed. Wei Wuyin, Jiwubing, and the other four, who were originally crazily snatching the immortal crystals above, also sensed the terrifying movement below. Their faces changed slightly, but they suppressed the greed in their hearts and left the cave one after another. As for the four lords of the battlefield, they had long fled upward when they realized that something was wrong. Rumble! Suddenly, from the depths of the underground, a terrifying giant claw that blotted out the sky suddenly stretched out toward the top. Its speed was extremely fast, as if it had transcended time and space. Ah! The four lords of the battlefield were too slow. Before they could even react, they were caught by the giant claw and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Even their nascent spirits could not escape. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled past, and the giant claw followed closely behind. At this moment, Wei Wuyin, Jiwubing, the first Corpse King, Kong Lianxuan, and Dong Fangxin had already swept out of the cave and flew into the sky. They stared at the depths of the cave in horror. With their keen senses, they naturally sensed that in the deepest part of the cave, there was a force that could destroy any of them. It was constantly approaching the entrance of the cave. This unknown force made the five of them extremely uneasy. We can't stay here for long. Let's get out of here, quickly. At this moment, another figure swept out of the cave. It was Zhuowen's perfect sacred body. His face was full of fear. Through the perception of his original body, the sacred body naturally knew what had happened underground. Zhuowen, what's going on down there? Ji Wubbing asked in a deep voice. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave. The four lords of the battlefield are dead, and the divine Lord Dohua is also doomed. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will follow in their footsteps, Zhuowen's sacred body said in a deep voice. What? The divine lord and the four lords of the battlefield are also dead? How is that possible? The five people's pupils shrank into needles. They couldn't believe it. The first Corpse King's eyes were gloomy as he said, Nonsense. Whether it is the divine lord or the four lords of the battlefield, they are all true immortals. How could they die? Are you trying to scare the five of us so that you can take the fairy crystals alone? Believe it or not, Zhuowen's sacred body was too lazy to argue with the first Corpse King. The first Corpse King, Wei Wuyin, and Kong Lianxuan suddenly glanced at each other. Then, with great tacit understanding, they rushed toward Zhuowen's sacred body from three directions. As soon as the three of them attacked, they used their most powerful moves, hoping to kill Zhuowen with one blow. Ji Wubbing and Dong Fangxin frowned slightly. In the end, they didn't step into the muddy water. Instead, they turned into two long rainbows and left the planet. Their intuition told them that the planet was now very dangerous, and they couldn't stay for long. Zhuowen's sacred body stared at the first Corpse King, Wei Wuyin and Kong Lianxuan. His eyes were full of killing intent. Zhuowen had kindly reminded the three of them, but the three of them didn't know what was good for them and wanted to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen, I have always remembered the hatred in the underground maze. Today, I will take your dog life, the first Corpse King said with a ferocious face. With the three of us working together, you are dead meat, Wei Wuyin said with a murderous look. Kong Lianxuan was silent, but from his sneer, it could be seen that he had the same idea as the first Corpse King and Wei Wuyin. The three of them came at an extremely tricky angle, blocking all of Zhuowen's escape routes. Zhuowen could only face the three of them head-on. Zhuowen took a deep breath, and his whole body flashed with a dark golden light. His right hand continued to slide in front of him, instantly drawing 9 golden runes. Then Zhuowen punched the 9 golden runes, and the 9 golden runes turned into 9 golden dragons. They rushed toward Wei Wuyin and the others with the momentum of 9 dragons swallowing a pearl. It's useless. After all, your doppelganger is weaker than your original body. Even if your original body came, I'm afraid you can't stop the 3 of us working together, let alone this doppelganger. Wei Wuyin smiled eerily. Immediately, the 3 of them attacked. Suddenly, the 9 golden dragons collapsed. The perfect sacred body groaned, and his face was slightly pale. However, the moment the 9 dragons shattered, Zhuowen's sacred body jumped directly into the endless abyss behind him. He could feel that his original body was about to come up. Where are you going? The 3 of them chased closely. However, not long after the 3 of them rushed into the cave, the terrifying vibration became more and more violent. It made the 3 of them stop, and they didn't dare to chase. Kong Lianxuan frowned and said, "Maybe what this guy said is right. I'm afraid something big has happened down there. Let's go quickly." The first Corpse King and Wei Wuyin looked at each other and nodded. The attack just now was enough to seriously injure Zhuowen's doppelganger. If he fell to the bottom of the abyss, he would probably die. The 3 of them didn't need to go into the abyss and take the risk. However, just as the 3 of them were about to leave the abyss, a gust of wind roared. This gust of wind swept up Zhuowen's sacred body, and Zhuowen's original body looked extremely cold. He stared coldly at Wei Wuyin and the others. The 3 of them naturally saw Zhuowen and the master of the tomb god in the gust of wind. Their faces suddenly stiffened, and they knew something was wrong. Originally, the 3 of them thought that Zhuowen's original body would let the master of the tomb god kill the 3 of them. However, they found that the gust of wind swept past them without stopping. What's going on? He didn't attack us? Kong Lianxuan said in surprise. Humph, that Zhuowen is just a celestial immortal. How could he have the ability to order the master of the tomb god to attack? The first Corpse King sneered. Wei Wuyin nodded in agreement. When he was about to speak, suddenly a giant claw stretched out. Wei Wuyin directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Kong Lianxuan and the first Corpse King's pupils shrank. When they were about to shout and retreat, the giant claw directly penetrated their bodies. The 2 of them died without a sound. Chapter 1861. Larva devour, the wind howled, instantly taking Zhuowen, the lord of the divine tomb, and the others away from the Khaki planet. However, not long after Zhuowen's group left, the abyss under the Khaki planet suddenly burst open, forming a huge hole that covered 1/5 of the entire planet. From within this gigantic hole, the gigantic claw stretched out. With a gentle wave, the yellow planet crumbled. The countless immortal crystals within the planet scattered out in all directions, exploding into balls of dense, immortal chi one after another. The immortal energy was so dense that it almost formed a terrifying hurricane, spreading in all directions like angry dragons. After the khaki-colored planet crumbled, a huge exotic beast slowly emerged from the countless fragments of the planet. Zhuowen's eyes fell on the strange beast, and his pupils shrank. He found that this strange beast's appearance was very similar to the adult devourer in the outside world. It also had 12 long horns, but its size was much smaller than the adult devourer. Although Zhuowen didn't know much about devourer, he knew that this strange beast in front of him was the larva devourer that Sangje had mentioned. It was also the next generation of the adult devourer. At this moment, the jade deity, humanoid, bird-shaped magic tool, hovered quietly above Devour's head. Streams of jade-colored light poured into Devour's body from the magic tool. Devour's eyes revealed a comfortable look. Then it opened its mouth and sucked swallowing the magic tool. Zhuowen stared at the jade deity, humanoid, bird-shaped, magic tool. He thought of the god lord, Dohua, who was holding the magic tool. He knew that Dohua was probably like what Yang Yi had said. The moment he entered the Khaki planet, he became a sacrifice for the larva Devour. Devour indifferently glanced at Zhuowen's group in the distance. Then 8 vortexes suddenly appeared on its body. Each of these 8 vortexes was as big as several planets, and they were arranged in 8 directions around Devour. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 extremely terrifying suction forces came from the 8 vortexes. Then the surrounding planets began to sway. The nearby planets involuntarily flew toward the vortexes, disappearing into them. This guy is swallowing the planets in the adult Devour's body. This devouring power is too terrifying. Let's go. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum's face changed slightly. He waved his sleeve, and the wind around him became even more terrifying. Then it swept toward the wound on the adult Devour's body. The infant Devour lay quietly in the center of the 8 vortexes. Of course, it saw the group of the master of the divine tomb running away. A gleam of disdain and ridicule crossed its eyes, but it didn't chase after them. Instead, it observed quietly. At this moment, hundreds of millions of feet away from the infant Devour, Dong Fangxin and Ji Wubing were flying silently. When they approached a blue planet in front of them, they were shocked to find that the planet was shaking violently. Then the huge planet was like a ball that was thrown out and swept behind them. At the same time, an unimaginably terrifying suction force instantly descended upon the 2 of them. What kind of power is this? Why is the suction force so terrifying? Ji Wubing's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He growled and exerted all his strength, spreading powerful celestial core power under his feet to resist the suction force coming from behind him. Dong Fangxin, who was beside him, did the same. But even though they tried their best, they still found that they were constantly being pushed back, and as the suction force grew stronger and stronger, the speed of their retreat became faster and faster. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge planet appeared in front of the 2 of them. The planet was charging straight at them. No! Ji Wubing and Dong Fangxin roared in a low voice. Their celestial core power spread in front of them, hoping to resist the incoming planet. Puchi! The planet slammed into them, and the 2 of them spat out a mouthful of blood. The celestial core power in front of them dissipated, and coupled with the suction force behind them, the 2 of them were sent flying. The speed of the planet was beyond their imagination. Soon, the 2 of them were sucked into one of the vortexes around Devour. This scene was naturally seen by Zhuowen, who was wrapped in gales nearby. A trace of gloominess immediately appeared in his eyes. The pressure that the infant Devour gave him was too great. Even the master of the divine tomb seemed to be somewhat afraid of this infant Devour. This was just a young Devour. If he grew up, wouldn't his strength be even more terrifying? At this moment, Zhuowen and the Lord of the Divine Tomb were getting closer and closer to the entrance. Zhuowen could even see the scar in front of them. As long as they reached the scar, they would be able to leave this void completely. Oh! Suddenly, Devour, who was lying lazily in the middle of the 8 vortexes, slowly narrowed his eyes. Then he craned his neck and let out a clear roar. Next, Zhuowen saw several planets coming over from not far away, blocking their way. The Lord of the Divine Tomb coldly snorted and said, "You guys go first. I'll stop these planets." After saying that, the Lord of the Divine Tomb leaped up. As he leaped up, his body constantly expanded, turning into the size of a planet in the blink of an eye. True scripture of obliteration. The Lord of the Divine Tomb fiercely punched out. Instantly, his right fist was surrounded by a powerful force of obliteration. When the fist hit the planet, countless cracks appeared on its surface. Although the Lord of the Divine Tomb could only exert the power of a demigod, which wasn't enough to destroy a planet. The planet inside Devour's body was much weaker than a normal planet like the heavenly armor star. After all, Devour had been devouring the planet's energy for many years, so there wasn't much left. That was why the Lord of the Divine Tomb could resist these planets. However, it wasn't easy for the Lord of the Divine Tomb. While the Lord of the Divine Tomb was blocking the planets, Zhuowen and the others were rushing toward the entrance with irresistible force. However, when Zhuowen and the others were about to reach the entrance, the mocking look in the young Devour's eyes became thicker. Devour opened his mouth and sucked. The 8 vortexes around him immediately merged into a giant vortex that looked like a black hole. A suction force that was many times stronger than before spread out in the entire void. Countless planets scattered around this void began to rotate clockwise, moving toward the giant vortex where Devour was. Their speed was many times faster than before. Seeing the entrance close at hand and the suction force doubling, Zhuowen could only watch the entrance move away from him. The Lord of the Divine Tomb swung his arms, shaking off the planets that were blocking his way. Then he came to the place where Zhuowen and the others were. However, the suction force was so terrifying that even the Lord of the Divine Tomb couldn't resist it. The gusts of wind didn't move forward, but moved away from the entrance. "What should we do now?" asked Zhuowen with a frown. The Lord of the Divine Tomb was a little reluctant. He shook his head and said, "I've tried my best. Unfortunately, Devour's suction force is too terrifying." For the time being, the atmosphere became silent. Zhuowen's eyes sparkled. He gritted his teeth, preparing to use the power Sangja had given him. However, when he was about to take out the Fushi cauldron and use Sangja's power, a sigh arose around him. This old man is still one step behind. After he finished speaking, Zhuowen and the others felt the world spin around them. Then they disappeared from the void. Devour, who was happily absorbing the planets around, showed a cold gleam in his eyes. He roared and accelerated the absorption of the planets around him. In the dim hall, countless black veins were moving freely. Deep inside the hall, a lonely figure was sitting on a throne. In the center of the hall, the dim candlelight became dimmer. The moment the candlelight dimmed, the space above was distorted. Then several figures descended. These figures were Zhuowen, the Lord of the Divine Tomb, Shiji, and the first mountain god. Zhuowen looked around. Then he came to the throne and said respectfully, "Predecessor, Sangja?" The first mountain god nodded to Sangja with a calm face. As for the Lord of the Divine Tomb, he shivered. He hurried to the throne and said excitedly, "Master, I finally see you again." Shiji originally had a bewildered expression, but when he heard how Zhuowen addressed him, his expression shook, and he followed closely behind the Divine Tomb Master. However, after seeing Sangja's appearance, Shiji couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, Sangja looked neither like a human nor a ghost. He couldn't associate him with the valiant Sangja from before. "Predecessor, Sangja, what's going on? Didn't you ask me to bring Devour's infant back? Why did you stop me?" Zhuowen asked confusedly. Sangja shook his head. "It's useless now. Devour's infant body has hatched. Even if you use that power, you can't suppress it. Initially, Devour's infant body hadn't hatched yet. I didn't expect that Yang Yi would destroy it. I'm afraid Yang Yi's purpose was to hatch Devour and kill my hope of getting out of here. Moreover, I already knew Yang Yi's identity. I didn't expect it to be him." Speaking of this, Sangja's mouth was filled with bitterness. He had calculated everything, but he had missed Yang Yi. At first, he didn't care much about Yang Yi. However, at the most critical moment, Yang Yi had destroyed all his plans. "Who's Yang Yi?" asked Zhuowen. "If I'm not wrong, he should be the son of God Gongo. He has calculated everything. His purpose is to prevent me from escaping. Another purpose is to take Devour's infant body for himself. Anyway, Devour's infant body is much weaker than the adult Devour. With the power of the God of Heaven, he could subdue Devour, said Songjie indifferently. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. If Yang Yi was like what Songjie said, he was too cunning. In fact, Yang Yi had calculated everything a long time ago. Chapter 1862. Songjie's anomaly. In a massive underground cave world, the adult devourer's body was lying quietly on top of the karst cave. If one observed carefully, they could see that devourer's body, which was like an empty space, was slowly shrinking. The twinkling stars in his body dimmed, and their number was decreasing. As the stars in devourer's body dimmed, his aura became weaker, as if he could fall at any minute. Below Devourer, on a massive stone platform, a petite figure lifted her head, looking at the anomaly in Devourer's body. Her eyes were solemn as she sighed and muttered, "I shouldn't have stepped into this muddy water." Tianwei. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind the petite figure. Then, the petite figure trembled and turned around abruptly. She saw Yang Yi, who was wearing a black brocade robe, looking at her with a smile on his face. Behind Yang Yi, Skyworm, who had transformed into a muscular man, grinned at the petite figure in front of him. This petite figure was none other than Yen Tianwei, who had left the khaki-colored planet earlier. Yen Tianwei had the divination Holy Talisman, so she had foreseen the danger on the khaki-colored planet. That was why she had avoided the disaster caused by Devourer. Yen Tianwei gazed at Yang Yi, frowning. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. She looked at Yang Yi vigilantly, asking in a low voice, "Brother Yang Yi, when did you get out?" Yang Yi smiled faintly not long ago. Then Yang Yi flicked his finger, throwing a mass of white light to Yen Tianwei. "This is the sea of consciousness of the Chaos Temple's ancient. Check his memory and find the way to break the immortal God-locking formation." Receiving the mass of white light, Yen Tianwei furrowed her brows. She didn't like the way Yang Yi treated her as his subordinate. However, she was also very clear that Yang Yi was very strong. With her strength, there was no way she could compete with him. "Don't worry. I won't break my promise to you. I'm giving you the revolving thorn holy talisman now." Yang Yi looked at Yen Tianwei indifferently, then pointed with his right finger. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared at the tip of his finger. The black vortex wriggled and finally turned into a black talisman. Receiving the revolving stab saint rune, Yen Tianwei's expression softened. He nodded and said, "I will take a look at the method to break the indestructible godlock array. However, I need a quiet place right now." Yang Yi smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem. Let's go to the space where God Ganj is. It's a separate space that I have isolated with the power of the void." As he spoke, Yen Tianwei waved his sleeve. Immediately, the power of the void swept out from his sleeve. Immediately, a ring-shaped independent void space appeared in front of Yen Tianwei. Yen Tianwei nodded and brought the revolving thorn saint talisman and Gu Gu's sea of consciousness into the space. Then, Yang Yi kept the space in his sleeve. Then Yang Yi's eyes fell on Devourer's closed left eye as he said faintly, "Old Songjie, you think I don't know where you are? The reason why I got into Devourer's body earlier was to numb him. I've brought forward the hatching time of Devourer's larva. I'm afraid that old man Songjie has already known my identity. Anyway, it's not a big deal. It's time for me to settle the old score. That old man wanted to use the power of the strongest parasite to backfire on Devourer. Did he think it was that easy? In the end, he didn't look like a human or a ghost. What a joke!" Tiangu grinned and said, "Sir, you're really wise. That old man Songjie's ambition isn't small. However, Devourer is one of the strongest races in the starry sky. How could an aboriginal backfire on him just like that? Moreover, since Sir has hatched Devourer's larva, it should be easy to tame it." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Even though it's just hatched, it's not easy to tame it. Moreover, when it starts to absorb the energy of Devourer, it will become stronger. At that time, it won't be easy to tame it. Tiangu was a little puzzled. Then, why did Sir let the larva absorb the energy of Devour? Isn't it disadvantageous to tame Devour? Yang Yi said indifferently, because the larva has swallowed the jade godman's bird-shaped magic tool. That thing's attack power is really terrifying. However, that's not the most important feature of this magic tool. The most important feature of this magic tool is that it can control the creature it worships to a certain extent. I used the god Lord Do Hua as a sacrifice to Devour's larva. Moreover, I've brought forward the hatching time of Devour to control it. However, it's not easy to control a powerful creature like Devour, even with the help of the Jade Godman's bird-shaped magic tool. I'm afraid I can only affect Devour's larva a little. I can't really control it. Then Yang Yi looked at Devour's left eye and said, "Perhaps you don't know that the power of the strongest parasite in Sangja's body comes from Devour. By letting Devour hatch and absorb Devour's energy, I'm actually suppressing that old man's power." Listening to Yang Yi's explanation, Tiangu's eyes turned cold. His respect for Yang Yi increased. However, Yang Yi was mysterious and unfathomable. Moreover, he was powerful. His scheming was enough to make Tian Chong willingly submit to him. At the same time, Heavenly Insect recalled that time. Although Heavenly God Gongo had called Yang Yi his son, Heavenly Insect was keenly aware that his master, Gongo, actually held a respectful attitude toward this so-called son. This kind of respectful attitude wasn't like a father facing his own child. It was more like a subordinate facing a superior. That was why Tiangu obeyed Yang Yi's orders. He didn't even dare to disobey. "You go and dig out Devour's left eye. Sangjie, Zhuowen, and the others should be in there," said Yang Yi indifferently. Tiangu's pupils shrank. He was a little scared. "Sir, it's an adult Devour. Do you think it will wake him up if I dig out his eye?" "Don't worry. The adult Devour is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Moreover, the infant Devour has been born. Logically speaking, it should be on the verge of death. Moreover, the adult Devour's eyes have been blinded since we entered this place. You'll be fine even if you dig out its left eye. Anyway, we need to be careful of Sangjie. He's been in Devour's body for a long time. I don't know how far he has fused with the strongest parasite," said Yang Yi in a low voice. Tiangu nodded. Then the black mist on his body burst out. Tiangu dashed out, revealing his true form. His 12 arms looked ferocious and intimidating. Although Tiangu's body was big enough, he was still small compared to Devour's adult body. He was just as big as Devour's size. Boom! Tiangu's attack fell on Devour's left eye. Then people in the hall immediately felt the hall shake violently. "Someone is attacking the outside of the hall," said the master of the divine tomb. "It's Tiangu." Sangjie's eyes were cold and gloomy. "Seems like he wants to dig out the left eye of this hall, but it's not that easy." Then countless black veins around the hall became crazy. Then the bulges around the hall burst. From the bursting bulges, people with cold eyes walked out. They all had a strange beast mark on their glabella, which was similar to Kongwin and the black and white giant. However, the strange beast mark on their glabella was dark purple. Their auras could be compared to the black and white giant. Altogether, 12 people walked out of the hall. They came to the throne, bowed their heads respectfully, and said in a low voice, "Master." "Destroy the intruders," said Sangjie indifferently. The 12 people nodded slightly. Then they rushed out and left the hall. Zhuowen looked at the 12 people leaving and frowned slightly. Book Immortal Kongwin, whom he had met before, had mentioned Master, and these people also called Sangjie Master. It seemed that the real master of the strange beast mark on their glabella was Sangjie in front of him. Haha, they all fell in the war with the god of heaven 10,000 years ago. Later, when I was sealed here by the strongest parasite, I tried many methods. Finally, I found a way to let other parasites enter the corpses and let them continue to live, explained Sangjie with a faint smile. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Although they have been resurrected, they're no different from the living dead, right? They're no longer what they used to be, but living dead without souls. Speaking of this, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. However, Sangjie didn't care. He smiled and said, "Little guy, maybe you don't know that this parasite does have the risk of being possessed. However, once you can control this parasite, you can gain a lot of power." At that time, I had no choice. If I hadn't fallen into the deep underground and been trapped here, I wouldn't have been possessed by Devour's strongest parasite. Anyway, I've been living like this for 10,000 years, and I've gained tremendous power. Zhuowen looked at Sangjie deeply and said in a low voice, "Didn't you say that you don't have much time left? Since Devour has hatched in advance, how can we help you now?"